the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles,
He flagged.
brilliant strategies, and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship 2023. This is the beautiful scenery in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Look at all those ancient buildings in the lovely city of Samarkand. It's just a heritage site all around. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today is the amazing Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, day 1 was a lot of fun. What do you expect here in day 2 from the World Rapid?
Yeah, hello Robert, welcome everyone. Yeah, we had seen some insane action on day 1 with a lot of ups and downs, with a lot of upsets, a lot of surprising results. Magnus having a slow start, but then getting the steam, and afterwards no one really could stop him. Very excited to be covering the second day, because in my mind, actually the second day is the one that produces the best chess. Because everybody has settled in, everybody feels the rhythm, everybody gets used to the venue, and now it's all about chess.
I thought you were going to say the second day is the best day because now we're commentating together for the first time. I know, Peter, I left you hanging way too many times this year, but at long last, we're united for a commentary session.
Yeah, I'm very happy about it. I still remember our times in Vaikanze. It was lovely. And also, people might not know, but you have been there and helping us so much with the World Cup and with the Grand Swiss coverage from the background. And it's nice to be here with you.
It's always a pleasure. Everyone loves hearing from you, Peter. And they get to hear from you for, well, today and 3 more days afterwards, because let's remind everybody of the schedule for the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz. We are in day 2, December 27th, of the Rapid tournaments. Day 2 of 3. Tomorrow will be the day where medalists are given their awards. And then on the 29th and 30th, we get 2 days of Blitz chess. But just because it's fewer days does not mean it's fewer rounds. You see in the Open, 21 total rounds of Blitz. For the women, 17 rounds of action. And Peter, this is an absolute slugfest. There's not a single moment off because you play so many games.
Exactly. It's so demanding. You have to put the disappointment behind you, also the euphoria of the previous round, whatever happened. You have to keep a cool head for your current game. And it's a very big challenge. So not only fighting with your opponent, but fighting with yourself, with your own emotions.
And Peter, how many times have you played in the World Rapid and Blitz? Because can you speak from experience about how difficult it is to get over a tough day 1 and strike back in day 2?
Yes, I have played 3 times 3 consecutive events, 2015 in Berlin, then 2016 in Doha, and 2017 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It was all great experiences. And I know exactly, but there is also some change, yeah, because when I played, we had 5 games every single day in the rapid section, yeah, so totally it was 15 rounds, and I know exactly from my own experience that playing the 5th game was always so difficult because we are so exhausted already.
Yeah, the players, they get exhausted, as you said, so many games and jam-packed few days. And in the women's World Rapid, we see just a couple players at the top of the standings. They were able to get through day 1 completely unscathed. Their names are Nurgul Salimova, that's a household name at this point after her stellar performance in the World Cup, and Zhu Jiner. She's also a perfect 4 out of 4. So, Peter, of course, we'll talk at length about those top 2, but any other names stand out on this list?
I think many. First of all, Vaishali there with 3.5 points right behind. I also feel like sometimes it's easier to be the chaser. Yeah, that it's very important to be in striking distance, but not necessarily to be leading the tournament, because that puts extra pressure on you. It's very interesting. Also, some very strong players like Goryachkina, Arjun, Leiting G are still only, I think, with 2.5 points, not yet finding their real rhythm, but I think they will be coming towards the end.
I'm completely with you, and it is easier sometimes to chase than have that target on your back, and perhaps the pairings are a little bit more favorable when you're in a lower score group. And speaking of the pairings, we have the next matchups in store for everybody. Some really mouth-watering matchups indeed. We start with Zhu Jiner and Nurgul Salimova. That pairing is forced as the only two perfect scorers. You mentioned Vaishali. She gets the black pieces against a very strong Azeri player in Gunay Mamadzada, and I mean, no matter where you look, Peter, these are all going to be fun matchups, great clashes indeed.
Yes, absolutely. Many new names, but also very experienced like Katerina Lachno, Hampi Koneru. Always very nice to see them. The legendary players still fighting against the very young players, and they have their chance. They have the class. They can do it as well.
It's sometimes people overlook some of these players, and sometimes this is the stage where they have their breakout party. These are names that you're going to hear in the future if you haven't heard them already. And the standings in the open section, well, the player at the top, you've heard about this man for well over a decade. He's been the #1 player in the world. That is Magnus Carlsen. But right behind him, or I should say tied with him, but in second place in the standings, Arjun, Erigaisi, and Peter, I think that there's nobody who wants first place more than that man.
Yes, that's for sure. Arjun has been on fire on day one, and I think knowing that he needs the mission of winning the Rapid in order to qualify for the candidates, that's just fantastic news. He will carry the moment, he will have all the energy, and I believe all India is behind him.
And they're also behind this player. Vidit Gujarati won the Grand Swiss, and now he plays Magnus Carlsen. In some ways, Peter, beating Magnus Carlsen would be more important than winning the Grand Swiss altogether.
Okay, but thanks to winning the Grand Swiss, he qualified to his very first candidates. Vidit on incredible form. I'm very happy for him because I have seen him like a top 10 player for a very long time already, and I'm happy to see his breakthrough. Now he's challenging Magnus Carlsen. He has the opening knowledge. He has the variety of the openings to be taking up the challenge against Magnus.
He does indeed, and we will focus on Vidit against Magnus with so many great matchups in store for us. And when I said that him beating Magnus might be bigger than the Grand Swiss, of course, as the chess player, Vidit in any game can defeat Magnus Carlsen. But you know all of India is watching when one of their top players takes on Magnus. You had the call when Praggnanandhaa faced off against Magnus in the World Cup final. If Vidit can do it in the World Rapid stage and also maybe clear the path a little bit for Arjun Erigaisi, he'll become even more of a hero as India loves Vidit Gujarati.
Yes, we talked about this already yesterday, that however, if people are thinking that Magnus had this incredible start, 4.5 out of 5, then it's going to be smooth sailing from now on. No, and there is the handshake. Magnus appears. It just takes one bad moment, one bad decision in a time scramble, and then things can get a completely different turn. So nothing is given, even not for Magnus Carlsen.
I'm with you there, and something I've said for a long time about Vidit Gujarati. He is one of the players hurt most by the invitation system. If Vidit Gujarati was in the Grand Chess Tour, nobody would bat an eye. If he played in the Sinquefield Cup, nobody would say, oh, he shouldn't be here. But the invitation system hurts players who are just a little bit below in rating. Now his rating has skyrocketed into the 2740s. He'll get every invitation in the world. But Vidit Gujarati, he's been around, he's been in the hunt. And you see Chess-Based India, and everyone wants a photo of him. And there's nothing like beating Magnus Carlsen to make the headlines.
Yes, very good point. And that's why I'm so happy for him. And, I have tremendous respect because despite not having all these invitations, and we see another handshake there between UNG and Erigaisi, that he kept on working. He did not slow down. He believed that his chance might come if he keeps on working very hard. And here's the reward. He's in the candidates now, leading the World Rapid along with Magnus Carlsen and others. So happy for Vidit.
I am as well. He's a friend of mine, and he's just such a great ambassador of the game, a fantastic person. And we saw Arjun Erigaisi and Yu Yangyi. Yu Yangyi is one of those players who I always feel is a little underappreciated, and we see now on screen someone who is a star in her own right. Vaishali, she has made a name for herself in the chess world. She has been super strong all year long, but there are no easy matches in the World Rapid. And you see the player in front of her with the white pieces. That will be Gunay Mamedzada, and you know that she can beat anybody on any given day.
Yeah, very dangerous player, especially with the white pieces, I believe, and also a lot of experience. There we see Alexander Shimonov against Daniil Dubov. Daniil Dubov has won the World Rapid in 2018 in St. Petersburg. A very dangerous player in every single segment, but I think Rapid and Blitz is probably his main territory.
It suits him well, and Alexander Shimonov, who is his opponent, does very well in the quicker time patrols. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a world champion in the quickest time patrol that has a world championship. He won the World Blitz a couple years ago. He takes on Ivan Cheparinov, who, until Conrad Holt had that game against Mamedyarov, you could say that Cheparinov's game against Report was one of those candidates for move or game of the year. And Cheparinov, he's somebody who's worked with Topalov. You see the players, they're hearing comments from the local organizers as the games are about to begin. But all of these matches are so important, Peter. At this stage, as you said, the best chess comes out from players because the nerves of day one are behind them. And they're not yet in the medal race because there's still so many rounds to go.
Exactly. Yeah, this is also not coming for the first time to the venue, settling in. You just never know all the challenges the players are faced with. Yes, we are about to see the first opening move, some ceremonial.
Who are those flowers for?
Good question.
And what is going on? Magnus Carlsen not in his chair at the moment, so maybe the flowers are for him. But Vidit Gujarati, flower. Oh no, they're making the first move for him. They should give him the flowers. Come on, he earned it.
Yeah, and there we have it. It's the Catalan. Very professional choice by Vidit. That's the way to go against Magnus, not giving him the chance of choosing his opening. He has to kind of, wow, but hang on, we are ahead. Let me not spoil the fun. Handshake just happened.
Yeah, the board, the cameras, sometimes the moves will come in bunches. That is not up to us. We apologize for any inconvenience it may cause. And we see Magnus Carlsen. He is waiting, thinking, trying to figure out his move, and he's adjusting all his pieces before developing the knight.
Yes, and I like this. I like this attitude. I also very much prefer first to shadow ball my pieces before I start the game. Otherwise, I feel like my arm is not yet ready for the battle.
And there it is, G3 played, the Catalan that you were mentioning. So white aims to fianchetto that kingside bishop to get on the longest diagonal, while black's light square bishop typically is not nearly as strong. So Magnus, he's been spending a bit of time in the early going, Vidit moving instantly, and building that lead on the clock, Peter, that's really important in these quicker time controls.
Yes, it's important to control the clock. We have also seen in Magnus's case that yesterday, surprisingly, in the first couple of games, he was rather slow, and then he got his rhythm. And there we go, bishop b4 check, bishop d2. It's a standard way of, wow, Magnus goes for the trade. Usually people retreat the bishop to e7.
And we did see that trade of bishops, and then a strike with d5 from Magnus Carlsen. So d5, the last move played, and Vidit, he's just, it looks like the c5 was played by Magnus as well. So we will get these moves in bunches. But no, Magnus, so far in the opening, he's spent a little bit of time, Peter, but now he's found his footing.
Yeah, d5, knight f3, c6. Yeah, that's kind of a very solid system from black. Black is trying to be as solid as possible. Normally, the idea is to go knight bd7, then go b6. Try to develop the bishop depending on situation on a6 or on b7, and eventually force white to release the tension or with his c4 pawn. Yeah, any kind of c takes d5 structures are possible later on, because white will try to keep that tension as long as he can.
That makes sense because especially if black takes back with the c pawn, then the knight can hop out to c6. So oftentimes you wait for black to develop that knight on the queen side before taking on d5. So now you're getting right into it. I see all your arrows there, Peter. You're doing a great job giving all the highlights. But for Magnus Carlsen, he popped away from the board. He's right back in his chair. And now he's actually ahead on time. So he may have spent a few seconds in the early going. And here the moves are coming in bunches. But your plan is being played b6, develop the light square bishop. And it's a very solid position for black.
Yes, it's very solid. One of the main questions is when to jump in with the knight to e5 with white. Yeah, so for example, now something like castles, bishop a6, knight e5 would be kind of thematic. Also, there is another argument that white can maybe play the move rook c1, protecting the c4 pawn after bishop a6, yeah, just to keep the tension. There is lot of finesses here.
Yeah, and this is just a situation for Vidit where he chose the opening line to go into the Catalan, but Magnus has a wealth of experience himself from both sides. He did work with a player we saw earlier, the 2018 World Rapid Champion, Daniil Dubov, one of the most creative players in the Catalan. But this is not going to be one of those open melees. I think we're going to have a calmer game because for Vidit, I really believe that he doesn't want to lose to Magnus. A draw for him is not just an acceptable, but a good result.
Absolutely. There is, and we see in his opening choice, yeah, he wants to make sure that he controls the game. Yeah, there is no reason to get into some very dynamic battle against Magnus. And there is a small surprise, or maybe not even a surprise. Bishop b7 might have been the most natural move since white has already been ready to protect his c4 pawn. Magnus is probably preparing c5.
C5 makes a lot of sense. We could see a position with hanging pawns for black, but that gives dynamic chances. And so for Magnus, do you think that he has some ambitions? He always wants to win his games, but if he plays C5, maybe he could start thinking, I can mix this game up, and that way there isn't the symmetry that we currently see.
I think Magnus is very good in going step by step with his thought process. He knows exactly that he wants to be as solid as possible at first. Let's try to solve all the opening problems, and if he gets a comfortable equal position and there is still some chance to spice things up, then he will. But definitely he will not be rushing things, and I think this is also the right mindset.
And for Vidit, developing natural moves, bringing his queenside knight out, his rooks are now connected. He is aiming at the d5 square. It makes c5 a little bit harder to justify in some of these positions, and we see that it's Vidit back on the clock. So Magnus has made his move, but what was his move indeed at this stage?
Wow, yes, I think knight c3 has just been played. Yeah, we are one step ahead with our board action.
Okay, so it wasn't that the board was up to date. The camera comes in a little bit delayed. Sorry about the confusion there, but either way, it still remains a solid position. Magnus, he needs to figure out what to do with that queenside knight. His queen will likely leave the last rank to connect the rooks as well. So step one complete, all minor pieces out. When will c5 happen? That's the big question. But Peter, would you be tempted as white to take this pawn on d5 now that the knight has developed to d7 already?
Yes, there's an argument behind it. Yeah, we talked about it. Once the knight leaves the b8 square, then the idea of eventually going for c takes d5, c takes d5, and maybe a rook fc1. But knowing that Magnus actually yesterday has won a game against Denis Ismatulin in very similar structures, it might be kind of tempting to keep the tension, not to clarify situation, because Magnus is just so strong when there is clear simplicity on the board. He knows exactly what to do, how to transfer the pieces. When there is a lot of tension, then it's a different situation.
Makes sense. And I think that sort of clarity in the position, it can help Vidit if he wants to play safely, but it may not leave much life left in terms of winning chances because the c file will be the only open line. The rooks will likely be traded there. For Vidit, I don't sense true ambition from him given the opening. I really believe that he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose. And in the Grand Swiss, he lost the first game. And then after that, he was very solid, but then made the most of his chances when they came. I don't think he is a type of player who plays for a win from move one. As you said, step by step, move by move, not playing subjective moves. He really just studies the position and tries to do what is optimal each and every turn.
Yeah, and also kind of the disposition limits the players because you have to be patient. Yeah, it's very nice. Magnus has played the move Queen e7. He's kind of setting up Rook fd8, Rook ac8. There is just no reason for him to rush with c5 because one thing Black has to watch out for when he pushes c5, that White jumps with knight e5, and there is a very nasty pin along the long diagonal on the bishop on b7, and that can be awkward, eventually resulting in some isolated pawn structure for Black. Magnus does not want to get that. Yeah, White played the move Rook ac1, and I'm expecting some waiting rook move as well from Black.
It's a good lesson in keeping the tension because, as you said, if Black strikes with c5, that pin on the light square diagonal, it can be very frustrating. And if Black instead were to take on c4, that gives White an extra pawn in the middle of the board. And with so many pieces on the board, and in particular that knight on d7, it can't activate anymore. I like to say this, Peter, that a pawn 3 squares away from a knight, it dominates that knight. So the knight on d7, it's a superfluous piece in the words of the late Jeremy Silman. It can't hop forward because of the pawn on d4. So I do like White's position because it feels a little bit more harmonious. The knights are a little bit more active. The rooks are already connected. But where to from there? Not a single pawn has been traded. At some point, the rooks they desperately need an open line. And Magnus is just keeping it closed until the right moment.
Exactly. It's also very important in rapid chess that you get a position where you know exactly how to treat them. Yes, that you have your waiting moves, useful waiting moves, you keep them doing. You are not burning clock. You also put a little bit some pressure on White to decide what he's playing for. Yeah, for example, now the queen on d2 is somewhat awkwardly placed, yeah, because of the pin. There could be an argument that maybe try to sidestep on b2, but do you really want to have that queen on b2? Not exactly clear. There are so many little questions. And another important point that if White jumps knight e5, then after some trade on e5, this pin could be annoying for White.
I'm with you. So queen b2 stepping out the way, or queen up to f4. These are the types of moves you would like to play just to get a little bit more active because you're not releasing the tension on d5 just yet. I don't think that would be particularly advisable. So Magnus seems like he understands the position quite well. The queen did jump out there to f4. And, be careful if you're Black. Queen c7 at some moment can be a huge thorn in Black's side because that queen on e7 is not defended, so the knight can't move out the way. The bishop on b7 is loose. Black could be a bit tied down. So just it's something to keep an eye on if you're Magnus Carlsen. But you see where that queen wants to go. Maybe just sliding your rook to c8 takes care of that. And your rook probably wants to be on the c-file anyway.
Yes, but there is also one little question that catches my eyes, that if you play rook ac8, if I take cd5, is that an idea? Let me highlight what I have in mind. Maybe you can take with the knight on d5, try to trade those knights, but after cd5, my idea was somehow to jump with the knight to b5, threaten some kind of knight d6 moves, somewhere even after a6, sometimes there is this idea of going knight a7, fighting for the c-file. Yeah, there are all kinds of tricks in these positions.
Yes, and sometimes you can trick yourself, but what Magnus did very well at the Champion Chess Tours, that game where he put his knight on a2 when he was Black, and here, a knight on a7 can be super annoying, and as you said, the knight d6 with the fork. So I'm with you that, at some moment, White will take this pawn on d5, and Black also can take back with the knight to try to trade off some more pieces, but Magnus, he preempts it all. He says, I'm going to attack your pawn on c4. You may need to spend some time defending it. A queen c7 doesn't have a threat against that bishop, so the d8 rook can slide to c8 just to kick the queen out of there. I really like that move, bishop a6. It shows full board awareness, seeing what White's threat could be, and just now saying to Vidit, it's your turn. Your pawn's under attack. Do you need to defend it? Are you going to capture in the center? You need to make the choice at this stage.
Yeah, and he also controls any kind of knight jump to b5 after c takes d5, c takes d5. On the other hand, the bishop has left the center diagonal, and maybe, for example, is there an argument that White could eventually jump with the knight to e5?
Yes.
How would you react?
I would react by saying, looks like a perfectly logical move. And if I take on e5, I'm assuming you're taking back with the pawn. And what if I just get defensive, bring my knight back to d7 and suggest that the pawn structure has changed, but you have double pawns. The pawn e5, can be a strength, especially if you can open the d file and get your rook to d6, but it can be a long-term weakness as well. How would you assess that pawn? Is it an asset for white, or is it a bit of a liability?
Well, it depends how I'm following it up. If I have a good follow-up with some timely break with e4, yeah, for example, c takes d5. If c takes d5, then e4 probably would be very nice. But things are not so clear. You might capture with the e6 pawn, and then the e5 pawn will be weak. Yeah, a lot of questions, but Vidit has already made up his mind. He captured cd5.
And now Magnus has a choice. How would you recapture here, Peter? Because c takes d5 feels the most logical, but there could be an argument for knight takes d5, trading off a pair of knights, and there's also an argument for e takes d5, meaning that the pawn structure is no longer symmetrical.
Yeah, no, e5 I would rule out. I don't believe that black wants to play something like this. Then white gets the upper hand, because then suddenly, let me even put it, then this pawn structure is shaky. Yeah, this is not stable. I'm expecting Magnus to make sure that nothing can happen to him. Maybe cd, but maybe after cd, then Vidit wants to jump knight e5 and try to... Yeah, okay, no, cd5 played, yes, and Vidit goes g4 instantly. Wow.
Oh, g4. So what a move. He's just trying to gain some space. And I do think this is an instructive point for our viewers, because they're typically taught not to push pawns in front of their own king. But at this stage of the game, where black has no attackers in front of the white king, it's perfectly safe. It actually is a good move to gain space, to maybe kick that knight back. And there is no clear way to punish this decision. It could be a strategic issue down the line for white, but Vidit says, I'm going to go on the offensive here. I'm not just going to continue our solid affair.
Honestly, I'm a little bit puzzled and surprised by Vidit's choice, because the move c takes d5 signaled to me that he wants to make sure that he controls the game and everything is under control. I don't want any adventures. And after cd, suddenly he goes g4 with a completely different mindset. Yeah, it's kind of puzzling. Because knowing Magnus, he often likes to go rook a8, anyway loves to transpose the knight via e8 to d6. He loves that knight on d6 in these structures. And then g4, g5, I'm not exactly understanding how much it helps. Besides, somewhere maybe some tactics even with knight e4 could potentially work because of the weakness on e2 pawn.
I'm with you. So things could heat up here. And while Magnus considers his reply, maybe we zoom out to a bird's eye view just to see what's happening on some of the other boards. This is a marquee matchup between the hero in India, the winner of the Grand Swiss Vidit Gujrati, and world number one Magnus Carlsen. But as we look around, Peter, so many interesting games in each and every round, each and every day of the World Rapid. I'm looking on the upper right-hand side of my screen there. I see Arjun Erigaisi against Yu Yangyi. I see that there are going to be some attacking chances for Erigaisi against the Black King. It looks a little bit more open than the White King does, but all of the games have some life to it, some interesting notes, and I wouldn't know where to choose. So, Peter, I'll let you pick our next event.
I think let's jump to Arjun. Yeah, definitely. This is a very interesting game. This had to be a Petrov. Seeing the structure, yes, it was the Petrov, the famous main line. And it led to a very double-edged position, but I'm loving White's position. This pawn on f6, this is a very big long-term weakness. Black's king is vulnerable. Now the question after c5, c4, yeah, that we have to find a good square for the bishop on d3. Probably the idea is bishop e4, f5, trying to close down the position with e4. Is that what Yuanji has in mind?
I would imagine so. Oh, he takes on f4. Perhaps he thought, after f5, there was maybe bishop sliding back to f3. If we could just show that very quickly, yes. Peter, I think that after f5, bishop to f3, after bishop takes f3, now most of us would want to take with our queen, but As you're pointing out, g takes is better because the pin along the e file, the open g file, only helps white unleash a vicious attack against the black king. But I just want to note that giving yourself double pawns for beginners, not really a natural thing to do. But the problem, the downside of taking with the queen on f3 over there on the king side, would have allowed black to shut down the center with pawn to e4, and suddenly the problems aren't so big for black anymore. There's better control of vital squares, a healthier pawn chain. So g takes f3. Great recognition, great awareness from Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes, and that was the reason why Yuan Ji took on f4, but this also gives white some space. But hang on, after queen takes f4, there is some direct idea with bishop d6. Yes, on the board already, hitting the queen.
Okay.
But bishop d5 check followed by queen takes c4, isn't this a pawn?
That is a pawn. If I know what a pawn is, that does look like white is gaining one. I think Yu Yang just didn't have choices because bishop takes h7 check was a threat with that bishop being loose on e7. And the queen on c8 is tied down to this bishop on g4, so bishop takes b7. And other ideas were threats as well. So I feel like for black here, you say, okay, I'm in trouble. I don't want to blunder anything major. I don't want my king to be open. Let me go down a pawn. At least it might be an endgame. But Peter, this is a very clear extra pawn, a healthy plus for white, and a 4-on-2. This is how I like to look at chess in positions like this. Once the c4 pawn is gone, it's 4-on-2. So 2 extra pawns for white on the queen side and 1 extra pawn for black on the king side. I really like the mobility of white's pawns, especially when the queens get traded.
Yeah, bishop d5 check on the board. Okay, king h8 kind of has to be played, I assume. King f8. If you are already getting ready for the endgame, there is some argument for king f8, but otherwise it would be completely out of this planet, I believe. King h8 is the natural move, and then queen takes c4, grabbing the pawn. There could be some idea like takes, and then bishop f4 check, but we can even just nicely cover that with bishop e3. So I'm not worried about this. So king h8, queen takes c4. Let me just highlight what I was mentioning. After bishop f4 check, if the king would have moved, then black might be too active with rook d2. But we also have bishop e3, making sure everything is under control.
It's a really important response from white because the top players, the best players in the world, they love to give up a pawn for the activity. But if you don't get the activity, then you're simply down some material. So
wow! But
look at
this. Look at this. What a move black has played, actually. Bishop e6.
Wait, what? Oh, because you can't take with a rook on e6. Bishop takes queen is check. So you
Insane.
do not get away with it. That is a very clever response. And what is happening here?
Well, what is happening that Arjun has played a stunning response to it almost instantly. Queen takes c4. What a brilliancy. Unbelievable stuff.
Oh my gosh. It looks like black is winning a piece because after queen takes queen, if white takes the queen back, then black is a piece ahead. But to throw in bishop takes e6 check, I mean, just the tactical awareness from Arjun Erigaisi through the roof.
Yes, incredible. Basically, then, maybe this is the move that Yuan Ji has missed in his calculation. Amazing stuff. Queen takes c4. What a lovely move. Let us just show this. Queen takes c4, bishop takes e6 being the point. And this is a check. So black will have to give up the queen. And again, white gets the extra pawn in the endgame. And bishop f4 check can still be met by bishop e3. And after king f7, then we still have the retreating square with rook e4. And everything clarifies and it's a healthy pawn.
Arjun Erigaisi needs to win the World Rapid to make his way to candidates. Moves like queen takes c4, seeing that from a distance, it's the type of move that you say, okay, he's not just hanging around the top. He may be in the form to win this very event. And a year ago, he didn't medal, but he performed extremely well in the World Rapid. He's such a strong player. Queen takes c4, a brilliant move that's given by chess.com, and I think it deserves it. What an idea from Arjun. It's a simple extra pawn at this stage. Peter, Arjun in the driver's seat.
Yes, absolutely. And what is so incredible in his performance that he has come to the World Championship knowing that he has to deliver, he has to win it. And normally one could argue that this is quite a disadvantage, because that's putting too much pressure on him. And no, actually it seems like it helps him to perform his best. A very impressive play by him.
It is indeed, but the game does go on. And if I were Yu Young-yi, I would probably move my dark squared bishop, give that check on f4. So then at least we get this imbalance of bishops of opposite color, because after bishop f4 check, you're going to take this bishop on f4, and then the bishop on d5 is captured by the light square bishop, and now the a2 pawn is hanging. I'm not taking your pawn on g2. Like that, it's not actually a hanging pawn on the king side, because if you take the g2 pawn, you're just opening files. People think, oh, I lost a pawn. It's -1 in material value. No, you gain an open file whenever a pawn is off the board. So there's just no way you want the g2 pawn. White is still ahead, but Peter, with bishops of opposite color, that will increase chances to hold on if queens and rooks get traded.
Yes, if you manage to trade everything off, it's correct. But on the other hand, what I'm really worried of for black is that white has this lovely outpost for the bishop on d4, beautifully cemented by the pawn on c3. That would be a lovely construction, and as you highlighted, some rook g1, g4, g5, opening up the g file, going after black's king. And look at this, black's coordination is still far from ideal. It's a very tough choice. I'm understanding why Yuan is taking all his time now.
Yeah, it's just a situation where you're sort of between a rock and a hard place. Either you trade off the queens, and he's going down this exact variation that you pointed out, Peter. The queens come off, it's an extra pawn for white, but they say all rook endgames are drawn, but they don't say all rook endgames with a bishop and with 2 extra pawns on the queen side. For white, 1 extra pawn on the king side for black. Those are not necessarily going to be drawn. White is much better at this stage.
Yes, of course, as you mentioned correctly, rook endgames are tricky. There is always a very big drawish margin. On the other hand, okay, first of all, let us enjoy white's possession. We are pawn up, everything is under control. Black is not too active. Yeah, it's not like black has too much activity. It really feels like a healthy pawn. Yeah, those pawns are doubled. It will be a question and a challenge to start moving them. But that will be a question for a later stage. King f7 happened. First, white just have to make sure to stabilize and then slowly go step by step.
I actually approve of black's decision there to trade the queens. I think this is perhaps easier to defend. It won't be easy, but easier than that potential attack against this king that we were highlighting before. So it's still in that territory where I would give it, it's one of those 50-50 positions. 50% white wins, maybe a little more than that, I would say, especially with the time advantage for Arjun. But it's one of those situations where either white wins, which is, I would say, a pretty likely result, or black plays well and holds this draw, because the evaluation bar off to the side is still saying this is holdable territory for black.
It's kind of a good question, yeah, that objectively speaking, is this winning or not? And we see that, yeah, white was hesitant. Where do I put that rook? The rook came back to e4. Black is kicking that rook away immediately with f5. I think it's very important, because if white gets time to somehow establish the light squared control with g4 and then getting the bishop to d4, then it might be even a very clever idea for white not start pushing the queenside pawns, but actually going after black's king with some h4, rook f1, g5 idea. With f5, black makes sure that he's already controlling the light squares. What do we get? Rook d4, okay, and g6. No, g5. G5, okay, setting up some counterplay activity on the king side.
I like the way that Yu Ying is handling this. He's trying to make the most of his extra pawn. Now you actually see it. Black is up a pawn on these 3 files. And so if he can use those pawns as a distraction, white can't do everything that he wants. So I like the setup here from Yu Ying in his defensive task. But now that they're deep in thought, this is going to be probably a long endgame grind. Let's zoom out once more. Let's head to the bird's eye view because so many games are happening. I only see one finished game from our bird's eye view scene where there was a draw between Cheparinov and Vashi. But the other clashes, they continue. And I think that's David Anton with a big advantage against Xu Xiangyu. On the bottom row here in the middle of our screen, you see the eval bar quite low there. And so looks like David Anton, he may be able to climb up towards the top of the leaderboards. And I'm looking at the Magnus game. Peter, that looks like all the pieces have been traded off. So we are heading towards that equal type of position without the major pieces.
Yes, normally one would say that this is very drawish. On the other hand, knowing that it's Magnus Carlsen, you can never rule it out. But I really feel that if, for example, now White is also trading queens, then he makes a lot of sense of his h4 g5 pawn structure, because he's controlling dark squares. And eventually, for example, let's just highlight what I'm talking about. After some queen trade, White potentially has this idea of activating the king all the way to f4, and then imagine with the king on f4, eventually you go knight e5, you trade, and then king takes e5, and you keep on walking. Yeah, but Vidit goes queen a3, targets that bishop on a6.
Wow. Peter, this is a position where all three results are possible. I know that throughout this game, we've been thinking this could be a draw. It looks very solid, but if that queen, that slides into e7 at some moment, that could be dangerous for black, because the knight on e8 is loose. Knight e5 becomes a threat with the black's pieces not being coordinated very well. And on the flip side, look at that knight on b1. A move like queen c2 at any moment for black, that could start going after that knight on b1 and the white king as well, with a check on d1 available to it. So it's the type of position where you can go wrong with either color, even in just a few moves.
Exactly. The move queen a3 was very interesting, trying to spice things up. Magnus going bishop e2. Wow, that was a very nice reaction. Bishop e2 was a tempo move. The moves came in too quickly. Let us just appreciate why this was so important, because black gets an extra tempo hitting the knight on f3. White has to protect it with knight b2, and then suddenly Magnus gets the knight to d6, gets harmony, avoids any kind of queen e7 problems, and now all of a sudden seems like black has perfect harmony.
And it's one big question that I'm having, not just for myself and the viewers, but for you, Peter, directly, is bishop takes f3 at some moment a good idea? Because that light square bishop for white, it's not really doing anything. And those knights for black, they can be quite jumpy, hop around into e4 and c3 and things of that nature. So would you actually be considering a knight trade, a bishop trade for that knight from Magnus's perspective?
Well, to be honest, first when the move, bishop f1 happened, okay, the bishops are traded, so we also get an answer that after bishop f1, Magnus did not want to take on f3 because White's bishop is already back into the game with f1. But Magnus goes knight f5 and hinting at this potential weakness on h4 pawn. We do remember yesterday Magnus has won that game against Denis Ismatulin by targeting the h5 pawn in this symmetrical knight endgame. That was some incredible, insane performance from Magnus. I feel that White is slightly on the receiving end here. Yeah, I'm not regretting, and maybe Vidit is also regretting his ambitious queen a3 choice. Maybe just making sure that you have perfect harmony with queen c3 was more precise.
Pawn pushes, those are the type of moves that we're happy about in the early stage of the game. We're gaining space, we're forcing our opponent's pieces back, and then we come to regret them, because if that g5 pawn were on g3, there would be no weaknesses in White's position. That h4 pawn would be safe and sound. But now the knight on f5, it's in, wow, an h5 play, just cementing that pawn in place. You're not taking en passant here, I don't believe, because that isolates the pawn. But the point I was trying to make is that the knight on f5 is active, attacking a pawn. The knight on f3 is defensive, protecting. And black could consider e5 at some moment. You're starting to shake this thing up here. The white king is in the center. There's a queen and some knights on the board. e6 to e5 at any moment can start going after the white king.
Yes, it's not kind of a strange position for White. It looks like it should be solid because it's very drawish. It's an endgame, symmetrical pawn structure. What could go wrong? But look at this queen on a3. It's somehow artificial. It doesn't really have any purpose. Yeah, because yes, the purpose is that eyeing the a7 pawn, And wow, white plays g takes h6, which is kind of signaling that he's not that happy. You don't do a move like this very lightly.
No, you're look at the pawn on h4. The pawn on h6 will be won at any point, but the pawn on h4, that's a long-term weakness, an isolated pawn. And for Vidit, I think you're correct. He doesn't want to sit and do nothing. He probably feels that he'll be outplayed. And at least by taking on h6, some kind of knight g5 at a moment could be a valuable resource for white. So I prefer black's position. I prefer Magnus's clock. I am a little bit concerned for Vidit, but the eval bar hasn't hated his decisions, even though I believe both of us think at this stage that it's clearly favorable for black. The moves are a bit easier. There are some plans there. White's knights now are the superfluous ones.
Exactly. It is so much easier to be black, and in a rapid game, especially with already now the time control, the time situation getting more critical, more important. This is a very critical situation. Yeah, white plays queen a4, trying to somehow get that queen into the game, but where is this queen going? It still doesn't do much.
I wasn't sure if that was a rhetorical question because you asked it, and I was like, I don't have an answer, Peter. It's not going anywhere. Maybe it's just eyeing the e8 square, saying to the knight on f6, you're not hopping into the position anymore, but I don't see an actual threat. It's just perhaps preventative.
Yes, and maybe one of the ideas is that if black, because at some point black should collect the pawn on h6, then white jumps with knight e5, and when that knight jumps back to f5, targeting the h4 pawn, we just ignore it and go queen c6, fighting for the c file. And if the queens are traded, then suddenly white's knight would start bothering black's queenside pawns. That might be the idea. In that case, this is quite clever.
It's clear play from Vidit where the position it looked like he didn't have a plan. He's creating one for himself because that pawn h6, I know I said that it's a goner. At some point, black will scoop it up. But you do have to grab it at some point because otherwise it could be used as a decoy. You can flick in h6 to h7 with check just to distract, maybe discombobulate some of black's pieces. So that pawn will be captured one way or another. But for now, Vidit's holding on to everything. So do you see a plan for black at this stage? Is there some kind of maneuvering with the knights or perhaps improving the location of the queen that Magnus can go for?
Well, the queen on c7 looks quite ideal at the moment. It's but it's the situation there. Magnus is taking his time. So far, he has been blitzing out his moves because they were very natural. Now it's all about very precise calculation. Yeah, it's all about move plan, move play. Magnus wants to get the most out of it. Yes, we see the sequence I have been talking about. It was very logical. The big question is, what is the final outcome of it?
Well, it looks like that for black here, if you trade queens, we see exactly what happens. Black's pawns start falling. I would slide my queen to e7 because if white really wants to collect that a7 pawn, you have to put your queen all the way on a8, then bring your knight to c6. It's too awkward. So I would keep queens on the board if I'm Magnus Carlsen here because that pawn on a7, it might be untouchable, and the h4 pawn is super valuable and very weak.
Yes, on the other hand, okay, things are then also escalating because queen e7, white might also go for some knight f3, knight g5 idea. Clearly, you can jump with the knight to e4. It's becoming razor sharp just when the players are getting into heavy time trouble. It will be dramatic.
It will for sure. And the queen on e7, it protects a7. It also can go to a3 at any moment, just going after white's vulnerable a2 pawn. So this is a situation, whoa, Magnus decides to go into the pure endgame. But Peter, I know white has this potential weakness on h4. I don't see how black piles up more pressure on it. It looks level, but I will not say drawish when Magnus Carlsen's involved because that game against Kismatulin yesterday, anyone would have said, oh, it's going to be a draw, but not Magnus Carlsen. He always finds a way to play on.
Yes, exactly. And there is this certain imbalance. Yeah, the pawn on h4, this is something to play with. Magnus clearly is planning to bring his king closer. Besides, white might have to watch out for some f6 move because if black plays the move f6, then suddenly there is no real good way for white's knight to retreat. Any kind of knight a7 can be met by some knight d6, and then the king continues the journey. If you suddenly go knight b5 and then after trade, you're going to get a very weak pawn. Yeah, so Vidit jumps back with the knight immediately. Correct.
Such a good point. And this knight on e5 is frustrating black because you would like to keep bringing this king on his journey towards the center or the queen side, but the f7 pawn is loose. If you push f7 to f6, g6 is hanging. So at some point, perhaps Magnus will slide his knight back to h6 just to protect that pawn on f7. But then you're getting a little bit passive. I don't really see the path forward. b5 is a potential move for black just to try to liquidate a little bit, but you have to go and protect that first. So it's a long story here for Magnus, but they haven't shaken hands, Peter. And if I'm looking at the clock, and if that's correct, Vidit's getting really low on time.
Yeah, okay, now we get the real correct clock situation. It's the most unpleasant thing that white cannot force things. Yeah, and you know exactly playing against Magnus that, yeah, if the status quo stays like this, and it will be always a little bit unpleasant, then you might not be able to hold it in the long run. Yeah, that kind of gives you the feeling that you should try to use this moment to do something. But then you have to be very precise. Okay, he just sticks to wait and see strategy.
He says, what can you do? There's no more firepower in the position. I'm just going to keep that status quo. And as you said, it could be dangerous on the clock. But if Vidit goes king e2, king e1, unless Magnus can somehow bring his king to h5, that's the only way I see the h4 pawn being targeted. Because unfortunately for Magnus's winning chances, the knight on e4 can't actually touch this pawn on h4. There's no square available to it to put another attacker on that somewhat vulnerable pawn.
Yes, and now the good news for Vidit is that he knows exactly that his next move gonna be king e2. Yeah, it was psychologically so difficult to move the active king, the more active king from e2 back to e1. But you will be so happy to, okay, knight f6, knight g5. We are getting all these moves. Let's just go quickly back. Knight f6, returned. Knight g5, jumping, hitting the f7 pawn. Knight d6, regrouping, king e2, knight d7 on the board.
And now is a big question because sometimes these endgames seem simple, and the engine hasn't really moved at all. It's staying towards the center. But if you trade knights, that knight on d6 is perfectly placed, protecting the pawn on f7, and the black king slides out to c6, maybe pawn push to b5, just to make white's pawns a little bit more approachable. It's not an easy decision at this stage. It's still equal, objectively speaking, but practically speaking, there are some things to figure out, especially if black gets that f6 move in.
Yeah, it's so much more pleasant to be black, and Magnus is enjoying himself. He's trying to put pressure. And Vidit with less time, yeah, knight c6 check played, yeah, okay. Everything is correct. I think knight c6 check was very important, yeah, not to trade those knights. We see that the knight on d7 is kind of passive. Besides, the knight on c6 might open also the way of eventually start trading pawns on the queen side with a timely b3, b4.
I think that point that you just mentioned is essential because f6 goes for your earlier plan. The knight on c6 is a bit trapped in there, but after f6, white can play b4, forcing queenside pawns off and freeing up squares for that knight on c6. So really a good idea for Vidit to play if the move f6 is indeed chosen by Magnus. But it seems like Vidit's doing everything right. When there's a potential problem, he solves it immediately.
Yeah, it looks pretty impressive. Also, the big difference compared to the previous position where I highlighted that f6 might be strong, then black's knight was on e4, putting pressure on the f2 pawn and opening up the way for black's king to target that knight on c6. Now, if black plays f6, wow, and Magnus goes knight f6, trying to get the knight to e4, then Vidit anticipates and goes king e2, b4 immediately.
And if king d7, importantly, that knight can hop to e5 with check. One of the knights, both of the knights, probably the c6 knight is the better choice. But that's an important little nuance here because if that knight had to move out the way, then b4 would drop. And if you play b4 to b5, there are some downsides of that. The a4 pawn, if a black knight swings back to d6 and c4 and b2, that a4 pawn can be in harm's way down the line. So it's just one of these things that you have to think not just about the position as it stands, but what weaknesses are you creating when you push a pawn? In this case, the a4 pawn perhaps is a long-term target.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, on one hand, yeah, okay, a takes b4 is played, so there is no need to speculate about this. It was also disturbing Magnus, yeah, you clearly also don't want to give white the option eventually going b5, besides the a5 pawn was hanging. So yes, taking on b4 and going 97, playing natural moves is absolutely logical. Still, there is a weakness on h4, there is a weakness on a4, but white seems to be able to handle these problems.
Just doing everything that he needs to is Vidit Gujarati, and he's had such a successful streak. Not only did he win the Grand Swiss, he won the Gashima Memorial, which was in the Rapid and Blitz time patrols, and he was able to leapfrog Arjun Erigaisi, amongst others, down the line in some important moments. So for Vidit, this is another important moment. His pawns are a little bit loose, and Magnus, he's trying to bring his knight forward. Peter, 35 seconds, not a lot of time for Vidit.
Yeah, and Magnus is not letting it go. He opted for knight c8, beautiful maneuver. The knight is getting to d6. Eventually, knight c4, knight e4 ideas will be hanging in the air. Yeah, knight d3 to e5 was
And
played.
25 seconds. There's 10-second bonus time. Every single move you make, you get that increment. That's going to be key for Vidit, because otherwise he'd be in too big of time trouble to hold on here. And Magnus, he wipes some hair off his face, and he's still trying to come up with a plan. He never gives up, and that is Magnus Carlsen's greatest strength as a champion of this game.
Yeah, now also we see that Vidit has jumped with his knight to c6 in order to support the a4, a5 move. Clearly, white would love to eliminate all the pawns on the queen side and less things to worry about. Then all the focus could be directed towards the king side and the only weakness on h4.
And we see at long last, black did play f6. White retreated with the knight. And then Magnus, he said, let me go forward. I bring my knight to e4. So now knight c3 check. That knight in the center of the board for black is trying to give a check. And that's why Vidit brought his knight back to stop that check. But Peter, Vidit is passive and he's down to 18 seconds.
Yeah, now in a lot of trouble. All of a sudden, what happened here? Just very quickly, knight cd6, knight c6, f6, getting access to the e5 square, going after the knight on c6 with king d7. White just jumped back with the knight to b4 all the way to a2, and after king d7, knight d2 basically gives up the h4 pawn.
Wow, just take on d2, take on h4, and king and knight endgames are most similar to king and pawn endgames, which means a single extra pawn often decides the game. And here, Magnus swaps knights, grabs the pawn on h4, and for those of you who maybe think, oh, it's just an endgame, it's not exciting, Magnus Carlsen, he thrives in these moments. And Peter, I think we're already in territory where it's nearing objectively winning for black.
Yes, I think it should be winning. Knight d3 g5. Beautiful pawn structure. Black has the better pawn structure. Black has the perfect harmony. And still, if it would be 4 versus 3 only on the king side, that would be a different story. But there's still this weakness also on a4. Black has many possibilities, potentially trying to target that pawn even with ideas like this.
And the extra pawn can become a decoy, as you're saying, because of the presence of pawns on both flanks, that white may be tied down, stretched a little bit too thin. And we see Magnus, he's figuring out where to bring his king. Up to c6 it goes. And for Vidit, he brings his king back rather than forward. So maybe that wraparound that you talked about with the black king trying to go up to the flank, to the rook file, but I think that white will try to stop it as well. King b7 might be met with knight to b4, and the black king can no longer inch forward.
Exactly, yeah, that's kind of essential, and it's obligatory for white. Magnus, however, can now also start regrouping his knight with knight d6, knight c4, the idea that you mentioned. Yeah, knight d6 played.
And I have to say, Peter, the bathtub formation, that's what the black pawns are in, from d5, e6, f6, g5, it's so frustrating because they take away all these key squares from the white knight, and that's been a theme of this endgame, is white's knights have never been able to activate so much, and black's knights hopping around every single square. It's like a knight's tour, and I think we're getting a tour into the mind of Magnus Carlsen, who plays for a win all the time, and for Vidit, he's been down to just 35 seconds. He gets the 10 seconds per move, but at this stage, it might already be too late.
Yeah, of course, it does not really depend on Vidit anymore. It's much more on Magnus if he is able to capitalize on this incredible chance, which I'm assuming the answer will be yes. Especially also psychologically now, Vidit feels horrible because he knows exactly that, okay, how did this happen? I had everything under control. It looked like it's going to be an easy draw. And he knows that he's objectively losing
And
and
now
has very little time.
He's objectively lost. I mean, the Black King just went to b7. And then the Knight, I think, went to f2. The Knight's not even trying to stop the King. So can't that Black King just go up to a5 right now, Peter? And you win the a4 pawn, and you have 2 extra pawns. And in different sides of the board, I think it's over.
Yeah, but what Vidit is trying to do, that if you play King a5, then ed5, Knight g4, suddenly give some counter chances because you hit the f6 pawn and then eventually you can go after the d5 pawn. Probably it's lost anyway, but Magnus correctly pauses and takes his time to decide what is the exactly most precise way of proceeding here.
And there's always this question, do you swap pawns on e4 first? I think now that you mention it, so you don't get this isolated pawn on d5, taking on e4 looks like the right decision. And as I say it, Magnus plays it. Now king to a5 is played, and there are no more weaknesses. Your knight on f2 is stuck defending the e4 pawn. If you push e5, I just take your pawn. We're liquidating, and that's good news for the side with extra material. You take, bring your knight to f7, and that should be that, but a4 is dropping.
Yes, king takes a4 on the board. 35 seconds versus 2:17. Yeah, e5 pushed. White had to push, but now black has 2 passed pawns. And on 2 sides of the board, this should be just elemental winning. FIDE, knight can even jump maybe to f7, making sure that you hit the pawn on e5, but you can go wherever. But I feel like knight f7 and then just start pushing the b pawn should win on the spot.
And we see he did take on e5 and knight f7, the line that we've been discussing. It's very simple chess. You're attacking a white pawn, you're protecting your potentially vulnerable pawn, and the b pawn is free to run. You can't stop that pawn. It's a runaway train at this stage. Push it.
Yeah, why not? Of course, b5, white is hoping on some knight dc, knight c5 check, and suddenly there is a counterplay on the e6 pawn, but all this should not really matter because black also has the g pawn.
Yeah, the Black King is in the perfect place to help escort the pawn to the other side, because if white does go pawn grabbing on e6, that knight's very far away from those passers that are going to go to the other side. So Vidit Gujarati, I see that feature chat there saying this is beautiful. Unfortunately, it's not beautiful for him. Sometimes you just have to sit in amazement at what Magnus Carlsen is able to accomplish. But for Vidit, he's on the receiving end. He is not happy. He's saying, couldn't you save this for another game against somebody else? Magnus, he's incredible. He's just the end game maestro that we just have to appreciate.
Yeah, and look at this lovely little final touch also, knight d8, because basically I'm calling it a final touch. I feel like with this move, Vidit hopes are ending right there. Knight c6 check is coming, kicking away the king, targeting the e5 pawn, and then there will be a free runway for the b pawn.
And it's why knights are so bad at chasing down pawns, because they can attack the pawn, but as soon as it moves and you attack it again, the pawn can keep moving. You can't get your piece in front of it and attack it. And the king goes after this g pawn, but don't resign. Don't knock the king over. It's white's king that will be tipped over soon, Peter. This is now at this stage for Magnus. It's a walk in the park.
Yeah, clearly white is collecting the g4 pawn, but the b pawn will cost the knight, and the knight takes care of the rest. No hopes here for Vidit.
He would need to be able to take Magnus's b pawn and then bring his king all the way up into the position, but it's asking for too much. And for Magnus, he already is going to grab that queen in his hands, because the only way that Vidit can stop is by sacrificing his knight. And here at b2, that's game over.
Well, but first knight c6, very professional that after king f6, knight d4, yeah, that you protect, you make sure that you can never ever run into any Troish construction. Very nice play. Fantastic play by Magnus.
And I love it because it wasn't actually necessary, I don't believe, but it's so professional, as you called it. Don't even give Vidit any hope at this stage of the game that the king could have run around. King f6, knight up to d4. And, we see a little modal up here, which means that Magnus Carlsen, he's the champ.
Yeah, Vidit gives knight c5 check. It feels like it's gonna be the last move of the game. King b4, and the b pawn queens. It's all over.
And for Vidit Gujrati, there's the handshake. Magnus Carlsen, he earned every bit of that point. And you see Vidit talking to him like, where did it all go wrong for me? It just felt like suddenly I was in the back foot. And Magnus probably telling him, I don't know, you should have been a draw, but I've just been doing this my whole career.
Yeah, once White's pawn on h4 got isolated, that knight endgame with time advantage and with the potential of grounding this position forever, that was kind of scary. Vidit was defending very well for a long time. The clock ticked on. One mistake, all that needed to make sure that Magnus capitalizes on his advantage and wins this game in a wonderful manner with perfect technique.
And for Vidit Gujrati, he's still in the thick of the race. I mean, he does drop that point, but he's having a great event nonetheless. And Magnus Carlsen, it's just another excellent game amongst a career full of them, and he wants to win the World Rapid Championship yet again. But there are other players who are going to give him a challenge. It's not just the Magnus Carlsen show in the World Rapid Championship 2023. Arjun Erigaisi, Yu Yang, they were playing their game. David Anton, he won his game with the black pieces. So players, they will continue chasing Magnus, but Magnus Carlsen is always the favorite when he is playing chess.
For sure, yeah. So far he has been very dominating and incredible performance, but we still have some action. And it's Konrad Holt against Levon Aronian. Knight d5 on the board. Wow, we came at the right time.
Just when I was thinking, Peter, are we going to get bishop and rook versus rook, a theoretical draw, but very hard to prove without much time on your clock? Knight d5 says, well, you take my knight, I get your rook. Thank you very much. If you keep your rook in contact with the bishop, if you have rook a4, knight b6, forking the rook and the bishop and winning material. So I think for Levon Aronian, his losing chances are greater than his winning chance at this stage. Of course, he can move his rook away somewhere, but then knight c7 check, and rook takes bishop. So no longer any hope to win this game for Levon.
Yeah, okay, then rook b7 is the most professional way, just making sure no knight c7 check, and then shake hands. Maybe because there is not so much to talk about the position, it's going to be a draw. Can you tell us, reveal something about this mystery man, Konrad Holt, because he's stunning the world championship here?
Yeah, I've known Konrad a long time, not very well personally, but we played. He's a few years younger than me from the US. And for those of you, who were back in the ICC days, Darnock was his username. I believe he was above 3,300 Blitz on the Internet Chess Club way back in the day, over a decade ago. So he's renowned for his speed chess prowess. He's also an extremely good bug house player. Some people know as doubles chess. So Konrad Holt, he is someone, if you're following American chess for a long time, familiar. I think he worked at Google, so he stopped playing chess for a while, but he still got it. He never lost it, and he is about to draw against Levon Aronian, barring some kind of terrible blunder in this position.
Because what comes to my mind when I hear Konrad Holt is that he used to be, or he is, a Queen C2 Nimzo player, and against castles with E4 he was going for very aggressive lines. I recall that from somewhere like 2011-12. Those are my memories.
Well, I call him the Thunder Holt, and I call you the Encyclopedia, because you remember everybody's game from over a decade ago, no matter the opening. So good memory by you. He definitely played all those sharp variations. He loved the open board. So Peter, you're got it right. You know your chess players.
Yes, usually I follow all the interesting opening games, and I noticed that he's very dangerous in this type of position. And I'm very happy seeing him do so well here, because this is always nice to see some unknown players, who are not that famous people are not that familiar with, but there are so many brilliant players out there, and just nice to see the example like this.
Yeah, we get to see that in the more Swiss events, the open events that we have. You get to see some of these underdogs, players who are not as heralded. We see the draw is agreed, so this is natural at this stage with only a rook and minor piece per side. Maybe we can go to the game between Amin Tabatabai and Timur Rajabov, two familiar names, household names to the masters. And for Amin Tabatabai here, it looks like he's got two separate passed pawns, and he's got a knight for a rook, but the engine's all the way up. Peter, I could see white going wrong in this position because of that passed pawn that you're highlighting on f3.
Of course, yeah, it's not only that white has these two incredible passers. By the way, the rook on h7 is a little bit out of the game. There is this crazy pawn on f3. Now the big question is, does white have some time to go h6, rook h8? Probably the answer is no. But then what do we do?
Great question, because rook takes c4 check is also a threat, hitting the king and that loose knight on c3. And with no time on the clock, I don't know what move to find here. c5 is maybe a thought that comes to my mind for white, but after f2, I don't see how I'm
Yes.
stopping your pawns.
Exactly, yeah, that's completely crazy. And knight d5 is played, and look at this, the level bar changes completely. We were right, but the drama is not over yet. This is some complete craziness.
The evaluation bar does not take complexity into account. Look at this position. It says that black is better, but with black on the move, f1 equals queen, rook takes rook, and how do you stop white from queening? This is really complicated. You don't even have a check to follow up for black. So what's Timur going to do at this stage?
Well, there is also the argument to take rook take g7 and after d8 queen to play f1 queen, which protects back on f6. But with 10 seconds on the clock, please navigate all this mess.
I know you're not actually asking me to because it is simply impossible. Rook takes g7 does look like a good try, but as you point out, getting a queen for white, black gets a queen, maybe in pawn h6 or rook to g8, trying to go after
Yes.
the black king. There's no checks against the white king here.
And that's exactly on the board. Yeah, where do we hide? Rook g6, is that a way to go? Or is there some nice way to set up some mating threats? But the knight on d5 protects that king on d6 beautifully.
Where if the queen were on e5 with check, that might be something to think about. So I'm trying to think in terms of where do my pieces belong. But if I go queen f5, maybe there's queen takes f6 check or something like that to consider to force the queens off the board. It's getting extremely messy. The players don't have much time. Of course, Timur Rajabov has not lost on time. The moves will come in bunches here, but this is a crazy position. Anybody's game.
Yeah, with this time situation for sure. I like your suggestion of queen f5 because after queen, rook g6 played, queen e7, yeah, finally black gets a tempo getting queen to f5. Okay, this should be winning now.
Rook e4 comes to mind to me because there's no checks against the black king except for queen e3 check. So sliding my rook to e4, it threatens your queen, it stops your check, and allows black to deliver those checks next. And I think, yeah, that should do the trick.
Yeah, rook e4 seems to be winning on the spot.
It's
Wow,
so
what
funny.
a game.
Yeah, we tuned in and it said white is completely winning, and we're like, why? I don't see the move, and nor did Amin Tabatabai. I'm sure nobody actually saw the correct continuation. It was that complicated.
Yeah, or maybe accidentally you can find the move, but you don't know why. Yeah, and what are the consequences? It's just one of those positions. It's impossible to figure it out with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and if you do find it, well, you are just an incredible tactician, as both these players are. And here, queen trade offered because h6 fell and rook c5, the b5 pawn is next. So I think that this is the simplification that players like to execute when they're in time trouble. This stage is now easy for black to go forward from.
Yeah, the point was that queen e5 check was also my kind of professional viewpoint. I was a little bit worried that the b6 pawn will be vulnerable in the line that happened because black still needs to take on h6, but there was this trick. After rook h6, king takes h6, knight takes b6 is met by rook c5 check, picking up the b5 pawn and winning. So that was the justification, and the rest is kind of obvious.
Yeah, at this stage, It's just one of those, and the boards are being set up, so it looks like the games have concluded for the round, and no more fight to be had for Amin Tabatabai in this position. As you said, the rest is obvious. So, Peter, I mean, what a round, what a day we are just starting, in fact, because still early goings in the World Rapid Championship, but we've seen ups and downs. We've seen very level endgames suddenly turn in the favor of Magnus Carlsen. What more could you ask for as a fan of the game of chess?
Yeah, it's just fantastic, non-stop action, and Magnus's exquisite technique was incredible. But let's take a look at the results.
Lots of draws from the next two boards, and then we saw Daniil Dubov take down Alexander Cheparinov, and David Anton beat Xu Shengyu. So we could see Dubov Carlson, a second, playing the person he's helped. But as we look at the broader standings in a second, and by the way, Bharat Subramaniam crushing it. I mean, this is a player like Conrad Holt, somebody who the fans don't know so well. They know names like Yanchistov Duda, Richard Rapport, Fedoseev gets that win there, but Bharat Subramaniam wins against Sandipan Chanda. He is heading towards the top of the leaderboard, Peter, as we see it here. He's in second place, right behind Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he's 16 years old. He's an incredible player because I have noticed him in the Qatar Masters, where actually he has faced Magnus Carlsen in one of the rounds, and he also played a wonderful Stitches tournament. Someone to keep an eye on. Certainly nobody has expected this result from him in this event, but yeah, he's rocking it.
When you talk about youngsters from India, you see Arjun, Erigaisi, Nihal Sar, and they're in the mix as well, but it's great to see those lesser known players on the big stage and shining. And in the women's section, the action did just unfold there as well, and we will dive deeper into the games in the next round of the day. But Zhu Jiner, she remains undefeated, the only player to have a perfect 5 out of 5. Meanwhile, Vaishali drew against Gunay Mamadzada. Zhai Mo from China takes down Begim Tokiranova, and Anastasia Bodnaruk takes down another unheralded player, Umida Omanova. So Lucknow, Humpy, they're back to their winning ways, but I love to see these lesser known names head towards the top, and at the top, Zhu Jiner, and it's Zhu Jiner alone.
Yeah, 5 out of 5, very dominating performance, but there is still so much action ahead. Nothing is over yet. The other players, the other favorites are also joining into the battle. It's gonna be dramatic. It won't be a one-man show.
No, not at all. And I saw Bibisar Asabaeva. She was slotted there in 18th place. So she's still in the hunt. She's won the World Blitz Championship 2 times in a row. Will she get her first Rapid crown? That remains to be seen. And, well, the round is done. It's only the first round of the day. We'll have 4 total, so 3 more to go in today's action. But for now, just like the players, we're going to head to a break. But when we return, it's more from the FIDE World Rapid Championship 2023, live from Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to How to Reassess Your Chess, the fantastic book that was written by the late Jeremy Silman. He recently passed away, but he has left a legacy of the concept of the imbalances that he elucidates so very well. This concept is really a game changer. Once you hear it, you can't really ever get it out of your head. A 1500 player didn't like to just attack, but Silman beat it into his head. Listen, you've got to attack when the king is stuck in the middle of the board. Looks like he might be able to take it back, but he said, no can do. Black decided to play bishop to c3, dropping a queen sack on the board. What kind of move is that? We see a mate threat that cannot be stopped, and of course, if you take the queen, rook takes, and mate on a stick. This is how Jeremy Silman's students play? Man, that's a kind of teacher you want to have.
Thinking about your New Year's chess solutions but don't know where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered in your year in chess. This new feature brings you every stat you need. See your legendary streaks, check out your global passport, and tally up those wins. Relive your greatest triumph and all the unforgettable moments that defined your chess journey in 2023. Check it out now at go.chess.com/yearinchess. the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles,
He flagged.
brilliant strategies, and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Exciting games galore from Samarkand, Uzbekistan. You see the beautiful host city, and we have seen some absolutely beautiful chess. Oh, what a city it is. What a time to watch such wonderful players square off in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Peter Lecko. And Peter, that was an exciting round. Still so much more to come.
Yes, every round is special, always with its own drama, own dynamic. Magnus Carlsen stealing the show, but on the other hand, also other top players have been winning their games. There is still so much action ahead.
And I hope they got to relax, take a walk. That's such a beautiful city after all. And, well, Peter, something that happened yesterday was during the breaks where they didn't seem very happy that Magnus had his own personal lounge, and they took to Twitter. So we'll bring up some social media action that occurred a day ago where Fabiano Caruana said it can't be stressed more that everyone should play under the same conditions after Nepomniachtchi tweeted at the organizers asking that, the personal lounge, can rest and prepare to the game using a laptop while nobody else has such an opportunity. Is that fair? So, Peter, what's your experience like in these top events when some players may think that others have a little bit extra, a little bit of a benefit compared to others?
Yeah, I think this is already some kind of a tradition in the last couple of years. I believe that it dates back already 5-6 years for sure. So I'm a little bit surprised that the players are not protesting or complaining before the event, when the organizers or FIDE could do something. Now, probably after this question appeared, there will be some discussion. Because I know exactly it's so important that how do you spend those 10-15 minutes often, or if you finish your game a little bit earlier, you have to spend a quality time, to make sure that you recover as quickly as possible. And in this case, of course, a personal lunch is clearly a luxury.
And it seems like the players, they don't care so much how comfortable Magnus's chair may be, if he's got different types of fruit available to him, but it's about that laptop access, because preparation, if you know your opponent, that's a huge advantage to give somebody. Although Henrik Carlson, he stated to the press that Magnus doesn't have access to a laptop in that lounge. So it seems like all the facts aren't completely clear, but I do agree with you and with everybody that players, when it comes to preparation, comes to materials, they should have that equal access. But if nobody has access to the laptop to repair, then it seems like they're having fairness all around.
Yeah, usually the situation is such that I think you cannot really take any electrical device into the playing venue. So this basically guarantees that the players cannot prepare between the games. And to be honest, if we look at Magnus's games so far, I don't get the impression that that's the crucial element. We have been seeing him grinding down some incredible endgames against Denis Hismatulin and against Vidit Gujarati right here in front of our eyes. It doesn't really look like some computer-assisted preparation.
No, it seems like Magnus doing what he does best, winning games that seem unwinnable. And he is a very tough opponent coming up next. I think our fans will be super excited about the matchup in round 7, because while Magnus Carlsen, he won his game, he now has 5.5 out of 6. He drops down a score group into the 5-point territory playing Arjun Erigaisi. And, well, Peter, Arjun, if he wins the World Rapid, he makes the candidates, at least it's very likely that he does. Do you think he feels like he needs to win this game, or it's Magnus Carlsen we're talking about? Beating him, that's a tough task for anyone.
Exactly. First of all, he has the black pieces. So let's make sure that things are under control. I think that's the first thought that crosses his mind. We know exactly that, okay, anything can happen, but getting possession which is under control, it's one of the most important things in a rapid game. Then you can play faster. And if you can play faster, you build up some extra time on the clock. Then you can start to be ambitious or motivated if you are given a chance later on in the game. It would be too early and way too premature to be speculating, playing against Magnus, that do I need to win because I need to win the event to qualify for the candidates? No, take it, one move at a time.
It's good advice from an amazing coach. You have one of your superstar students playing in Samarkand and Vincent Keymer, and we saw some of the other pairings, some of the matchups for round 7 in Bharat Subramaniam, the 16-year-old from India. He's the black piece against Yu Yang Yi. It's one of those games where on paper, everyone says, oh, that's a good pairing to have in this score group. But we've seen the level of play coming from him. He's not easy. Nobody really wants to face him. And while he is up to 5 out of 6, there's only one player at 5 out of 5 in the Women's World Rapid, and it's Zhu Jiner. And Peter, this can be uncomfortable because she's playing her compatriot, Zhai Mo. And when you're in first place, you're doing really well, then you're playing someone you may know quite well. That can be uncomfortable territory for players.
Yeah, well, the big question is, are they training partners or not? Do they play training games between each other? Normally, that's when the awkwardness comes in. If it's only playing your countryman, it's kind of more or less a normal situation, I believe. We don't know the history there. And certainly it's also nice when you see that your other countrymen are doing so well as in the event. I think it's also a pleasure to be playing this game on the first board on round 6 in the women's section.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you're just happy that everyone's doing well, but there is an age difference between the two players, so it makes sense that they probably have played each other, but might not work together. So they will be giving it their all. Zhu Jiner, a perfect 5 out of 5 start. The only player in either section to have exact perfection, not even a draw to any of her opponents. So it's going to be an exciting next round. We have Magnus against Arjun. I think that all eyes will be on that game because there's a lot at stake there. For Magnus, another world title. For Arjun Erigaisi, his first chance to get a world title. And Peter, I want to highlight that he's been so close this year, has Arjun Erigaisi. We know that Praggnanandhaa is the star of Indian chess, but it could have been Arjun Erigaisi. And we see on screen here Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a star in his own right, a winner of the 2021 World Blitz. But I do want to highlight Arjun because I do think that it's someone who's been that close, and he is that close to making the candidates.
Yeah, and if we remember that incredible playoff there between Praggnanandhaa and Arjun Erigaisi in the World Cup, and basically thanks to that crazy dramatic win in the playoff, Praggnanandhaa has qualified to the semifinals and made sure that he qualifies for the candidates. Yes, certainly, if we have all these kind of moments in our minds, then we very much hope for Erigaisi as well to qualify. But at the same time, also Anish Giri is in contention, Gukesh is in contention, and all of these players have been fantastic throughout the year.
They have indeed, and as has Vladimir Fedoseev, who we see with the white pieces at the board in front of us. Fedoseev, he was the MVP of the Pro Chess League. He led the Gotham Knights to the league championship. He was just an absolute force. And we see players, they are taking their seats. Is that it almost looks like AirPods, but I think those are just earbuds. No sound getting in those ears.
Wow, very professional. Yeah, that should be Baram Subramaniam playing on the third board against Yuan Ji.
Yeah, just silence. And that's what these chess players want. They want to let their moves do the talking.
Yeah, and also the tension before the games. Yeah, it's always enormous. Yeah, Maxim Vachiagrav there against Kirill Shevchenko. That's a also very dangerous play. Yeah, there we see Yuan Ji, which meant that he has saved that game against Erigaisi. Yeah, that was a very important, crucial save for him, staying on the top boards.
That was, and Yu Yang is just somebody who has been at the highest levels of chess, but still under the radar. He is such a great player, has helped the Chinese national team in their Olympiads, but kind of in the shadows of Ding Liren, our current world champion. And if that's board one, that's where Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi will be seated, and yet they are not there. And I see Jan Krzysztof Duda talking to Daniil Dubov in the background. So I don't think there are enough super grandmasters on screen. We need more and more to come to the picture.
Yes, and we also see how the players are behaving differently. As some players are already preferring to be seated at the board. Some players are trying to use their relaxing moment till the very last second. It just shows that everybody has to find his own rhythm here.
You do. And if you lost the previous game and you're feeling out of rhythm, you don't have much time to find your form because the next round is starting shortly. We're seeing players get seated. That is board one in front of us. All eyes will be on that clash between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. So many players, so many great players who aren't even talked about because they're struggling, as this is the World Rapid Championship. All the best players, some notable exceptions, Hikaru Nakamura being the biggest name absent from these World Rapid and Blitz Championships. But Peter, the competition, you lose a game, you still play a top-level Grandmaster. There are no rounds off for anybody.
Yeah, and also we shouldn't be fooled by the fact that some of the top players had a slow start, had some unfortunate game on day one. I already see, for example, Teimur Radjabov there on board 4. Now we also see Katerina Lachno on our screen, leaning back. Yeah, it's some players want to get closer to the board, a little bit in more dominating position. Somebody prefers to lean back, give the opponent a little bit more room. That's also very individual. I'm also seeing Jan Nepomniachtchi, after having that horrible start with 1 out of 3, already on board number 10, facing a very young Volodymyr Murzin. So the top guys are coming.
Volodymyr Murzin, just one of those names that will eventually become a household name. If you're deep in the chess world, you've known about Murzin for a long time. But if you're newer, keep an eye out because he may be a contender for world championships in the future. And I want to give a special shout out to an 8-year-old. Yes, you heard that right. 8 years old. Incredible stuff coming out of Samarkand because he has beaten 2 grandmasters, has Roman Shagzhiev from Russia. So an amazing player, 8 years old, 3 out of 6, performing like a grandmaster. Peter, have you ever heard of something like that?
No, never. This is completely unique and incredible. This is shocking because if you tell me that, okay, in one game he upset somebody, okay, it can happen. But when you have 3 out of 6 in this field, and you already highlighted that he has played against many very strong players consecutively, that's incredible performance.
And I actually think I saw that has some social media and says, on my way to be world champion. Love the confidence of the kid. Love the play from the kid. During the break, I actually took a look at the games. Super high quality from an 8-year-old. 8! I can't believe it.
Yeah, that's shocking. Then I already know what I'm going to do after our broadcast finish. I will be catching up on his games.
Just it's one of those players that don't come around very often. It's a generational talent. And speaking of generational talents, you have the best player of all time, Magnus Carlsen, sitting down with the white pieces on board 1, waiting for Arjun Erigaisi to sit across from him. And I see Sagar Shah there doing some hard work, filming, getting interviews, analyzing games. probably waiting for Arjun. Like, hey, where is that guy? I need my photo. Let's sit in the chair already.
Yes, it's wonderful to be seeing Sagarshak's incredible contribution, and with India chess booming, his role is tremendous, bringing all the news to all the Indian chess fans. Great time to be a chess lover in India, and also to be a great chess player in India with all the support that the players exactly deserve, because that's the way to go forward.
And look at Vladimir Fedoseev. He's looking right into the camera. Timur Rajabov sitting there against David Anton. We didn't highlight the game so much. We just mentioned it, but David Anton won a nice game with the black pieces. Here we have Yugangi and Bharat once again. The cotton earbuds silencing the noise from outside. And he's silenced any doubters he might have. Whereas Ivan Cheparinov gets the black pieces against Daniil Dubov. And out of focus, Dubov, you see the camera, doesn't give us the full Dubov that we know and love. And there's Magnus Carlsen looking bored and without an opponent. So we're hopping around, Peter, but Arjun Erigaisi, there at long last, he sits and faces off against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, very interesting. Is this some mind game by Arjun? Yeah, usually we know that Magnus is the one who comes in the very last moment. Very interesting stuff. Is this psychology, or was it just some accident? Because sometimes you have to go to the bathroom in the very last second. You never know, but it's kind of a signal.
And I think he wants to avoid the fate of Vidit Gujrati, because there we see the handshakes. The game has started, and the game doesn't end until the clock is stopped. That's the thing about Magnus, who starts with the king's pawn opening. And we have a Sicilian. So this could be an exciting tactical battle between these two. And we'll see exactly the continuation we go down. But the board is starting to open after these first few moves.
Yeah, so it's wow, and bishop d3. This is very interesting, and yeah, Magnus goes knight takes c6, b takes c6. The reason why I said wow, that White was unwilling to go for this knight c3, bishop b4 territory that Arjun has been experimenting with recently.
Yeah, those lines can get very sharp. And I think for Magnus, what he understands about Arjun Erigaisi, very well prepared, extremely dangerous. And so look at this position. There's a bit of holes in Black's camp, especially on those dark squares. And his last move, bringing that dark square bishop out to the square it sits on, it just aims into Black's position. It peers across the board, saying, how do you compete for all of these dark squares? And so for Arjun, it's his first real think of the game. He still has over 15 minutes because of the time control with the bonus time.
Yeah, wow. Now also we are getting the moves. It's very interesting because the action is a little bit slow. We could maybe go back to highlight this very important psychological moment that after e6, d4 takes, knight f6, basically offers White to play the move knight c3, which in our childhood we have been taught that bishop b4 is too premature. White plays e4, e5, and it's very dangerous for Black. But Arjun has been going deliberately for this type of positions, for this specific line in some recent games. And Magnus says, you know what, I'm not interested. Let me avoid any kind of tricky theory. Let me just play chess, bishop d3, knight c6, capture on c6, b takes c6, bishop f4, d5, knight d2. A trademark Magnus Carlsen, everything under control, everything is protected, and everything harmonious.
And it looks like a few more moves have been played where the White king has castled. Black got the bishop out as well. And we see that there's a pawn on c4 now, which is the standard way of playing against Black's pawn structure, because all of the fight is on that d5 square. And if Black flinches, if Black decides to take either the e or the c pawn, you're left with these isolated pawns on the queen side. And that's kind of a non-starter when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. You don't want these long-term weaknesses. Vidit had almost no weaknesses and still lost that game, got outplayed. But if you have a clear target in the position, Magnus will try to punish you. So this c6 pawn, if you ever take one of these pawns with your d pawn, that becomes an easier target So, Peter, I would say this is a very difficult decision right now for Arjun.
Yeah, he opted for queen b6. I'm not sure if we are now in synchron or not. Yes, queen b6. Okay, so I will be trying to monitor also the board, or you can help me and just not to jump in front of the action with our with our moves, because it would be nice to have it beautifully.
I've got you covered, Peter. Don't worry. We'll handle this together as a team. Queen b6, was the last move that I see here, and I have to say, I think that White's setup is harmonious. I would take the white side of this position. I feel like it's just a pleasant type style for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, somehow White's moves are coming more easily. The first move that comes to mind is something like queen c2. I'm not sure if this is the best move or not. I just want to highlight that, yes, somehow the moves from the white side comes so much more naturally.
Yeah, queen c2 looks like a good choice. Pawn to b3. If you're ever worried about that b2 pawn, you can always just throw it one square forward and no longer are you concerned. But yeah, queen c2 is definitely the move because you're threatening pawn to e5 and then hitting that h7 pawn as you have indicated. So one of the questions you have to ask yourself is the b2 pawn. Is that really under attack? Can black get away with it? I wouldn't even want to calculate it, especially at these quicker time controls. So I would be inclined, as you said, queen c2 or pawn to b3. Those would be my two main moves.
Yes, also what I'm trying to understand, if, for example, we put ourselves in black shoes, that what do we do? What is the fate of the bishop on c8? One of the differences compared to the usual stuff that happens from this e6, knight c6, a6 pauses is that then black's pawn is already on a6, which hinders any kind of bishop a6 move, which now it's possible. On the other hand, white has placed the knight on d2 beautifully, protecting the c4 and e4 pawns, so I'm not sure if any extra pressure with bishop a6 really changes anything.
And we see Magnus, he just picks up his pawn and went b3. And I actually understand it now, because queen c2, just like you, Peter, that was my first instinct. But the queen on d1 is actually doing a job. Knight h5 might be the response to queen c2. And where is your bishop going for white? Because bishop e3 after knight h5 is met by pawn to d4. And now we see the flaw in the position for white.
Yeah, wow. Actually, the bishop is trapped. Very nice point. And knowing also that Arjun is very tricky, very creative, it makes perfect sense for Magnus not to let any such kind of adventure happen. b3, this case, we already kind of feel and know that white's queen most probably land on e2.
And it means that everything will be defended in white's position. It's funny because we both had that same instinct, Peter. But knight h5, your knights in the rim, they're called dim, but there that would have been a really big shot at white's position. So now that knight is not getting over there, everything remains under control. So while the players start thinking about this position, why don't we zoom out, just look at the other boards surrounding this one, because Magnus Carlsen may be in the clear lead for now, but let's say he draws his game, others can in fact catch up. And wow, so many games, so much excitement, so many different openings. I love to see that. And well, still early stages, I would say, Peter, across these boards.
Yes, yeah, basically nothing extraordinary has happened in any of the boards. We can also feel that the tension is getting higher. Everybody wants to be as solid as possible, as I'm seeing. Yeah, there are no real adventures in opening, just standard stuff.
Yeah, it looks like they're just sort of diving in, probably their first thinks of the game. So why don't we try to head on over to the Women's World Rapid, where we know Zhu Jiner, she's been in clear first because she won against Nurgul Salimova earlier. And, well, her game is against her compatriot, Jai Mo. So, that looks like... it's funny that you pulled that game up because I just want to give a shout out to the 13-year-old Miaoyi Lu. Sorry if I mispronounce her game. She is a phenomenal player from China, a youngster who beat her compatriot earlier in the event, drew against Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. But now we have this game on the screen, Peter. This is a Banco Gambit, not something you see every day in high-level chess.
Not at all. And basically, if you are leading the tournament with 5 out of 5, do you need this kind of adventure, or is she so confident? And this is the reason why she has won 5 games in the first 5 rounds, because she's willing to take risk and she's not shying away from complications.
She's a strong player, and she's played so many Blitz games, Title Tuesdays, just Blitz in her spare time. So she is not afraid to get into these types of positions, to muddy the waters. But I'm kind of with you. This is a very risky choice. If we just stop for everybody watching and do a quick material count, White is currently up 2 pawns. Black doesn't have a B pawn or an A pawn. Now, that pawn on A6 that White currently has, we know that's going to be captured at any moment. Look at all of Black's forces aiming at that very pawn. So in exchange for a material deficit, Black gets some open files and that powerful bishop on G7 that has the full length of the diagonal in front of it. But White, to this point, has protected everything, suggesting that she's ready to develop her kingside knight and castle, maybe push her pawn from A2 up to A4 at the right moment. So, Peter, I don't see the full compensation yet, and it's still early in this game, so perhaps I shouldn't see the full compensation. I just typically like stealing the pawn and then asking my opponent to prove it.
Okay, but let's just go back very quickly. It's the opening stages. We have little time to understand where did this come from. Maybe not everyone is familiar what we are talking of when we are mentioning the name, the banker gambit. This is it. Black sacrifices a pawn. C takes b5, a6, keeps on going. This is how Black is opening up the A and the B files for later, for positional compensation, counterplay. G6, the bishop is getting developed. Knight C3, bishop G7, E4, and queen A5. This is some kind of a relatively fresh development. I think it was Magnus Carlsen also who was toying with this specific move order, provoking bishop D2, because let's just appreciate after the move queen A5, Black is actually setting up a devastating threat with knight takes E4. There is a pin on the knight on C3. So yeah, White plays bishop D2, D6, bishop B5 check, knight FD7, knight G2 played, bishop takes A6 and A4. So White is trying to stabilize everything. The computer, I think, slightly prematurely give a question mark to knight G2. It's a very natural kind of development. You are covering the knight on C3, the knight on C3, covering the B5 bishop. It all makes sense to me.
It probably just preferred the knight on F3, saying that was slightly better. But in this position, it still looks good for White because everything is protected and Black has just castled. And one of the things that Black needs, I was going to say tries, but needs to accomplish is pawn to C4. And I'm wondering, can White just completely eliminate that possibility by playing pawn to B3 herself? It looks risky, but isn't that why she put her knight on E2? To reinforce the knight on C3? To allow for pawn B3? And that way Black cannot successfully push forward, at least not without sacrificing another pawn. I don't know if you want to give another pawn in this position. So I would think about B3 here. I would take it seriously because C4 for Black, followed by knight C5, I would see that quick counterplay.
Yes, on the other hand, it's a rapid game. It would be so natural and tempting just to castle, no? Just, okay, if we don't do that, then why? But White is taking her time, which might actually indicate that she senses that this is important. And no, she actually goes for queen C2. That's a slightly mysterious move.
So keeping her options open. It's not like E4 needed a defender. B2, maybe she's just protecting that preemptively. So if there is a swap of bishops on B5, then after knight takes B5, the B2 pawn is protected. But Peter, if we can just do a few moves of analysis, I'm interested in queen sacrifices when it's not my own pieces. Sometimes you need to give up some material to get some material. And I'm wondering, knight takes B5, queen takes B5, pawn takes, rook takes A1. The engine hates it. I knew it would be better for White. But does it give Black some practical chances? I think maybe the biggest issue for Black is this knight on B8. We keep talking about superfluous knights today. If that knight were active, maybe Black could even have the upper hand, but it takes a while to regroup. You might not even win the B5 pawn, And if that's the case, it's definitely not worth the queen sacrifice.
Yes, exactly. White just quietly, calmly stops the check with bishop c1, sets up castles, activates the knight to c3, then eventually the bishop will be activated on g5. If white trades one pair of rooks, it thank you very much. It should be then a tactically winning position. I don't see this sacrifice to be working.
That knight needs to be active, and it's not, and the b5 pawn remains on the board. So I just wanted to show everybody what happens in the event of an imbalance. So queen c2, it doesn't hang anything on the first rank, keeps everything defended. I think it's smart chess thus far from the white side here. And now it's up to Zhuzhiner to prove that she has compensation. Peter, I often hear the word compensation. I use it myself, but it's ambiguous. What does compensation really mean? So what does compensation mean to you here in the Banco Gambit from the black side?
Okay, there are different type of compensations. Yeah, in general, we are talking about the open A and B file as a compensation, plus the very strong bishop here, plus the good pawn structure. Yeah, that black only has one pawn island versus white's two pawn islands. That's kind of the basic justification. And eventually, as you highlighted, all those c4, knight c5 jumps trying to occupy some weak squares in white's possession. But of course, the players have already been familiar with all the ideas black has, and they are trying to avoid them. So now after queen c2, black actually has made the preparatory move rook c8, indicating that she's very much toying with the idea of pushing c5, c4.
And c4 does gain more space for the black pieces. We just see castling kingside was Jaimo's move here, so it makes sense. And if c4, well, it's not threatening anything just yet. White will have some options. Maybe bishop e3, take over the d4 square. No longer does black control that. So it's going to be an interesting battle. This one, I think, will be a long game between these two, but I prefer white's position. So while these two continue to slug it out, why don't we take a step back, go to our bird's eye view, just to glance at some of the other games going on, because, well, Zhuzhiner, she is the only player with a perfect score. If she stumbles, there will be other players looking to catch up. But we're back to the open section. We see that in the top right-hand side of our screen, there's a black king on f7. That looks spicy with Dubov and Cheparinov. So we will get back to Magnus versus Arjun. That position is closed for the moment, so we will get right back there. But perhaps we can first go to Dubov against Cheparinov, because there's a black king on f7, and it looks like an absolutely wild position.
Wow, we actually need to catch up what happened in the opening, because if I look at it and you ask me where did this come from, I have no clue. This is some kind of a very special line. It was a Queen's Gambit accepted. I will just acknowledge very quickly, I will only spend 5 seconds and we will be jumping right into the current state of affairs. It was d takes e4, e4, e5. That's how things escalated. And then here, after bishop takes e4, knight gf6, the adventure started with bishop takes f7, a piece sacrifice, giving a check, capturing back the bishop, but black has the forking idea with c5. And this is how things have heated up. I don't know if where one of the sides could have played better, but in any case, this is the position we are dealing with now.
It looks like somehow pawn takes knight was incorrect, and Dubov is well ahead in the clock. So I see the evaluation bar, but it doesn't take time into account as a factor. And with 5+ minutes to the good on the clock, I'd be more worried to play with the black side here. Queen takes b5 will allow black to temporarily be up a piece. You're going to be up a knight. But the point is that after queen takes b5, pawn e5 says, are you really going to move your knight to save that piece? Because you're walking into discovered checks, and there are all sorts of problems. So I actually think that this is a wild position, and one where, despite the evaluation bar, I might take the white side because king safety is so important in the quicker time controls.
Yes, that's true. On the other hand, I don't feel the very big danger. For example, if after queen takes b5, e5, I'm just doing something like bishop e6, I'm giving back the piece immediately. Yeah, and then after e takes f6, I'm going g takes f6. Am I getting checkmated, or am I just kind of stabilizing and hope for the best?
Your queen is in the perfect spot. I think we can acknowledge that, because bishop e5 or bishop g5 would be lights out, but the queen on the 5th rank covers both of those squares. That's a perfectly located piece. But what's interesting is bishop e6 was a natural move, and then the eval bar went back towards the middle, maybe even slightly preferable for white, because the material count is 1 extra pawn for black. But it's not all about piece value, everybody. It's about king safety, and it's about coordination, and the black king on f7, it is going to, for the long term, going to be in some serious danger. So I don't know how to assess these positions, Peter. I'm going to be honest. It looks very messy, chances for everybody, but the king safety, I prefer to have my own king tucked away in the corner.
Yeah, I understand. And Ivan is taking his...
what?
No, there was a draw offer.
No!
That was the point. With king
No!
h1, Daniel Dubov has actually offered the draw.
Ban the draw offer. I say it all the time, Peter. And how do you explain why this game is a draw? It's just because one person offered and one person accepted. I don't blame the players. It's such a complicated battle, but I always feel like there shouldn't have draw offers on this stage with this kind of position when nobody understands what's going on. Even the players don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's why they agreed to a draw, right? It's just too risky. It was a fascinating battle. Dubov had some brilliant preparation, but then somewhere things escalated. He has the time advantage, and he felt like it's a good moment. And what? There is another finish in Magnus's game?
Wow! So just when I was talking about banning the draw offer, it looks like Magnus and Arjun make a draw. And it's unfortunate because if you look at the position, not much has really happened. So we didn't get a true skirmish. The players are maybe just talking about little subtleties, but the bishop attacked the queen moved away, the bishop attacked the queen. And so, it is a shame that we didn't get to focus in on this titanic clash. But if we're being honest, Peter, there wasn't really much to discuss here. I mean, they're talking about what maybe little things that could have changed, but it was neutralized. Arjun Erigaisi did very well to hold off Magnus Carlsen and make a pretty easy draw without sweating.
Yes, this is great news for Arjun. So for all the Arjun fans, I think they are celebrating this draw. And it wasn't a draw offer, yeah, this was a repetition of moves. It was a strategic battle where actually Magnus has set up the idea of sacrificing on h6 with queen c1. Give white one more move, bishop takes h6, lands on the board, and it's going to be checkmate. So black had to be very precise. Black goes bishop a3, kicking that queen away. Magnus continues with the idea queen d2, insisting on bishop takes h6, and then Arjun just follows with bishop b4, keeps on chasing that queen away. Let's not forget that white's queen was coming from c2. Also, Magnus has understood that black has already played the move a5, a4. This changes everything. Black gets rid of the weak pawn, opens up the a file for the rook. So strategically speaking, black is already perfectly safe. I have to say that this pretty much looks like a very high-class game.
I agree with you. This is one of those situations where white had to keep an eye on this h6 pawn because strategically black might even be better at this stage of the game, but because of the tactics on h6, black is somewhat forced to repeat bishop attacking the queen, and that's why the game ended in a draw. This I can logically explain to anybody. You did a fantastic job, Peter. So this is a game that, as you said, very high quality. There's no separation between these two players. In this battle, a draw is a fair, natural, and it's a finished result. We see exactly why it occurred. So we can leave this game behind us. I think Magnus will be a little bit disappointed that he couldn't fight on, couldn't pose the problems, but there are so many other clashes that are remaining here in round 7 of the World Rapid Championship. So now we're on the bottom row. The top games on the left and the right-hand side, they're finished. So now we can focus on the bottom row, and where to go is the big question. I see a queen trade in the bottom left. So my first thought was, I don't know if I want to dive into that game. We're going to start getting to the technical phase. Are there any really tactical positions that you see, Peter? Because I'm seeing kind of quiet positions left and right.
Yeah, rather quiet. I even feel like this might give us a chance that we could be jumping into some other games like Muren against Nepo just to catch up. How is Nepo doing? That could be also an option. The game is right in front of me. Let me just click it and then we're gonna see it. It's already an endgame. Okay, a lot of action has happened.
Sure.
If we
let's
can
go
bring
in.
that back. Yes. Okay. Look at this. Black has the pair of bishops. I feel like white is in a very unpleasant position. And black has just probably played the move g7, g5, threatening g4. If white loses the balance on the d4 knight, but king e3 runs into bishop takes f3. I don't even see a good move to defend here.
I think you should show that because I was going to make that blunder. King e3, it walks into a pin, so bishop takes knight on f3. You would want to play knight takes knight back. Those knights were protecting each other, but not anymore. That's an absolute pin. The knight on d4 cannot leave the square. King takes f3, loses the knight on d4. So this is a critical moment for the youngster, Volodar Murzin, against Jan Nepomniachtchi. g5 is such a great move. Just asking so many questions. Will I take on f4, loosen up your pawn structure? Because a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. So there's the threat of loosening the pawn chain. There's also g4 right away, winning a piece. I think the knight on d4, it has to move, but advantage black. You have the bishop pair and pawns on both sides of the board.
Yes, this is wonderful news for Nepo. He's also way up on the clock. Very tough challenge here on the very young and extremely talented Volodar Murzin. How does he try to keep his position together? Not an easy task. I don't really see how to do that.
Okay, so maybe knight d4 to b5 or to c6. I mean, your knights are going to be on clumsy squares regardless. So you might have to put one knight on b5, the next knight on d4, and I don't like the look of this. I mean, black's king can just venture forward. At some point, you can play f6 when the time is right. And with pawn trades opening up new diagonals, I would certainly prefer the black side of this position.
Yeah, and also the pawn on h2 can be a long-term weakness. Clearly, white will follow it up with knight f3 to d4 and eventually maybe then cement the position with king e3 and say like, okay, I don't know what you're going to do. I'm going to try to hang on to my blockade. But in long run, as you highlighted, black will eventually have this f6 break, bringing the king to g7 or via e7. f6 will happen, and if after e takes f6, we get king takes f6 followed by e6, e5. That fortress should not be able to hold on forever.
And even before playing g4, like after knight to b5, maybe black can even think about taking on f4 because you're shortening that pawn chain. And the black king, you mentioned this at the start when we first dove into the position, king g7, king g6, and I'm tricking you. Which way am I going? There we go. There's a fork in the road. Am I going to f5 or to h5? And white's pawns are really vulnerable.
Yeah, white is taking all his time. Yeah, he's in for a very tough defense. It's an endgame. We also don't have to stick with this game. It was just interesting to see also Jan in action. I think he has also tons of fans, and we very much hope for him to be climbing the top boards in order to see him more in action. Let's see what else is in store for us. Okay, let's take a look at UNG against Subramanian because we haven't been seeing Bharat so much in action despite having such a great tournament.
And well, he has the black pieces in this position, does Bharat, and it's very closed. So the good news for black, no immediate targets that white can pile pressure on. The bad news for black is exactly the move that just happened, g4. So I say this often, the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. White plays g4. If you take on h4, your knight might have wandered too far. If you, instead of taking this pawn, if you backtrack with your knight, you hand white all the space on the board and the pawn breaks go h5 even right now, and rook takes and double your rook. So I don't think this position is particularly fun for Bharat to play. And yeah, Yu Yengi, he's decided to strike with g4, and I don't see a capture on h4 yet, at least.
Well, I think that knight x h4, king g3, g5 most probably has to be played. It's not ideal, but on the other hand, instead of going back passively with the knight to h6 and then giving the chance to open things up like you highlighted, yeah, he goes for it. Takes take g5 on the board,
And
f take g5,
now,
and knight g6.
yeah, all these pawns just got traded. I love moves like that, collinear moves, where instead of picking up your rook to trade it, putting the rook on h5, and you do see Barat, he looked over his shoulder. It's possible, I'm not making any accusation, but it's possible the arbiters, where he's standing there, it could be a bit of a distraction for him. He does have those cotton earbuds in, so he's not listening to anything, doesn't want to hear a sound. But for Barat, he needs to concentrate fully on his position because rook h5 was a great choice from Yu Yingyi. He wants to double rooks on the h line, and then there will be potential tactics in White's favor.
Yeah, on the other hand, the h5 doesn't do that much. Yeah, so yeah, and that's it. Black just sidesteps immediately with rook h8. I feel like the big question will be that can White combine play on both sides of the board with a timely rook b1 b3 break? Because if after b3 c takes b3 rook takes b3 happens, then we see that there is a weakness on b7. Besides, if that pawn disappears from c4, White will get access to the maneuver bishop d3, bishop b5 also, putting some more pressure. White is having the upper hand. It's still going to be a very tough defense for Black.
This type of position is one where Black sits passively. And I think we just saw the knight get captured on g6.
Wow.
It was given a question mark, but I don't really hate the decision because after pawn takes g6, the white rook has to move, go up to h7, keep Black tied down. And if you play knight f8, yes, you can flush the rook out of h7, but then the black rooks are no longer connected. So the rook slides back to h2, b3 in the near future, rook b1. The side that controls the pawn breaks has the advantage, as I like to say. So maybe Black should control the pawn breaks. Instead of waiting for White to play b3, maybe rook to b8 and pawn to b5. And let's get some activity of our own going.
Yes, that's absolutely logical. And the reason why I did not like bishop take g6, because with the bishop on c2, I feel like I will always have the move b2, b3 at my disposal, yes? But now if you go rook b8 and you go b5 and I trade on b5, ab, rook b5, suddenly there will be a big pressure on the b2 pawn. And with just a knight on d2, I will not be able to play b3 so effectively.
Yes, so it's probably better to keep that bishop on the board, but the pass is the pass. And ooh, rook a6. So he
Look
wants
at
to
this.
activate his rook on the b file. But what do you make of this, Peter? Because I get what he's going for. He wants to just stop b3 and put pressure down here. Somehow, I feel like the rook will be awkwardly placed.
Okay, I have to first of all give credit to the move because it's very creative. It just shows that Barat has a very clear vision of all kinds of strategical ideas. But let's also not forget about his clock. Yeah, if it's true that he's just down to a minute, that's way too scary. Could that be true?
I think it could be. And I also see that the white king is on f2, and here now the moves are coming in bunches. And so the plan for white might be king e2, king d1, king c2, free up the rook, and then that rook on b6 is misplaced. So Yu Yingyi says, okay, you might have played a move, an idea I didn't expect, but your pieces are stumbling a bit. This rook on g8 is super passive.
Yeah, rook is coming back to h2, the knight jumps back to d7. King e3, that's another idea, yeah, that after knight d7, king e3, now white is going for the b3 break, and after the king will beautifully sit on d3, guarding the only weakness on c3, at the same time freeing up all the other pieces to go after the weaknesses. Let's not forget that black is not so easily activating that rook from g8. There is a weakness on g7. Eventually the pawn on g6 can also be a target if white starts moving his knight, for example, or if the knight ever reaches f4. And it's a strategic position, it's a close position, so white will have all the time in the world to regroup his pieces.
I think that Barat if I'm seeing this correctly, he went rook c6, and as soon as I say it, here come the moves. But he stopped b3 by putting pressure on c3 preemptively. But that knight h4 idea that you mentioned, this looks really tough for black, because not only is you're reading my mind, the telepathy is there, because that's exactly what I was about to say. This Karpovian maneuver, knight h4, back to g2, up to f4, to put it on a very active square, eyeing g6 and e6. Black's pieces might just get frozen, and the rook on h2 can double on the h-file, it can double on the f-file, it protects b2 across the second rank. It's a piece that's really doing the heavy lifting for white, so I don't see the active plan for black.
Yeah, and now we also kind of understand why Yuan Ji opted for bishop take g6. I think he had a clear vision what he wants to achieve from this position. I'm a little bit puzzled. I cannot believe that black only has 30 seconds left. I feel like something is wrong here, but okay, we don't know.
And something might be wrong in the sense that he just spent a lot of time trying to figure out some of these complications. And we see the king goes back to e8. So just like Vidit tried to do against Magnus, maybe we're seeing a little bit of shuffling, just trying to say, you go knight h4, I go knight f8. Not a big deal. But these are the types of positions.
No. Don't be fooled. King e8 is probably connected to rook h8. If white plays knight h4, we sidestepped of knight g6 check.
Aha! So he's getting tricky. So he gets out of the check. That would force white to double rooks on the h-file. But does a rook trade? I think that does help black out, because then the black king can just sit on f7 and knight on f8. And where's the progress going from there? Good point.
Exactly, that's a trick. But what happened? Knight h4 on the board, and black is not using the rook h8 idea. Wow, that's kind of surprising.
It definitely, maybe actually instead of doubling rooks, if the rook went to h8, king f4, king g3, just kind of slow play it a little bit to keep maximum pressure in the position, because the king on g3 defends the rook, it defends the knight, it frees up both of those pieces at once. g6 is loose, the f-file will be taken over by white's pieces, the two rooks coming there. So it just remains a position where black is holding on for dear life. And I think that after, he didn't go rook to h8 with knight f8, and then the knight should slide back to g2, up to f4, and the rook on g8, is it really a rook? It can't move.
Yeah, this is practically lost. I think, after knight g2, knight f4, once that knight lands on f4, making sure that all the weaknesses are under pressure, the knight on f8 is kind of stuck, the rook cannot move. Eventually, white will find the right moment to break with b2, b3, and black will simply not be able to handle all these weaknesses. If one more weakness appears on b7, it will be too much to handle.
Yeah, the principle of two weaknesses playing on both flanks, full board awareness, knight on f4, b3, slide that rook from h2 to b2, and even if the black rook gets the h-file, not much I can do on that line. The white king just slides over to f3 at any moment. So this is looking like an issue for Bharat, the youngster. He's played an amazing event thus far, but Yu Yang, he's saying, why not me? Why can't I win the World Rapid Championship? I've been at the upper echelons of chess for a long time, and here we see a bunch of moves are about to come in here.
Yeah, and everything according to plan. White got the knight to f4, black is completely boxed in, nothing really moves.
But the white king... Sorry, Peter, the white king's all the way on c2, so white had all the time in the world to just run on over, Petrosian king march, and then figure out what to do next.
Yes, okay, finally he will have to break with b3. I'm slightly puzzled why it was so important to get the king to c2, honestly, but of course he has a lot of time. Black anyway cannot do anything, then why not to tease the opponent?
b3 now, or b4, I think it does this same exact thing, but opening up the b file, that second front, will be essential. And you made this point a while ago, the white king can slide up to d3 at some moment, the rook can double the b file, but no, he doubles on the h file instead. Where's he going on the h-file?
Wow, so he wants to... He wants to trade with rook h8. No, I can't believe this.
There's no reason to.
Exactly, that rook on g8 does not frighten us at all.
I mean, I'm super confused right now, if I'm honest. Rook h1, we just saw the move played. No, Barat doesn't have 0 seconds. Apologies, everybody. We've already noted that there are some issues with the games being relayed from the site, the playing hall in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, but this is confusing me. Rook h1, I mean, the rook on g8 is hardly a rook. Where to next is the question for Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, and why he's not breaking on the queen side with b3, which would be so thematic.
He played rook h8. Why is he trading the rooks off?
Wow. Really, look at this. Bharat is moving up on his chair. He does not understand. What is this?
No, I don't understand either. And usually I'm silent because I'm looking at these mesmerizing ideas and endgame technique on full display. But trading off rooks here, that rook on g8 cannot move. And this is, I mean, it's just a lesson in terms of piece quality. That rook isn't even worth the knight on f4. Trading off the rooks, to me, is a very curious decision from somebody as strong as Yu Yangyi. We see so many pieces are flying at the moment.
Rook h8. But hang on, he exactly stepped into the only trap. That's why rook h8 was played. Now he cannot take on h8 and play king f7 due to rook takes f8 tactics. And then the fork wins the game. So he had to play king f7. And now this stunning, wow, what a beauty, rook f1.
Okay, see, that's what I didn't understand. My apologies to Yu Yangyi that he was waiting. He kind of tricked his opponent, lulled him into a tactical sacrifice. When this game concludes, Peter, we'll go back and go through all of those tactics here. But my apologies to Yu Yangyi. Wow. I mean, he just uncorked a brilliant temporary rook sacrifice, winning the other rook and netting a pawn in the process.
Absolutely shocking. Incredible, yeah. So that was some fantastic psychology behind rook b to h1, provoking rook c7. And okay, all this has happened. White will just pick up some more pawns.
Knight a8 to b6, or knight e8 to d6 is probably a little smarter of a way to do that. And
okay, the only thing that one has to pay attention to, yeah, if you do this, not that black suddenly has some counterplay with knight d7, knight b6, knight takes a4.
That's very true. So how to proceed from here? Because white is up a pawn, but feels tied down for the moment.
Okay, maybe because black anyway cannot do anything, we can just put the king first on a3, making sure that we guard that pawn, and after we, but then, yes, okay, I like this, yeah, king to a3, and then we target the c4 pawn.
And you see Yu Yangyi is struggling to make his move. He's like, this should be an easy win, but I'm now seeing some counter chances for black. But I like your plan, Peter. Bring that king up to a3. That should be sufficient. And the c4 pawn, you can't get to it in time, which is why I like your idea to march the king forward, improve the location of your pieces.
Yeah, but I would like to also highlight that after king a3, be careful after rook e1, black would be setting rook a1 checkmate. So yes, it's never so easy. Yeah, he goes for king a2 plan, and after rook e1, he breaks with b3. I think this is very professional, eliminating all the counterplay options. And now, most probably knight b5, protecting the c3 pawn. And then after c takes b3, king takes b3, white has perfect coordination.
I just want to say, finally, b3 was played. We expected it so many moves ago, but it didn't come a moment too late. Perfectly timed. The knight goes to b5 into d6, hitting the b7 pawn, aiming towards the king side. So it looks like Yu Yangyi, he has had the upper hand for a while, but now he's actually converting. Look at the speed from these players, by the way.
Yes, but big apologies from my side. I was promising you guys that we will try to monitor things, synchronize things, but these moves are coming in batches. Sometimes nothing happens for a while. Then I think we are behind the action. Then I'm going a little bit ahead of things. Big apologies. Yeah, it's just very difficult. One thing is clear. White has everything under control, and white should be winning this.
Although, at this stage, I'm looking at Barat. He doesn't seem defeated, and he brought his knight to h7. The g5 pawn is loose. It's not a very important pawn because of those. They're all double and isolated on the G file. And I think while black is going after the king side, exactly. White should go after the queen side. Knight d6, get the B pawn, get the A pawn, and then just push your pawns forward, close your eyes, and promote one of them.
Yes, exactly. Now I knew that this was the moment when Yuanji played the move knight d6. So let's put it there. I think it's kind of resignable territory because not only the pawn on b7 is hanging, also some knight c4 fork on the rook and on the a5 pawn is there. So if we are worried of any kind of knight takes g5, knight takes b7, knight e4 jump, then we can even include knight c4 and then collect the a5 pawn like this first.
It's a nice way of going about it. The c3 pawn is a target that white needs to keep an eye on. And I like that he's not rushing his moves. Some players, they would look at their opponent's clock. It's some time trouble. They're way behind. Let me just speed up. Let's blitz them. But there's 10 seconds added with every move played. So you're not going to win on time. And when you have an objectively winning position on the board, which both players know at this stage, prove it. Don't spoil it because you're playing a little too hastily.
Yeah, I even feel like, okay, it's already kind of clear that white is winning this. He has found the way with this tactical sequence to break through. The rest is just matter of technique. So if there is any other more dramatic game, I'm ready to be switching there.
Let's head on out from here. We'll keep everyone updated if something exciting were to occur. But we've had some really interesting games throughout this round, and Timur Rajabov in particular. We saw him in that really complicated game against Amin Tabatabai. He's now playing against David Anton, and I just wanted to show you that it looks like David Anton is going down, and Rajabov will get this win. Trading off at this last moment here into a winning king and pawn game. Rajabov will head up the standings. So I think we can move on from here as well. I just wanted to give Rajabov a little bit of notice. And whoa, wait, Peter, the Muren game. We thought Muren was in trouble. We need to think again.
Wow.
How in the world did it get from this, which we thought was better for black, to this?
Wow. Incredible. Now Muren is winning. There is no way stopping. White can just probably play king g5, king f6. And then how do you stop that pawn? But there are also other ways. If you are paranoid and think like maybe king g5 gives the chance of king d5 and eventually trying some counterplay, you can also be more careful. But yeah, there is no way black saves this.
Can I ask, what's the issue with pushing the pawn to e6?
I did not notice that it's possible. As simple as it is, yeah.
No, but you have the technique, you have the class, and I'm like, what class? I'm just going to throw my pawn forward and get a new queen. Why not? So I go king e5 next, king up to f6, and I support the pawn from a different route. So I think Muren is going to take down Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, basically it looks elementary. It's just nothing to talk about. After e6, because if white gets the time to play king e5, it's over, and king d5 is met by e7, the pawn going through. On the board, by the way, yeah, e6, king c6, king e5, bishop d1, knight g7, threatening e7, it's over.
Wow, huge win for Volodar Muren. The very talented youngster gets a career victory, such a nice finish at this stage. In a position that looked bad for him, he says, no problem, I'm going to get the job done. So really big upset if you're a Jan Nepomniachtchi fan. And there are so many of you out there. So big deal. In the Rapid, some of the pre-tournament favorites have struggled. And whose game is this, Peter, with this queen endgame?
This is Maxim Vashi-Lagraf against Kirill Shevchenko. I think this is still in progress. It's a queen endgame. Looks like black black goes for perpetual check.
That makes sense to me, because if black didn't go for this forcing sequence, the d6 pawn could have been captured, and there's nowhere for the white king to escape. So this looks like a forced draw. Nothing either player can do about it.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think that black has any breaks. So then, yeah, he will just give the perpetual check. All right. So here we are not missing out on any big action. I also think that many games have finished. Alexander Grishchuk. Let's check out what Sasha is doing. We know that he is always playing some dramatic high-level chess.
This doesn't look too dramatic because it looks like black is about to promote. So white actually has a rook compared to just a knight, but there's that pass pawn, that d2, d1, and I don't think you can even stop that. So it's going to be a win for Grishuk.
Yes, and Gukesh against Vahidov, the local star.
Okay, now we're talking. This is
Interesting.
White's up a piece, but the engine says equal because the pass pawns must be that strong, and there are 2 pawns for that bishop. I would say, practically speaking, black could lose this game. You drop the e4 pawn, you're in huge trouble, but it looks like Gukesh is doing everything right.
Yeah, now it would be very important for white to be able to jump with his king to e3, then it would be game over, then white collects everything. But the second rank is cut. That's a very important defensive resource in all these endgames. The king cannot enter the game. The action bishop g2 is always met by bishop e2, protecting the pawn, making sure that still the second rank is kind of protected. And probably the justification is that rook f2 is then met by e3. Rook takes e2, d2 followed by rook d1, queening.
Wow. Oh,
but hang on. He's getting out. Rook d2, king f2.
Oh no, and then that rook on e3 is trapped. The best you can do is play rook to e2, giving up a pawn in the process. No, this is going to be a win for white. So just when it looked like he was hanging on, it was still a very complicated endgame, and now it's simplified. Rook d2, king f2, and you should go on to mop up.
Yeah, but they are both down to 10 seconds or something. I wouldn't be ruling out that some more drama might appear here.
I'm guessing it's all going to appear at once, and then we're going to say, okay, well, white wins the game. That seems to be how these things go at this stage. But for Gukesh, it's going to be disappointment. Why don't we head to the women's World Rep?
But just a second, I want to highlight one thing, because I was like, why did Gukesh give up the second rank? Because maybe here the stunning rook takes d3 was a threat. Incredible construction.
Because of the pins everywhere. If you take on d3 with the pawn, then you lose your rook on d4. But if you take with the rook, you lose your rook on e2. That's pretty clever, but the g3 pawn would have been hanging
Exactly. Exactly. It would
stuff.
Anyway still be a theoretical draw, so I'm not sure what white was threatening.
Yeah, that's a sad miss for Gukesh. Maybe there was a rook g4 check to throw in as well, but either way, it looks like Gukesh has stumbled in this game, and now white is just going to clean up. So unfortunate news for all the Gukesh fans out there, but he did win the Chennai Masters. He's got the inside track to the candidates. And why don't we head to the women's section if we can, Peter, just because we'll go to some of these top boards that are still in progress. We see that Humpy Koneru in a bishops of opposite color ending looks like she has the upper hand. And then there's Mai Narva and Gunina also playing. So just interesting games no matter where we looked. And this should be instructive. I think people tend to believe that bishops of opposite color endgames are always drawn 2 separate passed pawns on different sides of the board.
Yes, this is the key. And basically white can do something like king d4, f4 against king g4. Always there is this lovely defense with bishop h4, and white's king is marching towards the queen side with king c5, b5, then it's going to be over. So black will have to try to shift back towards the b5 pawn with her king, but then white will also combine advancing the f and the b pawns. It should be winning.
Should be. And that's why I like to say, we tend to think of extra material as just 2 extra pawns, but these are 2 separate extra pawns, and then they're split. And that's really important, because if you picked up the f3 pawn and put it on c5, Peter, if you could just hover it over that square, that would be a draw. That would be a blockade, and you couldn't use the light squares. But because they're on different flanks, that's what gives white the winning advantage.
Yes, exactly. And someone with the class of Humpy, I'm completely sure that she's convincingly, comfortably navigating this to victory. And you mentioned another game, Mai Narva against Valentina Gunina. Let's check out. Wow, that's that's a crazy queen endgame with pawns are moving and millions of checks coming in.
And it looks like White's pawn is faster. I mean, not only is it one step closer to promotion, but H2 is covered by that White queen. So maybe Black needs to start giving some checks to attach itself to the H2 push. But you might not be in time. I mean, Queen E1 check is the first move that comes to mind. Queen A1 check also available. Where would you go with your queen, Peter?
Well, I think one of the problems with queen endgames that you can never rely on feelings. Yeah, you always have to make some precise calculation. And with little time on the clock, well, definitely something like somehow Queen A1 check looked more natural to me, but I can't really explain why.
I guess it's just a closer move. So if you're in time trouble, you make the quick move and then hit the clock and gain your extra time. But this is not an easy choice. And the engines, you see the evaluation bar off to the side saying it's just equal, it's a draw. You make one incorrect check and suddenly the game turns in one player's favor. So I guess the moves haven't come in. Have they been repeating moves? Is that been what's going on?
No. I think that it's simply froze. Yeah, because there is no way Black will be spending so much time here. No, okay, the moves are coming in. All right. Yeah, there you go. The evaluation bar already says it all. Wow! Exactly at the moment when it looks like there is no way White will not win this. Is this a drawish mechanism? Unbelievable, because King B1, Queen G1 check, King A2 is always met by Queen A7 check.
And you know what it was? When she went King to B2, that was the real mistake. I know the question mark was given to the Queen retreating to C3, but if we could just back up ever so quickly, Peter, that I think that when the Queen gave a check on D5, King A3, I only see one check remaining for the Black Queen on the F3 square, and then I can just block your check. There are no more. White successfully promotes a new queen.
Yeah, here the tragic is that basically this is such an instructive way that, yes, let's just block the checks with the queen. The queen gets behind the pawn and it should be over. So it was so easy to get fooled that who would have ever thought that this is perpetual check?
It's a weird one.
Or you have to get even King B1 H2 was played.
Wow.
A mistake.
And it was a blunder. Oh my goodness.
Not Queen G1 check. Why not? Check.
Yes. So we see a check on H3. And if you take on H2, Black will be able to win the B7 pawn. So I get that. And now, I think I see it. Does this work? You have Queen G2 and a Queen G4, Queen D5 check. I keep checking your king. I'm in touch with your promotion square. And then if you play Queen F5, I have Queen D2 check. I think I've stopped you from promoting.
Okay, I'm going King G6. Okay, we see exactly. And Queen G2.
Yes. And wait, Queen G5? Now Queen... Oh, is it Queen E4 check? This is so really... Tricky. Yeah, living on the edge.
Yeah, everybody loves...
Oh! It just came to me, Peter. If Queen G5, B8 equals Queen, Queen takes G2,
exactly.
Queen G8 check. Oh my gosh.
Wow, fantastic. Incredible. But what a dramatic stuff. With Queen G1 check, Black could have saved the losing endgame.
I wonder if the players will see this, because I didn't see it at first. You all watched me on camera, not see it, and then it came as like an epiphany. But it's such an easy thing to miss. Giving up your queen just to win it back by promoting to a new one, that's not the most obvious thing.
Yeah, not at all. And you also tricked me. You fooled me with Living on the Edge. It's one of my favorite songs from Aerosmith. And look at this. We see some more drama. Yes, after Queen G5, White has not spotted the trick. And instead continued Queen E4. So the drama continues.
Yeah, Queen E4, that was the first move I said. It's what I would have played in a bullet game, and these players do not have much time to figure this out. So queen g8 check. I think you could probably check your way back to that position, but if you miss it the first time, are you really any more likely to find it the second?
Yes, with 10 seconds on the clock. Yeah, your brain basically dismisses that position. Yeah, we have been there. It was not winning. So easy to get tricked like this.
Yeah, I think you have to play queen g8 check, queen g6, queen d5 check, go back to g2, and then promote. But this is just not something that when you have the weight of the history of the game on your shoulders, you've been calculating so many different things. You just don't think about a queen sacrifice like this.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, absolutely. It was also too dramatic because the game has lost its logic long ago.
And king to g5 we'll wait to see more moves trickle in. Unfortunately, this is the nature of this transmission, but I think that
Yes.
queen g8, queen d5, queen g2, like we've been down that road before, and white is clearly playing for a win. So if she just says, I need to keep pushing, I need to keep trying, you try everything, and maybe she stumbles across it.
Yeah, because, okay, you certainly don't want to get into a double or of 4 queens position with 10 seconds on the clock. You just never know what's happening there. No, but finally, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, and there were mistakes.
Wow, okay, so white wins finally by trading everything done. Or is it checkmate even?
That is amazing because white queen first, black queen with check, and yet it was the white king that still remained safer because there weren't additional checks. So instant replay here after king to maybe queen e5 check and just trying to get those queens off the board. You might be walking into a losing queen and pawn game. That's why you don't make a move like that. But clearly her king is not safe on g5. Hard position to play with no time.
Yes. Yes, but exactly for that reason you had to do it, because yeah, this queen e4, queen g8, you just never know. Whoever gives the first check, one has the feeling that it should win the game. And yes, this is now elemental because after queen g6, we don't have to calculate mates, we just trade everything. And queen the c-pawn with the famous stuff that black king is far away, there is no opposition. Okay, white even goes for checkmate.
Give me your queen.
Or takes the queen, yeah. Okay, in any case, now it's obvious that white will win, but there is some queen before check, not that you pick up the queen and you end up in some perpetual.
That would be a tragedy. I don't think you get it because the queen on h8 can slide back to b2 in some of these variations, and you're lucky the black king's on g5 because there will be when you block with the check on c1, it also gives a counter check. So
also the queen can block like this, or the queen will block like this.
But I've seen positions just like this where it's still a draw despite the fact that one side has 2 queens to just 1 for the opponent.
Wow, what a dramatic queen endgame. We find the most dramatic game.
We got a bit lucky, but we were here right on time. And for my Narva, it looks like
that's it.
He takes this one. Yeah, the second queen can come block if you're afraid of both the checks. And then there are no more checks and you're up a queen and a pawn for good measure. Nice win there from my Narva. It wasn't perfect, but she got the job done. And she was never in any trouble, at least not in that queen endgame.
Yeah, when we already joined in, it was like black needed a miracle to survive. It looked like maybe she's getting it, but then not giving the queen g1 check, not relying on this famous check on the diagonal. Yeah, that basically cost her the game. Yeah,
and I think because this one is probably just about to conclude, maybe we can go back to that moment one more time, Peter, because I just want to explain how these mistakes occur at such a high level with these superstar chess players. There were mistakes at this stage. We understand that. Black was in the drawing zone, but easier said than done with such an exposed king on h6, with both sides about to promote. And as we get through some of these checks where black did end up making a mistake just after this, when the queen started zigzagging for white, the queen g1 ushering the pawn to the other side. I guess that is... but queen a7, you just go back and forth. You got the yo-yo. Okay, that's an easier way to do it.
Exactly. So basically, white's only chance finally is to go back to king b2, queen d4 check, play the move c3, then we give queen f2 check, everything is relying on this incredible long diagonal. So queen c2 is then met by queen b6 check, and we keep on harassing that pawn. And also one move back. So if one white plays the move king a3, we can still follow it up with our strategy of giving checks, and there is no way white can make progress.
That's right. And if you went to the first rank, you lose the game. So that's when you try too hard. Instead of playing for a win, you play for a loss. And if the king, instead of going to a3, went to b1, black pushes to h2. Oh, it's not even losing. I thought it would have been a lost position, but maybe queen d1 or something. Queen d1 doesn't even look like it saves the day. I'm not sure.
Queen d5. Maybe queen d5.
barely getting away with it. So black missed this, right? And then went for the pawn promotion. And there was just that one clever try, instead of this queen dancing around, that here, instead of queen d5 check, pawn to b8. I just want to put that on the board because it's so nice. You take a queen on g2, but white gets the skewer down the g file, wins this queen on g2 back while stopping black from promoting, and picks up the remaining material. That would have been a cool finish, but the way the game ended with 4 queens on the board was no less exciting.
Yeah, well, it was much more exciting. Yeah, this would have been beautiful. That one was dramatic.
Yeah, we prefer the drama, although maybe Zhu Jiner didn't like the drama of this round because she entered the 6th game with a perfect 5 out of 5. She exits the round with a defeat to her name. Jaimo now is in first place. Katerina Lachnau and Anastasia Bonaruk, they drew their game. Humpy Koneru, she's heading towards the top, has 5 points herself. And we just saw Mainarva win against Valentina Gudina. So as we look at the standings, Jaimo leapfrogs her compatriot. Nurgul Salimova is back. We see Humpy, we see Bodnaruk, we see Mainarva, and Bibisar Asabayeva along with Vaishali. I mentioned Bibisar though, 2-time defending World Blitz champion. She's trying to add rapid title to her name.
Yeah, she's incredible. Yeah, winning 2 consecutive Blitz titles shows her incredible Blitz skills, but she's also climbing now closer. Zhuzhine got stopped. This will give the boost for the other players as well. We have a new leader. So much to look forward, and I'm very happy to see Humpy with her incredible class, with her incredible knowledge. She is just coming, and she's a force to reckon with.
She is competitive each and every year, so she still has a shot. And in the open section, we saw Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. They had an early draw, but it was because the play was so high quality. Dubov and Cheparinov, they drew a bit earlier than people would have liked. And by people, I mean myself. It was a draw offer rather than any sort of conclusion. But Yu Yang-yi, he left little doubt in the end with some brilliant tactics to beat Bharat Subramaniam. Timur Rajavov wins of black, and Fedoseev down in the 6th board. He beat Gareev to go towards the top of the standings as well. So, Peter, we have 2 people in first place with 6 points. We saw more results like Volodar Murzin, Chu Shang-yu beat Duda. Wow, Levon Aronian also won. But 2 people, Magnus Carlsen and Yu Yang-yi, Erigaisi, Cheparinov, Dubov, they're all close behind, including Murzin. So, Peter, what to make of this madness in the World Rapid?
Yeah, the madness continues. That's guaranteed. Yuanji is also in stellar form, up there with Magnus Carlsen. So we basically know the next pairing. Yeah, it's gonna be. But who will be white? That's the big question. Do you have any guess?
Well, Magnus just had white. Did Youngie have it twice in a row?
Yeah, he also had.
Oh
No. Nobody had 2 white games.
Okay,
So
well,
I believe that it's Magnus Carlsen with a higher rating who is usually changing the color, no?
I think that is correct. So Magnus should get the black pieces. We will inform everybody after the break, but we also want to inform you about a pretty big event that, well, you can participate in. It's not just Magnus and the rest of the top players. Everybody can play. So don't miss out on the 2024 Daily Chess Championship. Join thousands of players in the massive year-long arena with cash prizes on the line. You must register before the ball drops on December 31st. So head to go.chess.com/daily_champs or use the command daily in chat now to stake your claim. And don't go anywhere, chat. One of the players has been fined €100 for not complying with the dress code. More info on that right after the break.
In this video, I'm gonna show you top 5 scholar-made attempts in Champions games. Before we dive into the games, I would like to show you the pattern if you have not seen it yet. Well, this happens when white goes with 1e4, black responds with e5, and white plays queen to h5. This queen gets into the game way too fast, attacks the pawn on e5. Now black plays knight to c6, guarding the pawn, and white goes with bishop to c4. White's two pieces are attacking on f7 and would like to capture this pawn, and if black is careless and plays knight to f6, then we have queen to f7, and this is a checkmate. Scholars made attempt 2 by Hikaru. Here we have this game between Hikaru and Filipov Anton, and we have 1e4, e5, queen goes on h5, and g6 once again. Hikaru plays queen to f3. Once again, gives a try to checkmate black's king. Black says, no, I see that, and knight to e2. We have seen already this kind of position earlier in the first game, so black plays bishop to g7 to make sure that the king is castled, and here Hikaru goes with d3. Black responds with d5, attacks right away in the center. White captures this pawn, and black goes with knight to b4. The pawn on c2 is hanging, so white has to play bishop to b3 to guard this pawn, and now we have knight to d5. And here we have this endgame where white has very active pieces. Both rooks are controlling the open files, and the bishop is controlling this diagonal. As you can see here, those pieces are concentrated mainly on the queen side, and they are not actually so active. And the king is all the way here on the king side, just alone. So white is using this and plays rook to e7, gives a check. If king goes on the back rank, it will be a checkmate. So black goes to king h6 now, and here we have rook to d6. The pawn is hanging, and it's not just a pawn, it's going to be a checkmate. So king goes back on g-file, plays g6 to guard the pawn, and we have bishop to c4 attacking the rook. But what is actually the idea of this move is that white wants to play bishop to d3 and checkmate this king next move. There we go. This is the checkmate that happened in this game, and second attempt of Scholars made in fact worked out. This game has ended in 39 moves. It was not a checkmate in 4 moves, but I think white got really nice play on the king side.
We are back for day 2 of the World Rapid Championship live from Samarkand, one of the oldest inhabited cities in Central Asia. It is a beautiful, beautiful city full of history, and some players will make history in this very city by winning the World Rapid and World Blitz Championships. We've had exciting action thus far. Some early draws, Peter, in that previous round, but still so much more fight and excitement ahead.
Absolutely. Okay, it's also in Dubov's case, I do remember that he had been using this strategy even when he won the World Rapids in 2018. Yeah, that I was criticizing him, why is he making a couple of short draws, and all of a sudden he won the event. So he's the master of understanding when to take risk, when to stop, and he felt like this was maximizing his chances, then it's his right, of course.
Yeah, when to conserve the energy. It's such a long event. It's not a sprint, but a bit of a marathon. And, well, speaking of marathon, you need sneakers to run them. There has been some controversy brewing in Samarkand. And the prize winners, they're not announced yet, but some people have had to pay a fine, it would seem. Anna-Maya Kazarian, popular streamer, someone very familiar to the chess community, has been fined for wearing the shoes that you see in her tweet. One of the arbiters stopped her and asked her if she could change her shoes because they were strange shoes and considered sports shoes. It hurts to even walk in those, and I don't definitely want to use my Burberry sneakers for sports. This seems a bit strange, especially when cameras aren't on every single board, where I don't think anyone is looking at the player's sneakers. So, I mean, that's my take, Peter. What do you make of this? Have you ever had such a controversy?
No, myself I never had, luckily. But yes, I do recall one of the World Cups. Was it in Tbilisi 2017? Yeah, with Kovalov, I think. Yeah, he had that short story. Yeah, to cut it short. But yeah, usually we don't know this kind of things happening.
And it's not always applied equally, and they choose their moments. And I just think that for Anna-Maya, I hope she is able to appeal and win that, because those look like perfectly presentable shoes, especially in this day and age when even the nicest restaurants don't require you to wear specific types of shoes. But that's something that is beyond our control. What we can discuss right now are the upcoming matchups. And for the Women's World Rapid Championship, we're heading into the 7th round, where Jaimo is the leader, and she gets the black piece against Humpy Koneru. And Peter, you were speaking of Humpy, her class, how long she's been at the top of chess. This veteran player, she can take down Jaimo, and if she does, we may be talking about Humpy heading for the gold medal.
As we said, it's still too early to speculate. Important to be in striking distance. You don't necessarily have to be the leader unless you are leading by 2 points margin. Then it's already a different story. But I just love Humpy. It's just fantastic to see this incredible class. In my mind, she has been a 2600 player for already a decade, and she's still there fighting against all the youngsters. I'm just loving this story.
And I also love that on board 4, it's Ju Wenjun against Vaishali. That could be our next Women's World Championship match. Everyone has watched Vaishali blossom before their very eyes, is winning tournaments, becoming a grandmaster, winning the Women's Grand Swiss. So it's great to see that matchup, and that's going to be one to circle. And in the Open, we do have our matchups. We know who is going to get the white pieces in that clash between Yu Yengi and Magnus Carlsen. It is the Chinese Super Grandmaster with the white pieces taking on Magnus Carlsen. They are in shared first place. Arjun Erigaisi against Vladimir Fedoseev, two of the most combative players on the face of the earth. And then we got Muren against Dubov, Vahidov against Cheparinov, Matlikov playing MVL, and Shevchenko Levanaronian. So, Peter, I think we have too many fascinating battles to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, the heavyweights are coming. As you highlighted, Arjun Erigaisi against Vladislav Fedoseev, two uncompromising fighters. Usually they never make a draw. I'm wondering what we will witness there.
It's going to be a fun one. And, well, there's some players there who are less familiar names, and there are some very common names at the top level of chess, including Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You know him based on his chess rating, based on his strength, but do you really know the real MVL? Well, if you don't, now's a chance to learn a bit more about the Frenchman with 3 names.
I was born near Paris, and I've always lived either in the suburbs with my parents and my sister. Yeah, I grew up like in a house with garden, normal neighborhood.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was introduced to chess when he was just 5 years old.
My father taught me the rules, and basically everyone in the family started playing for a year or two, but then it was all me.
At 6 years old, after only 1 year of playing the game, he showed signs of being an exceptional chess talent.
I won my first French championship underage that year. C'est Paris, Rapid and Blitz. And then I continued playing, continued winning these youth events. When I started getting medals also with competitors from all over the world, it was clear I had the chance to go further. I have pretty good intuition. I'm very resilient, normally speaking, so I always try to create some trouble for my opponents when I'm in a bad shape. Then I'm very good at spotting quick tactics.
Besides from being a top 10 chess player, Maxime has been able to study and get a degree in mathematics.
This way I could socialize, I could keep on having a life outside the chessboard, and it also felt more secure to have a degree to rely on should I stop playing chess. Well, I've loved playing chess from the start, so for me it's all about the games, the playing part, so I'm not so fond of studying, and of course it's necessary, but what I like is playing games, having fun, even playing a Blitz game, being able to trash talk a bit, to be very casual, and then of course the competitive part where I want to win the game, I want to be the best player I can be, and to beat everyone basically.
That's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is seated there with the black pieces against Maxime Matlikov. So you don't know which Maxime to root for? Just pick one. There's slightly different spellings of their names. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the 2021 World Blitz Champion. I've had a lot of fun experiences with Maxime. We have a close mutual friend. We've played ping pong. He's a huge tennis fan. And Peter, you probably have quite a bit of experience playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave over the board.
Yes, over the board for sure. On the other hand, I'm really sad that I never had the chance to play some table tennis with Maxime. We have to catch up.
He is a huge fan of racket sports, a huge tennis fan, in fact. And, well, Maxime Matlikov looks like he doesn't care who Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is. He's just staring down this board. A big moment for these two players in this round. And I see Levon Aronian in the background, somebody who's always in for a fun time and always wearing a colorful shirt. But Yu Yangyi may not have color on his jacket, but he's playing a great event, and he takes on Magnus Carlsen, who is not seated at the moment, but will sit himself on board one where he's been all tournament.
Yes, and we see that he's always sitting at the board as quickly as possible, very focused, very concentrated. On the other hand, Magnus has just appeared. So basically it means that Magnus had been there because no handshake has happened, which indicates that they already shook hands before. Interesting.
It's a good observation by you, because we're typically witnessing players sit down and immediately shake hands, but his jacket was there. He likely just went for a little stroll, and now he's back. And Yu Yangyi, it's a player who has been 2750 plus. In fact, he dropped quite a bunch of rating points in classical chess, but he's always hanging around. I feel like he's just underneath that top 15 player range. Now it's his opportunity to strike and take down the world rapid champion, the reigning champion, I should say, and maybe have the inside track towards a gold medal.
Yeah, this would be a very huge step. Now we see also Arjun Erigaisi and Vladimir Fedoseev, the two incredible fighters we have been talking about. There will be fire on board. No draw agreed, that's for sure. And I have also seen Dubov walking there. You see that already everybody's seated, everybody's sitting there waiting for the signal. I think that Dubov walking there is just trying to calm his nerves down. Yeah, I know it from myself that I usually prefer to walk a lot. Also during classical game, also during this rapid and blitz event, just to be sitting at the very last minute in order to get all this tension out of my system.
And there's Rajabov with the white pieces. He's playing Ivan Cheparinov with the black pieces. Cheparinov's had some enterprising games, and he had that early draw against Dubov thanks to a well-timed draw offer, something that maybe I'm not the biggest fan of, but it's win the rules, and there's the handshake, which is part of the rules to start the game. So Cheparinov and Rajabov are starting, but what's going on here between Magnus and Yu Yangyi? So some players are beginning and others are just sitting?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, okay, now we have a handshake on all the boards and e4 played. c5, okay, it's gonna be a Sicilian. Wow, a6, okay, the fancy stuff. Magnus Carlsen playing on the first board, sharing the lead and going for the second a6 move. Wow.
Okay, I think he wants to take Yu Yangyi out of the most comfortable, most familiar opening variation. So he plays the O'Kelly variation, and it can be transposing into several different lines depending on where Magnus decides to go from here. But Yu Yangyi first has to move.
Yes, basically that was a common knowledge. Yes, that c4 leads to some hedgehog type of positions, and c3 like an improved Alapin. Yeah, that was also the move throughout my career I was using against a6, the c3 move. But here we see something completely different. c4, knight c6, d4 takes, knight f6 on the board, knight c3 answered, and e5. Wow, this is the new development. And look at this. No, hang on. The moves are coming in way too quickly. No. Slow down, everyone.
Everybody is used to it at this point, the relay issues that are out of our control. But what's in our control is to analyze this position. Knight takes e4. There's a knight on c6 that is hanging from a pawn. Now the knight on e4 can be picked up seemingly for free, but the bishop on c8, it attacks the knight on f5. That defender was just removed. So it can be a forcing sequence. Black is not losing material.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, if Magnus Carlsen is playing this like this in a very important game and blitzes things out, certainly this is preparation. I think that Yuanji had made a move. It does not yet appear on my system. Did you manage to see? Not yet?
No, I don't see a move here. But if we just start using our chess brains, yours being bigger than mine. Knight takes g7 check intermezzo speaks to me because I'm going to lose the knight on f5 anyway. Maybe I can grab a pawn with check. But just by this very opening, Peter, Magnus isn't playing just to be solid with black and make a draw. If we see that variation, knight takes g7 check, bishop takes g7, knight takes e4, white is temporarily a pawn ahead, but that knight jumps into d4 for black. The d5 pawn becomes loose. f5 is in the equation. Black castles the king. We get a really sharp position full of rich tactics.
Yeah, absolutely. This is completely chaotic. I don't know exactly objectively it is sound or not. Yeah, if it's perfectly sound or not, but for a rapid game, and if it comes as a surprise, it looks very interesting because there is no safety net on the white side.
Well, let me ask you, Peter, because you have so much experience. You played for World Championship. In classical chess, you wouldn't play what might be considered dubious line. But when you were playing, more regularly in these top-level rapid and blitz tournaments, how often would you play something that you knew objectively wasn't that great, but just trying to catch your opponent by surprise?
Well, it wasn't exactly my style. I was usually playing my main openings, or I was simply saying like, you know what, okay, this tournament is not that important. It's more like a show event. So let me not reveal any of my secrets. And then I would play something strange, but without any real preparation. And then also you cannot really expect good results. Yeah, so if you are bringing in a surprise, then you have to know exactly what you are doing. It's a very risky strategy. Also, the times have changed. Yeah, with all these supercomputers now, it's so much more easier to be working out all these tricky lines. Yeah, especially if you have such seconds like PH behind you. Yeah, you just give him some task. Okay, please find out everything about this position, and he will deliver you all the details.
Yeah, no, it's true that at this day and age, you can have somebody working full time for you and just giving you just all sorts of variations. And a variation I didn't think about, knight back to g3. So instead of stealing a pawn but giving black a ton of activity, knight g3 is played, and you can see Magnus like, what to do here. That knight on e4, it could take two different knights in two different directions. If you take the knight on c3, then the pawn captures towards the center. Then black's knight has to move. You're kind of losing a little bit of time there. It may not be the most comfortable, but if you take the knight on g3, white takes back towards the center as well, opens up that rook on h1, so developing the rook from its starting square, and that means that there are some attacking chances against the black king. Peter, very difficult choice at this stage. Magnus hasn't made his move yet. Which would you choose?
Well, the point is that I feel that, first of all, we have to praise the move knight f5 back to g3 from Yuanji. It's a fantastic practical choice, making sure that white keeps everything under control. Yeah, it's not like Magnus is luring me into some kind of unknown crazy territory, which according to computer is fine and interesting, but as a human player, no matter how strong you are, you can't really navigate yourself. After knight g3, we know exactly that white is risking nothing, and it's black who actually needs to make some tough decisions now.
I'm with you. I think there's a smart continuation, and I think we just saw the knight's capture on g3, and then the knight go into d4, which looks like a pleasant square. Yes, white can play bishop e3 and try to win a pawn on the d4 square, but do you actually want to win a pawn that opens the position up? Black would have the two bishops advantage. So I'm not really sure I'd actually want to take that knight, or I think I'd prefer to play around it for the time being, especially because the black king can't easily castle, at least not with that rook still sitting on h1.
Yes, that's why the move bishop d3 makes so much sense. It covers also the f5 square, yeah, because clearly black is threatening to play bishop f5. If it would be black to move, bishop f5 would be a dream come true. Bishop e3 going after d4 knight, yeah, it doesn't feel right. The dark squares will be weak. Besides, black can even just defend that with a bishop c5 move developing. Bishop d3 is the move, and I believe Yuanji has already played it, or he's about to do that.
Well, it looks like he's on the clock, and bishop d3. So
yes,
he
bishop
goes
d3.
A very logical move, as you explained. And now the question for Magnus doesn't wait very long. I was about to say the question for black is, how do you develop your dark square bishop? He just, I saw him grab the g pawn, go g6. He wants the fianchetto, which also protects that knight in the center and blunts that bishop on d3. Peter, as far as openings go, you were saying how your own style was very classical in an approach, just trying to play main lines and trying to, not do anything speculative. I have to say, this is a double-edged position. That isolated pawn on d5, it could be seen as a strength or a long-term weakness. Black's pawn structure, it's healthier. I actually think that Magnus is probably very happy about the position he's been able to achieve.
Well, if he can complete his development, get bishop g7 short castle in, it looks very nice. It will look like a wonderful Grünfeld defense, all of a sudden, instead of a Sicilian. But white has some extra moves. The big question is white able to capitalize with some move pen move play? And we see, no, not yet. Okay, it already appeared on my screen, but now I'm trying not to reveal the move as long as it's not going to appear on our board.
It's funny because I haven't actually looked at our board to see what happened, so I'm going to try to anticipate. You seemed a bit surprised, so what could be surprising here? I'm just going to wait for the move to be played, but I would be surprised if he didn't just develop his bishop.
Okay, please tell me some candidate moves. That what comes naturally to you here from the white side.
Well, bishop e3 for sure comes naturally, just developing the piece. Maybe play queen d2 after. Oh, we see it. Does he go bishop h6?
Yes, he has.
Oh, I don't like
That's
that.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised, because it looks a little premature there, because first of all, white will not be able to castle anymore once the rook moves.
And we saw Magnus grab it, and okay, but black can still castle, right? Like there's no attack
Yes.
against the black king. So castle, king g7, kick that rook out of there. I think that there are some clear advantages for black. The king will be safer on the king side than white's king will ever be. Perhaps white will resort to king to f1. But Peter, the presence of this isolated pawn, I think that it's going to require a lot of effort for white to keep that pawn on d5.
Yeah, white is certainly going for the king f1, king g1 idea. If black castles and eventually tries to kick that rook away, then clearly black will have to deal with some ideas like rook h4, queen d2, setting queen h6 check. So Magnus will have to make sure that he controls everything. But I'm perfectly with you that somehow seems like black certainly should have enough time to coordinate his forces and should have absolutely no problems.
Well, Peter, you had a move before it happened, so a surprise for me. I'm going to bring a surprise to you and the entire audience. So, Peter, if you can look down the list of games and go to Ganguly's game, you are going to be absolutely shocked with what you see. So I'm not going to tell you what happened, but I'll just let you know that that way you're warned in case.
But tell me, please, which board it is?
I don't even know what board it is. It's Ganguly. He's playing against Mukhudin, so probably not.
Okay, I will search for it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry to make you type. Sorry to make you go on a treasure hunt, but it's worth it. I promise. So that when you bring this up, you are going to be very, very surprised.
But it already finished.
Click on it. Click on it.
No way.
What is this?
No way. No.
How does this happen? And this is not Magnus Carlsen versus Yu Yengi. So just to be clear to everybody, this is Ganguly with the white pieces against Mukhudin with the black pieces. And how do you get checkmated like this?
No, okay, first of all, Surya is one of my best friends. This cannot happen. And a fantastic player, coach, second friend, everything in one person. No way how on earth could this have happened?
Like, was there just like some kind of
scotch?
A lapse of some sort? Just you're not thinking about the position? Knight
f3, bishop b4, check, c3, bishop c5, bishop d3, knight e5. No, I cannot believe this. Yeah, this is you just touched the knight with the idea that yes, knight e5, queen e5, and I'm gonna go f4 and I'm gonna get the initiative and so on, and then knight takes e5, queen takes f2, checkmate comes. No, this is crazy.
And I mean, Ganguly, you know him far better than I do, but a movie was just made about his life. I mean, he's had a tremendous story and a tremendous career. This is one of those moves that go in the puzzle books, unfortunately. So, yeah, it does remind us of the PogChamps game of XQC versus Moist Critical, but something went critically wrong for Ganguly, such a phenomenal player. Just as you said, you not only does he touch the knight, you must touch your opponent's knight, because then you have to take it. Because he could have played knight d4 if he picked up his knight to move it. It's just a sad way to lose a game, especially on this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, okay, we have to move on from this. We are not doing justice to Surya. If people connect this with Surya, no, this is absolutely no. This wasn't Surya at all.
I have a funny story for you, Peter, that back in Vaikonze, one of the years, I'm not remembering which one, that was that game between Shanklin and Ishgiri, where Shanklin resigned in what should have been a theoretically drawn position. And he was, very upset, and we're on the bus going to the closing ceremony, and Sam was like, oh, it's so embarrassing. And so he says to Sam, what game of mine do you remember the most? So Vashi said. And Sam goes, oh, all these brilliant games, the win against Levon, any game, right? He has too many to name. And he's like, exactly, you didn't name my very quick loss to Alonso Zapata. So people forget about your terrible blunders, your worst moments. They remember your triumphs. So for Ganguly, yes, it happened. We had to show it. We feel very sympathetic towards him, but we will remember the triumphs most often over those worst moments, at least over the chessboard. So I don't want to make it about life, just about the chessboard there. So it happens, even to some of the best players on the planet.
Yes, and maybe it's this magical move number 8, because Vishy's game also was, I think, 8 move or something. Yeah, that crazy knight blunder, on the e file. All right, but enough of tragedies. Let's get back to Magnus Carlsen against Yuanji. What happened here? Magnus opted for b5. Computer does not exactly like it, but I think it's a good move. Only that computer was thinking that maybe there was something even better. Nothing wrong with the move. White plays king f1, evocates the king. Short castle, queen d2. And I already have the move b4. Knight e2 on my screen. I'm not sure in which sync we are.
Well, sorry, Peter, I didn't mean to get distracted, but I admittedly was, because not even by this game. And we see that the players are making some high quality moves at this stage. I just noticed, if we can bring up our bird's eye view of all 7 of the top boards, not all of them are still in play. If you look at the bottom row, some very quick draws were made between Rajabov and Cheparinov. So second game in a row, Cheparinov making a quick draw. And then we have Matlikov against Vashi. The Battle of the Maximes has no winner. Both of them leave the round without a loss, but very, very quick draws in those games.
Yeah, very strange. Also, just for a very quick look at that, what happened? Okay, so basically this Rajabov game was not played. Rajabov Cheparinov, okay, it was black was about to play the Marshal with d5. White has offered a draw with c3. So Timur is trying to secure his good position, but I'm not liking his strategy. I'm so happy for Rajabov that he's coming. I want to see him continue this incredible run, and to show why there are so many fans there who loves to see him play chess, because he's capable of fantastic performances, but not this 8 move draw. Okay, so this was it. Cheparinov had the black pieces. We cannot fault the black side in this situation. And okay, this Maxim Matlakov against Vashi Lagrave, this was some Grünfeld clash, and most probably it's kind of a balanced endgame. Black would have captured on b3, and most probably also captured on d4. It looks like a very even position, and then the players decided not to waste too much energy on it.
And if you look at the times, it seems like Matlikov did actually invest some time. Maybe he was caught in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's preparation. I have to say the whole name, because there are 2 Maximes in this one. So this does look very level, but perhaps saving that energy is more important than going for a long battle. And for this game, on the other hand, look at this. Rook h4, sliding the rook back. Queen h6 becomes a pretty big threat against the black king, as the queen and rook will line up towards the h7 pawn with checkmating threats. But black does have a tactic available to him. Let's say the queen slides back to safety. I'm not sure which square is best, but if we put it on any square, really, let's say d6. If you play queen to h6, the bishop falls with check, which is really important. And after you take it, the king slides over. Pawn to g5 allows you to protect that pawn on h7 with your queen. The queen can block a check on g6 if the queen takes the pawn, and black is a piece ahead with a winning position.
Yes, it's a very important sequence of moves. This is what we are expecting. On the other hand, after queen d6, white can also maybe first include a move like rook d1 and still be threatening queen h6. Also, the pawn on b4 is hanging. I feel like white can be sure that he's not worse. And knowing what happened in the opening, this is already kind of an important detail to note. The b4 pawn is hanging, so white also might be able always to make up his mind. Do I need to speculate for some compensation, or do I just liquidate?
Yeah, because black is currently a pawn ahead. So 6 pawns for black, just 5 for white. So the b4 pawn dropping would restore that material equality. And as you're highlighting, it's a great point that the black pieces aren't in the game yet. But if you give black just like 2 turns, I do think it could go in Magnus's favor. So the white king on f1, it's not in danger, but it's not so safe. The king on g8, not in danger yet, but we see a queen launching into the h6 square at some moment. That could be problematic. So I do think that this position is level, but there is some dynamism left.
Yes, a lot of dynamism. Also, one of the moves that caught my eye is e5, e4, just to sacrifice that pawn. Okay, first of all, there are even then some ideas with queen h6. We have to reconsider all that tactical sequence, but I also have queen g7 just in case. The idea of e4 was to distract eventually the rook. Then the queen falls back. I sacrifice the pawn, but I activate my bishop, connect the rooks. Of course, there is no need to panic like this for black. I just wanted to highlight that even such ideas exist.
It might be a good idea. And look at Magnus, by the way. He doesn't seem thrilled about his position. And it's what the strongest players often do. He's up a pawn, is Magnus Carlsen, but he might be willing to go down a pawn just to make sure all of his pieces are fluid and they're connected to one another. So e4, there's an argument for that move, even if it drops a pawn. Queen back somewhere. Where to is really important. You can't just pick any square and hope that it works out. But Yu Yangyi, he's fighting in this game here. b4 is loose. The queen h6 idea is in the air. So Magnus has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, one more tactic than what we can show, that if the black queen falls back to d5, then there is also rook takes h7 idea. Apparently computer does not agree. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, king takes h7 is met by bishop takes g6 check. And okay, white is threatening somewhere queen h6. Apparently computer says it does not work, but you have to keep these kind of motifs in your mind.
It looks like a really interesting trap. So there probably was just a way for black to maybe pick up a piece and still cover the king. Maybe they move like e4. That
yes,
probably was
exactly.
So that
okay, we can just quickly show this, that yeah, we are assuming that e4, queen h6, looks like checkmate is coming, but we pick up the bishop with a check. King g1, we play queen d4, and suddenly the queen beautifully guards both vulnerable spots and nothing to worry about.
It looks scary. And bullet
on
chess,
the board, e4, on the board. Magnus
hey!
e4.
Peter Lecco follows Bobby Fischer's advice. E4 is best by test, so let's push the pawn to e4, this time from the black side. I think it's a great concept. Like, you really just showed a very instructive idea that Magnus Carlsen agreed with. I don't want to be passive. I don't want to defend. I'll give you a pawn so long as my pieces are coordinated and I have play of my own. It's really a great idea by you, Peter, and it's nice to see Magnus play it.
Yes, on the other hand, it's not yet on the board. Yeah, now finally, officially. Now finally, officially. So in fact, so far it was only my move. Now it's confirmed by Magnus, yeah.
Well, I like it all the same. So this is still a messy battle between these two. Both sides will have their chances, but Yu Yangyi, he's not in a worse spot. That's the good news for him. He has played a nice game thus far. I would just pick up that pawn with the rook, take the b4 pawn, and force Magnus to prove that he has all the compensation he believes he does.
And he has. I'm pretty sure that's why I also dare to suggest the move. I felt like since any other move, like moving the queen back, was not really giving any winning chances for black. White is way too active and you always have to worry about your king. You have to calculate lines. After the move e5, e4, you know exactly that with this open king on f1, and also when white eventually picks up that b4 pawn, then black will get very strong compensation on the b file. There can be also some pin along the d file against the bishop on d3 and queen on d2. Bishop e6 or bishop f5 might come. There is nothing to worry about.
Yeah, okay, great understanding from Magnus Carlsen. He would like to remain in the lead. Rook takes e4 was in fact played, and it seems like things are settling down a little bit. So yeah, this is maybe a good moment to venture away. Let's check in on the women's rapid, because we haven't looked at any of their games, and some of them look very exciting to me. So while we have a moment to step away from Yu Yangyi versus Magnus Carlsen, maybe we dive into some of those top games, Peter, in the women's tournament.
But hang on, we have the wrong bird's eye view. This is the men section.
Yeah, the open section there. And
Yes.
okay, now we have the women's section. And okay, it looks like, why don't we head into the, I don't even know what to pick. All the games look quite enterprising. Maybe the Zhu Jiner game against Minerva. We can get to the top board in a second. But maybe these boards are a little also out of whack. So maybe we're having
No,
problems.
already it works. Already it works, and it's a very interesting position. So we can actually stick with the top board. I already have the update. This is a very kind of important Vienna variation, a very aggressive one. So I'm ready to jump right in there.
Yeah, let's just click on the game. Go into the one between Zhu Jiner and Minerva when we can, or Humpy, whichever game you want to pick. Peter, you take it away.
Okay.
You're the one who controls. Like, what is happening in this position?
Okay, hang on. So here, well, white is a pawn up. On the other hand, the knight on e7 can be a strong piece. On the other hand, can also be threatened with some queen d6 move. But clearly, white is pawn up, so white should have a good way of dealing with this position. The typical trick of somewhere knight g6 check and checkmate does not yet work. The reason why I mentioned it because the rook on h3 is ready to be used on h3, but I don't see the mate yet.
I'm with you. Queen d6, maybe knight c6 back, and if the bishop takes that knight, then white has a favorable position thanks to the a6 pawn being loose. The open board often favors a bishop, but black will have chances, unless those clocks are accurate, in which case Minerva's in huge trouble without much time to calculate.
Yeah, and Zhu Jiner has just lost a very important game on board 1 after being 5 out of 5. And what we see that she is again very aggressive. So it just tells us that this is her kind of trademark. Yeah, she loves to attack. She doesn't care about being solid. And this is what we love to see.
So time for white to think, and she is spending it while she considers her options. She is a pawn ahead at the moment. Maybe let's look at the first board between Humpy Koneru and Jaimo, just because Jaimo clear first. Humpy, if she wins, well, I see a question mark on the latest move we see. So big if on that one. But what's happening? Black's queenside is completely undeveloped. And whoa, King H8 played, and the evaluation bar goes up, up, up. There must be something in white's favor now.
Well, there are so many, but even if there is nothing immediate, just knight b5 followed by knight bd6 looks very tempting. Yeah, on the board.
Oh, yeah, just jump a knight into d6. Also, if the clocks are accurate, it's way easier to attack than it is to defend. So look at the queen side. The rook, the knight, the bishop, they haven't left their starting squares. It's hard to play chess like this.
Yeah, to be fair, this is some kind of theoretical position earlier on. Of course, not this. You shouldn't be getting into such trouble. But it's kind of typical. However, the idea was always that black quickly develops that bishop via bishop d7, bishop c6. And here black wasn't in time. And the move knight b5, practically speaking, is just exactly what you want to do. Computer might have seen something even stronger, but let's play natural chess.
White's moves couldn't be any more natural. I mean, just put a knight on d6, maybe bring your queen to h5 at some moment. Go for a rook lift. Bring a rook to the third rank on over to the king side. It's so difficult to defend this position for black. The engine is suggesting that it's not hopeless, but I think from a practical perspective, Peter, maybe knight c6, just try to quickly get those pieces out. Just feels slow.
Yeah, feels slow, and I'm very much loving this little move queen f4, yeah, which stabilizes the pawn on e5, reinforces the pressure on the d6 square, yeah, so no tricks are really happening after knight d6, knight takes e5, and also white is targeting the weak spot on f7. Yeah, these little natural good moves are one of my favorites.
Okay, so Humpy, she looks like she's in control. I'm with you. That little step to the side, protecting and attacking, multi-purpose move. It should be sufficient to at least keep the advantage, if not go on to win this game. Let's go back on over, though, to the open, the World Rapid Championship where Magnus Carlsen is taking on Yu Yangyi, because that game really essential for first place, and many moves have happened since the B pawn was grabbed, and now it looks like there are some pins that White needs to deal with, and King E2 I guess solves the problem, but you can't get out of this pin, can you?
Yes, probably it's like an eternal pin. That will be the compensation. You remember we discussed what is compensation? Well, now it's all basically relying on the fact that there is no way to unpin from White side, because bishop c2 is always met by bishop takes c2. You can never take on f5 because then the rook hangs from d1 and White's pieces are overloaded. So the strategy from White can be simply to start pushing a for b5, and then after the trade you eventually just destruct one of the rooks, rook b with b6, rook takes b6, bishop takes f5, and then draw kind of almost guaranteed.
Well, there's only one idea I see for Black to try to play for win, is that when White plays a4 and b5, Black plays a5, but you have to have everything timed perfectly. Black could bring that rook up to d4 at some moment, just challenging on the fourth rank and saying, okay, am I really going to win your b pawn, or maybe I'll take your a pawn? So I'm with you that you need to use your queenside extra pawn as a decoy, because otherwise you can't move. It just maybe has a little bit more bite to it than initially met my eyes.
Yes, the same mind. Yeah, I was expecting that. Okay, this compensation is trivial draw. If I have to worry about something, then I might also use a different strategy. Just sit and wait. Rook d2, rook d1, rook d2, rook d1. Yeah, it's just not weakening anything on the queen side.
I like that. I kind of forgot that about rook to d2, because I was thinking how the move rook f3 was not possible with bishop g4 pinning the rook. So rook d2, rook d1, you're right. You can just sit and do nothing. And it looks like, I think Magnus brought his rook to d4. So as we see on the camera. So I think a4, rook d4, pawn to b5 has been played, and that should result in mass liquidation. We're seeing these moves happen. Should just be a simple draw now.
Yes. Basically, shake hands is to be expected. B takes a6. I wonder why Magnus did not consider your idea with a5, or he anyway felt like, okay, b6 is coming and let's not get fancy.
Maybe he
could
felt
easily be the case.
Yeah, with the queenside pawn on the board, like the bad structure on the king side, mixed with a queenside pawn could be too much to deal with. So yeah, we are just going to see this game fizzle out. It looks completely drawn. What is happening? Oh, some trades?
Ah, we were ahead on action. Okay, now it's all clear. Yeah, so this is all about to happen, and the handshake is there. That's it. B takes a6.
Draw has been agreed between these two. They were co-leaders, just the two of them. Now others may join them. They're talking about their game, but it was level throughout, at least so it seemed. So let's head, after this conversation between these two players, let's head on to Levon Aronian's game, because he's got style. He's got a sense of fashion. He's also got some great moves, and he's playing against Kirill Shevchenko, a youngster who would like to continue his winning ways. And this position, this is not a balanced one. This is two rooks for a queen and a pawn. Peter, which have you historically preferred, rooks or a queen?
Well, it depends on the situation, yeah. And here it's clear that only White can play for a win. So in this regard, clearly one wants to be White here. On the other hand, it will be very difficult to break Black's construction. The king on h8 is safe. Yeah, the normal strategy is just sit and wait, try to improve your position with small little moves. Also to pass the move to Black, because sometimes from the stronger side, you might not be able to do anything immediately, but then you can ask the question, and what is Black's next move? It isn't really obvious.
I'm not sure. I made bishop trade. Can you play bishop to g8 and offer a trade of pieces? I'm not sure who that benefits.
Yes, it's a very big question. Of course, bishop g8, bishop c2, you can simply probably... Wow! Draw agreed.
Yeah,
Okay.
King H2, draw offer, draw immediately accepted, and perhaps there's just no progress, at least the players felt, and
Yes.
you see the evaluation bar in the middle. I can understand that, but maybe playing on would have. You can't win a game that you've already drawn, I guess would be my point.
Yes, I think that also the answer is if you look at the clock situation that White was 2 minutes behind, and with 2 minutes versus 4, without any realistic winning chances, White did not fancy his chances that I can just fool around forever. It might have been too risky. So what else do we have?
We have 3 other games going on. We've had 4 draws, at least from the top 7 boards, but Erigaisi and Fedoseev, they're still playing. Muren against Dubov, they're going at it as well. And for Muren, he beat Nepo. He would like to double it up by beating Dubov, and maybe we should tune into this game as there
But
seems to
it's
be an imbalance.
it's kind of little drawish to my eyes. On the other hand, okay, Black is the one pushing. Yeah, and this is exactly Dubov's state also. Look at his clock management. Yeah, he's way up on the clock, 5 minutes extra. You already called it. You always prefer to be on the side which has the breaks. And it's obvious that it is Black who decides when he will try to get some G5, F4 in. There's also no reason to rush because the position is now locked. The knight is clearly superior to White's bishop on C2. It's a long grind.
Yes, and I've seen Gadakomsky win so many games just like this from the black side, where the position is closed, you push a little bit, you gain some ground, and it's going to be, even if it will be a draw, it's not going to be fun for Muren because every single move, where's that knight jumping to? Is there a G5? Is there a pawn break? But for now, with so much time on Dubov's clock, maybe we should head elsewhere because you seem to have your eyes on another game.
Well, I certainly wanted to jump to Arjun against Vladimir Fedoseev because we have talked about these are insane players in a sense that they always love to fight. They are looking for winning chances. Draw or stability is maybe something in their mind if they are in trouble, but not from the start. And look at the unbalance. Yeah, White is a pawn up, Black has the 2 bishops. Yes, the knight on g6 is perfectly placed, ready to jump into f5 or to h5. White should be somewhat better, but Black has serious compensation here.
Looks really nice though for Arjun because while it's true that Fedoseev, this is the game between Arjun Erigaisi with White against Vladimir Fedoseev with Black, he's now trying to push his pawn on the king side. He does have an extra pawn there, and if he can play f4 and then e5 and shut down that dark square bishop, you're pointing out b4. I'm trying to stop you before it gets going, but maybe now's the time for b4.
Exactly, and one of the things that I'm worried about that if b4 you take cb, I might go c4 and try to hit that b2 pawn. I don't know. It's a very messy, very interesting position.
Yeah, it's one of these positions where extra material for White, but the clear issue in his own camp. So rook to f1 was played, and this again is Arjun Erigaisi against Vladimir Fedoseev. We apologize. We will try to get the right players on the screen, but for now, it's a position where Black does have some chances. Bishop c4, the rook can slide up to f2, but b4 is happening, Peter. I don't think Black is in real danger.
Yeah, not at all. That's why I would love to see the camera feed in order to understand from the body language. On the other hand, both are players who do not really show much emotions. Well, rook f2, b4. It's somewhat surprising, yeah, that Black pushed the pawn to b4 when White has already stabilized on the second rank. I'm a little bit puzzled.
And here we see the players. It is Arjun Erigaisi against Fedoseev. So yeah, why did the rook get welcomed up to f2 where it defends that pawn? That seems to be a useful inclusion for White. But Fedoseev, he's scooting up in his chair. Maybe the camera is a bit behind the board.
Yes, I think that now c takes b4 will be played. Most probably, or cb is played already. On our board, CB has been already played. And I will try. Yes, CB played. Okay.
You see the eval bar, Peter? Black is better if you make that move f4. It's the most natural move. That was the entire idea. And with Arjun down to 27 seconds, it's a move you make and hope that it works. But look at the queen side, b2 pawn.
Be careful. Yeah, be careful, because also some rook a1 might trap the bishop. Bishop c2, b3. Be careful. So f4 happened.
I like your rook a1. It's a blunder. I mean, it is the move to play, just to push the pawn. Oh, now it's changed from blunder with more depth. It appears it's not as bad as initially thought.
Wow.
Rook a1. You saw that slide from Fedoseev?
Yes. He played this move with a determination that, yes, I got it, but white can still fight.
Is the
But
bishop
how?
trapped? Bishop c2,
Yeah,
pawn to b3. You win the piece.
Yes, you win a piece, so you have to include some rook c2, but I'm not exactly sure if you can save the bishop.
He played it. I see rook c2, then bishop e6, and pawn to f5. So just going after this light square bishop is Arjun Erigaisi. Maybe he feels like it's his only chance. Can that bishop... Where can it go?
Yeah, but I don't need to go, now I can just take. And after f takes e6, I'm recapturing with f e6. That pawn on e6 beautifully covers the f5 square. The b2 pawn is hanging. The bishop has a lovely square on e5, which will dominate the knight on h5. How is Arjun surviving this?
Bishop d7. I was like, I need to move my bishop. A good point by you. Just take the bishop on b1. You see Fedoseev, he grabs it. And after pawn takes e6, he takes the pawn back. Do not allow e7. That would have become a queen. So now b2 cannot be defended. Peter, is it already into objectively one territory for black, or does white have some chance to stop that runner on b4?
I believe it should be a win, but probably the only chance will be to try to activate white's rook behind the b pawn. We cannot afford to trade rooks, because then it will be a tactical lost position. And yeah, rook c8 check, king f7, rook c7 check happened.
King g6 played, which makes perfect sense to hide and to stop any kind of... Ooh, I said it made sense, and then it was given a question mark.
Okay, but with this little time, it's so difficult. I would not dare to criticize the players. So yeah, rook c6 made perfect sense. It's a logical move. Rook takes b2 check will be played. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, I think it's on the board. He took on b2.
Yeah, king f3.
And
then king f7 back. Okay.
So
but
he gives a check?
Yeah, where is this black king hiding? That's the very big question. King g8 played. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and now we see that why it's so important to have this e5 square for the bishop, yeah? It's a wonderful bishop protecting everything. Also, one can clearly put the bishop on c3 as well.
Is there some kind of rook h2 at some moment? So I see the king on h7. So the check, king h7, rook c7. Like, does rook h2 ideas, do those come to mind? Because you can't get away with knight h5 thanks to rook takes h3 check.
Wow. And king g4, rook g2, but the bishop is still pinned. Okay, rook h2 played.
But king g4, there might be like king g6. I mean, it's getting close to some sort of checkmating net as well.
Yes, very scary. Okay, after king g6, I will have to play rook c6, I'm assuming. Yes, I have to.
Yeah, it looks so close. h5 check doesn't work. It seems that knight takes h5. These are hanging on by a thread here is Arjun Erigaisi. And he goes king g4 voluntarily. So he preempts it. He brings his own king up to g4. That allows knight h5 to be the next move. If it's allowed to b3 is a mistake because of knight h5.
Yeah, so king g6 is the natural response. Yeah, on the board. We have live action, and I'm expecting rook c6 because now already rook g2 followed by rook take g3, king g3, bishop e5 check. Picking up the rook is a winning threat. So let's attack the pawn on e6 and put the white rook on the light squares.
Can you just give up the e6 pawn? So rook c6 I see has been played, and now Fedoseev is thinking. But after rook c6, can you just play b3 and just say, take my e6 pawn. I'm running my pawn all the way down to b2 and trying to make a new queen.
Wow, very interesting. Yeah, b3, rook takes e6 check. Yeah, forget about the pawn. King f7, rook b6, b2. And the bishop protects the pawn, which means that Black's rook will be free to try to get to the first rank and promote the pawn. Very critical situation on
We're
the
seeing
board.
this exact sequence. Yeah, the pawn is captured. Oh, king of 7, apparently some kind of mistake. How is that a mistake? You're attacking the rook, getting out of the check, and yet it's the wrong choice.
Yeah, wrong choice. With this little time left for the players, I think it's impossible to figure it out. One could argue that since Fedoseev has much more time than Arjun, he might have had to spend some time. On the other hand, this is his strategy. Fedoseev is always putting pressure on the clock as well. That's why he's winning a lot of games. So it's part of the plan. Rook b7 check happens. It's also a question mark. Did it happen? I think yes.
Yes, it did. And I know why it's a question mark. I think white had to play knight f5, and then when the rook went to h1, knight takes h6 check, something like that, to give the knight, but at least you get this h6 pawn. So in many of these variations, the dark square bishop will be lost. But if the h6 pawn remains, I feel like a rook and 2 pawns into the knight and 3 pawns should be winning for black. Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. This is a type of position that every single move can be a mistake in a rapid game with 1 minute on the clock. But how do you use those mistakes? Because Arjun has only 10 seconds left.
Knight f5, bishop f8 to a3 is the plan, just to protect the b2 pawn. Oh, he goes in with the king.
King f5, king e6, and then knight f5. That would be lovely.
And the black rook wants to go to h1, but the knight covers the square. Peter, white can win this game if black isn't careful.
That's why king e8 was a mistake. Yeah, this king f5 beautifully spotted by Arjun with 8 seconds on the clock. The king has to join the party. King e6, knight f5. King d8 played. Yes, black is trying to run away.
And now e5 for white comes to mind, shutting down the bishop.
Yes, on the board. And now suddenly, yeah, okay, so black is picking up pawns. That's not the biggest worry from white. Now white gets coordination. Something like knight e4, yeah, on the board.
Okay, so it looks like, actually, I see Professor grabbing his king. So maybe king d. He may have played king d8. So our board is a little bit ahead, but you know, it's again. Sorry, everybody. You see it next to our faces there. The data and the moves are not in our control, but they're coming in.
Yes,
and the last
e5.
Play was e5, and rook takes h3. And what to do here? Knight e4?
Knight e4, yeah, activate the knight. Yeah, clearly activate the knight.
The pawn
rook
is hanging.
check. Yeah, the pawn on b2 is hanging, but rook f3 check is kind of a good intermezzo. Where do you go with the king?
King e6, and then knight d6, and rook d7 checkmate. Be really careful if you're Vladimir Fedoseev.
But rook takes e5 check. Yeah, that's the catch. Yes, so if we go king e6, then rook takes e3. So he went the other way, king g6, but now bishop takes e5. Oh no.
Oh no, that you can't give away that pawn. The b2 pawn is defended. He went knight d2, and now I see rook f6 check. And the king slides to h5, but now it's 2 separate extra pawns for black. Rook c6 was what Fedoseev just played, and now it looks all over. And you can see Fedoseev relaxing a little bit. Knight f3 attacking the bishop, but even rooks. I don't think I would go rook c1 here. I would probably just keep my bishop on the board, like bishop c3.
Yeah. Knight's just completely winning because, okay, before black's king was in danger, there was a problem of the black's bishop getting shut out of the game with e5. But probably the drawing sequence which computer highlighted was some study-like way. That's why Arjun with 10 seconds on the clock was unable to spot that.
And we see a few moves, bishop c3, knight d4, and now we just see Fedoseev grab his rook and put it on f6. So that rook is coming down to f1. The pawn is going to promote. It's just knight e2, going after this bishop once again. Clever try here from Arjun, because if the bishop goes back to d4, e5, excuse me, the knight comes out to d4, blocking the bishop's defense of this b2 pawn. So bishop e5 has just been played. Knight d4, the follow-up. And
yeah, the problem is that black still has 2 extra pawns as well on the king side. And you can't take the h6 pawn because then the g pawn starts to march.
rook f2. I honestly forgot about rook f2 because I was so accustomed to the bishop defending the b pawn. Now, if the rook gets in like this, everything is defended, and as you said, you can't take h6 to g4. It's now looking like a problem.
Yes, and the check on c6 is simply answered by king c8 hitting the rook. So yes, it looks like very bad news. King g4 played. But okay, black will play the most natural move, king c8, kicking that rook away. It should be technically easily winning.
And he's going for his king. He puts it on c8, kicks that rook back. The rook probably... Okay, it looks like king c8, rook to b5 was played with no threat. You can't take this bishop on e5 because then the pawn promotes. And he's hovering over that king is Fedoseev. He wants to go forward. So Peter, it looks like Fedoseev, he's feeling as if he has everything under control. Just don't walk into a knight fork.
Yeah. King c7, why not? The bishop is not hanging. The pawn on b2 is protected by the rook. White doesn't really have a good move. So what happened? Rook b3, rook. King d6. Yeah, the king joins the party, then it's all over.
And you have rook b5 just to keep the king out, at least for one more turn. But after rook b5, bishop takes d4 is Fedoseev's choice.
Yeah, liquidates into a winning. Oops, too many moves. Yeah, king d6 and the king is coming to d5. It's all over.
Yeah, nicely done here by Fedoseev, and really great conversion by him. There were some moments where the eval bar went back towards the middle, but it was so difficult for Arjun to find the correct choices.
Also for Fedoseev, it was very difficult to play as correctly as the computer wanted him to be. Because the position was just too tricky. That's why also all the mistakes. And Arjun resigns. It's completely hopeless. Wow, what a game.
Vladimir Fedoseev. I mean, he's the big fish, as he's known on chess.com, but he's the biggest fish of all. He's a shark in the water. Although I guess, I don't know, if our sharks fish, that's not a question for now, but Fedoseev gets the job done with the black pieces. He is going up the standings. There's Volodar Muren against Daniil Dubov. We left this game a long time ago because the position was closed. It looked like Dubov's position was preferable, but hard to break in. And now we see the knight get traded for the bishop. Interesting liquidation.
Yeah, still one needs to be careful. Maybe rook h5, yeah, on the board, just to make sure that there is a g4 threat if the black rook leaves the g file, like rook d7, rook d2 would have been otherwise a threat. Now we can meet it with g4. If king d5, then the pawn on f5 is hanging with a check. It seems like white is just in time to solve his problems.
Well defended by Muren. He beat Nepomniachtchi a round ago from a difficult position. If Dubov tries too hard to win, maybe he's playing to lose in a way. As you said, rook d7 met by pawn to g4, and that could turn the tables. Ooh,
wow.
D5, he's playing to win.
Really? Yeah, going for it. And king d5, g4 played by Muren.
Oh,
but hang on, we are again, no, but be careful, we are again one step ahead. Let's just calm down. Everybody calm down. Rook h5 on the board. It's Dubov to play. We talked about this, that king d5 gives up the f5 pawn. It's a difficult decision. What to do now?
Well, I think I know what next with king to d5, but g4 is such a nice move, and we will see these moves played, and then we'll keep up to speed with the players, but that is such a nice concept. And I think both players are sort of studying this position in the endgame, and we now see king d5 played by Dubov there. A good try, heading towards the b4 pawn.
Wow, and here comes this g4. Yeah, this is the applause, you know. Whenever someone has 1 minute on the clock and he has such a clear vision, rook h5 and g4, not taking that pawn prematurely on f5, and we're gonna see the idea.
Did you see Dubov? He looked at the clock.
Yes.
Yeah, he was not expecting this because rook g4, rook h7 hits the b7 pawn, and you got to watch out. 3 results possible in an endgame like this.
No, so you can hit first the f5 pawn and then go rook f7. It should just liquidate.
Okay. And you see Dubov, he's twirling a piece, I think. No, that was just him moving his hand, and rook takes g4 has been played. And rook takes f5 with rook f7 to follow. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Trade them all.
King c4, rook f7 blitzed out. I was actually trying to figure out that is rook f4 a move? It was interesting because the pawn endgame, we all know that it's very tricky. It can be lost, but I haven't seen why white is losing the pawn endgame. But okay, rook f7.
No,
rook f7 played. Yeah, but it's such a complicated endgame. I don't want to touch it with so little time on the clock. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's one that you save for study at a later time. But rook f7 going after b7, the black king will have to make a choice. It takes on b4, and then has to pick one of the other pawns to take. And you take one, and then the rook attacks from white, the pawn away from the enemy king. So yeah, it seems like a very simple path, but there's always more than meets the eye in an endgame of this nature.
And wow, Dubov takes on a5, so after rook b6, he wants to go rook g6. Protecting like this, but nothing really moves. Yeah, rook g6. Okay, he wants to go king a4, and after rook takes a6, go king b5. It's not over yet.
Very clever try here from Dubov. And also if the king goes to e2, which I saw Muren just brought his king to that square, you could think about throwing in rook g2 check, trying to cut the king off. But I like your idea with king a4 right now. Just give up a6 to gain c5. The white king is close enough. That's the good news for Muren, but being down a pawn, not always fun.
Yeah, now he has to make up his mind. No, not yet. It's Dubov's choice after king e2, but he simply doesn't have another move, so king a4 will be played.
I'm guessing he wants to follow it up quickly, like he wants to play a sequence of moves. And this is with a 10-second bonus time. So for everyone watching who may have forgotten the format, they get 10 seconds added to their clock with every move they make, so you can quickly build up time so you have some seconds, then minutes to think.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's not a tragedy at all to invest some time and then go low on the clock, because you know exactly if you have things under control, and there you go, king a4 played.
And Muren studying the board. He might consider keeping that king cut off, because king d2, king c3, the king just ventures forward, and the black king is cut off over there. The rook on g6 tied down to the c6 pawn. I don't know how you can make progress there from black.
I think this is the right choice, especially practically speaking. You don't want to let that king out. It might look scary that no, we are not taking that extra pawn, but yeah, it's boxing out black's king out of the game. That's much more important.
And we see that Muren on the clock. He's getting quite low on time in this position, and he chooses king d2. So he does not recapture his lost pawn. He decides to play king to d2. And for Dubov, I think his choice is made for him. Just play a5.
Yeah, very impressive play, king d2. With seconds, in a classical game, if white plays king d2, we say, yes, of course. But with 10 seconds on the clock, it's so easy to see ghosts and lose the control of the position.
And it looks like, if I could see the cameras correctly, king d2 and then rook g5 was played from Dubov. But after rook takes c6, I'm not exactly sure how this game will go on much longer. And rook takes c6 played.
Wow, so okay, king d2, rook g5. Let me put on the board. a5 played. Yeah, Dubov wants to go king b5. He wants to make sure that his king is not boxed in. But now we are assuming that already many things are... I wanted to say that rook e6 and then pick up the t-pawn and then activate your e-pawn, but maybe we don't even need that. We can just go differently. Yeah, king c3.
Okay, so yeah, king c3, king b5, rook b6 check, king takes c5, rook e6 has been played.
Yes, it's very clever. This is the cleanest. This is what I wanted to highlight, that instead of going after the e4 pawn, get the king into end, shake hands. Wow, incredible defense by Volodymyr Muren. Amazing.
He's having an amazing World Rapid Championship. He just held Daniil Dubov, the 2018 World Rapid Champion, to a draw. So Muren, he continues to stay towards the top of the standings. And while this game concluded peacefully, I want to bring our attention to another game. If you don't mind, Peter, there's this chess player who I'm a big fan of. His name is Vincent Keymer. So if we can go
Okay.
to Vincent's game, I think that maybe you will not be super unhappy here to see what happened, because Vincent, this is a winning position for him in the end. But it was a rook end game. It was a bit of a pawn race. White has 2 extra pawns. But if you look at the evaluation bar throughout it, it wasn't really so much in White's favor despite the extra material.
Wow. Okay, so this is it. King d5, a5, king e4. Okay, that's kind of a strange looking move. King e4, but probably Conrad calculated something. King b3, g2. Okay, but what else do you do if not g2?
Move your rook somewhere so you can catch the a pawn, maybe?
Ah, wow, just like this, yeah? Just so cold-blooded.
I'm going
And
to
then-
try it.
Yes, then comes the question, do you lure that rook to a1 so that the e3 pawn is hanging, or do you immediately go to h8 trying to win one tempo against a7? But in any case, black should have played rook h2 and made sure that the rook gets back, and then try to combine the forces with the g pawn and the active king. Wow, what a game, what an end game.
And
But
so
g2
Vince-
happened. Let's see what was the conclusion. What did he miss? a6. Wow, okay, that's the trick. a6. So rook f1, which seemingly was a big threat, is simply ignored. White plays a7. Beautiful, because rook takes e1 is met by a8 check, and then white picks up the g2 pawn. And after g1 queen, a8 check, a8 queen check, wins the game. King d3, rook takes f1, and queen takes f1, queen a6, wins the queen as well. What a crazy finish to this. We don't know exactly what happened earlier, but adventurous game.
Fun one indeed. Many Vincent Keymer fans out there, not just you. We know, Vincent has worked with you and has had great success. But he gets that win. That means that we may see him on the top boards. And the results are in from this 8th round of action. We watched Yu Yangyi and Magnus Carlsen split the point. That was quite a peaceful affair. But Fedoseev takes down Erigaisi with black. Muren, Dubov, we saw that draw. Rajabov, Cheparinov, Matlikov, Vashi. Those were early draws on boards 4 and 5. Shevchenko and Levon Aronian, they had peace between those two. We saw queen versus rook's position. And then we have some fighting. Just Vidit Gujarati bounces back from that loss to Magnus Carlsen. He gets a win against David Baravian, and Vincent Keymer's win we saw as well. So the standings are 3 players, 6.5 and 8. Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Fedoseev, Yu Yangyi, and a tie all the way down to 10th place, including Puye Dani, a name we have not spoken about, with 6 points out of 8. So great performances all the way through, and some familiar names and some names who may be a little bit disappointed, but still have rounds to go and a chance to leapfrog the others.
Yeah, I saw that Vincent, with this win, he actually won 4 consecutive games. So he is now very much in the race. He's just half a point behind the leaders. I'm very happy about it. It's not only that Vincent is my student, he's like family. Yeah, we talk every day. It's so nice to see him bouncing back after that difficult start yesterday.
And, you talked about how day one, there's some pressure. You're also just getting started. He did win a silver medal a year ago. Sometimes that weighs on you, but Vincent, he's been able to handle the pressure quite well, especially after that opening loss. So he's doing well. And in the Women's World Rapid Championship, we've had leaders to start the day, and then players are taking them down. So there have been many decisive games in the Women's World Rapid Championship. Humpy Canero beats Jaimo, so now Humpy is in the lead. Zhu Jiner, she bounces back from that loss to Jaimo, beats Mai Narva. We have Anastasia Bodnar beating Nurgul Salimova, a draw between Ju and Jun and Vaishali. That's a matchup we likely will see for years to come. Lei Ting-jae wins against Pauline Guichard, and then we saw Khotanashvili and Lucknow draw against each other. So the top of the leaderboard, it keeps changing, but we have 3 players in joint first place. Zhu Jiner, Anastasia Bodnaruk, and Humpy Canero, and Bibisar Asabayeva. We didn't even see her name on that matchup graphic. I'm saying it round after round, Peter. I'm a broken record. But Bibisara is right there in the hunt.
Yeah, and also Lighting G. She had a slow start, but meaning that she has now 5.5 points. I think she has won all her games today. She's on fire, and it's also so nice to see her in her best shape, because we have seen that heartbreaking World Championship match against Juve in June. It was a very close match. She could have been winning that match. It was anybody. It was a 50-50 match.
Could only go to one player. Unfortunately, it was not her, but maybe she can win a World Championship title tomorrow. So we will see. The action continues today. Don't go anywhere. The scene in Samarkand is brilliant. And there's lovely outdoors, so many sights to behold. But there's also a lot of great chess happening indoors. So while the players take a break, we will do the same. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back for more from day 2 of the FIDE Rapid World Championship in just a bit.
Do you know about Nobel Prizes?
No.
Over 50 members of the Athenaeum have won Nobel Prizes. Bertrand Russell, Winston Churchill, Rudyard Kipling, have you heard of? You're too young, you don't know all these people. Tactically, I'm still quite strong. I can still, you give me a position in the paper, white to play and win, the first move I think of is usually the answer.
I think I'm quite good at the weekend games, but I'm not sure about my weakness.
This is I think the most expensive library in the world after British Museum. This is the Darwin chair.
Have you heard of Charles Darwin?
Darwin's chair.
No.
They play between each other chess.
Can I go up the stairs or am I not allowed?
Do you want to go up the stairs? I've never been up the stairs. Let's go up the stairs.
This is high. What's this thing over here?
It's an old thing for parcel posts. So if you have to send a parcel, you put the parcel in one and you put the weights in the other, and when it balances, you know the parcel weighs 4 pounds or so many grams.
I think the optimum age for playing my best chess would probably be when I'm somewhere around a teenager.
Mid-30s is probably the people reach their strongest, and so at age 79 I'm probably a bit past it. See, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to get there just in time. Thank you.
Once again, we get a beautiful view of Samarkand, Uzbekistan, a historic area, part of the Silk Road. And while these buildings, they might look beautiful, calmly situated on historic land, you see in the background, there is the playing hall, which is the Silk Road Samarkand Resort Complex. And while it may be the background of this image, this city is the backdrop for the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, it's our final round of day 2 coming up. Will the players give it their all, knowing that it's their last game to play today, and then they can rest until tomorrow?
Well, certainly on the top board, Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer, there it's clear. Yeah, Magnus had a fantastic score against Vincent Keymer, so he wants to finish the day on high. Vincent has to fight because it's time to turn the tables. Yeah, you just can't lose always to Magnus. I'm very excited.
Yes, and Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keymer is the board 1 of the World Rapid Championship. In the Women's Rapid Championship, we have some great pairings in store for us, as well as Anastasia Bodnar takes the white pieces against Zhu Jiner. We have Lei Tingji with white against Humpi Kaneru. Bibisara Asabayeva taking on Jai Mo. I mean, I know I've talked about Bibisara enough, but she is there on board 3. Mai Narva, Zhu Wenjun. That's a great matchup. Tan Zhongyi against Antonella Stefanova. That's a former women's world champion making her way towards the top. Well, both of them are former champions, so they're making their way towards the top of the pairings. And then Alexandra Goryachkina with the black beast against Batkuyag Munguntal, who did so well in the women's Grand Swiss. So, Peter, as we get to round 8 of the women's World Rapid, we know some of the names that are leading the field, but as you've been talking about, some of those veteran players, they may have a slow start, but they have time to bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. It's very nice to see Goryachkin already fighting there. It's always great to see top players climbing closer, because if there might be someone running away, then whom do you expect to take them down? The top stars. So a lot of intrigue there. The 3-way tie right now. Just a fantastic tournament.
Well, you asked the question, who do you expect to take down the tournament favorites if they are in the lead? Magnus Carlsen in a 3-way tie for first. He takes on Vincent Keymer. So Vincent has had 0 draws. He started off badly, but has 6 wins to his name. Just 2 losses, 0 draws, and now he gets black against Magnus. So, Peter, not to put you on the spot, of course, you said Vincent is like family to you. You work with him. What does he need to do to help not just himself, but all these other players who are trying to take down Magnus Carlsen?
I think Vincent has to first of all think about himself. I mentioned already that yes, for example, this year had been incredibly successful for Vincent, but always the games against Magnus, also in the World Cup, he got knocked out by Magnus after he lost in the European Club Cup. Last year he took the silver medal but lost to Magnus. Yeah, so many losses there. But I do recall it was actually Magnus Carlsen when, as a very young player, he was asked why he's suffering against me. I had a very good score against him in the early years. And then Magnus said, well, he thinks that he simply has to keep on improving and the score will change. And you know what? He was right. He turned the tables and started beating me. Well, I do hope that Vincent will have he will be inspired by Magnus.
Well, he beat Magnus Carlsen, at least in an individual game at the World Cup with the white pieces, but now he has the black pieces, and he struggled against Magnus with the second move. So there's still other matchups, of course, that we'll keep our eyes on, but board 1 is Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keymer. Vladimir Fedoseev, he just won a very nice game against Arjun Erigaisi, and Fedoseev, he's very popular online, plays a ton of online events, and it's good to see that he brings his talent offline, in person, and at the World Rapid Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. He is now leading there after this fantastic, dramatic win. We have seen that Endgame. It was very impressive with mistakes, but okay, it was controlled by Fedoseev. Facing Yuanji, Daniel Dubov against Puya Idani, and on board 4, Clash of Generations, Teimur Rajab against Volodar Mursin. That's also a very special pairing there.
We'll keep an eye on all of those pairings, but as per usual, when a chess tournament is being played, all eyes are on Magnus Carlsen, and what a year he has had. I know there's been some talks about he doesn't care about classical chess, and you look at his results from this year. He won the Everything's Masters in February. He won the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in May. He won the Croatia Rapid and Blitz in July. He had a 9-0 score in Blitz chess on a given day. He won the AIM Chess Rapid in July as well. The FIDE World Cup, a classical event that was mixed with some rapid tiebreaks and blitz as well. The Julius Baer Generations Cup as part of the Champions Chess Tour in September. The European Club Cup, which is a team event, in October. And last, but certainly not least, was the Champions Chess Tour Finals, which just finished not long ago, just over a week ago. So, Peter, we look at all of these tournament victories. I think there are two tournaments that he would like to add to this graphic: the World Rapid Championship, and then followed up with another World Blitz Championship.
Yeah, I think it's also traditionally Magnus is always stating the importance of this championship, and he has been always looking for the double. So how many times it happened when Magnus won one of the sections, the Rapid, then he also went on to win the Blitz, which nobody has ever done otherwise. So yeah, Magnus is just feeling so happy in this format.
He is indeed, but for players who are looking to catch up to him, whether it's Vincent Keymer, who is his direct opponent in this round, we talked about Fedoseev and Yu Youngyi. We have Vidit Gujarati here, who lost to Magnus earlier today, but he just scored a victory. He's back right in the running, and he can be in medal contention if he keeps this pace. So every single game at the top of the standings is important, because believe it or not, for those of you out there, Magnus Carlsen doesn't win every single chess game he plays. He drew his very first game of this event, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, somebody who beat Magnus twice, 2 different matches in one day, to qualify for the Champions Chess Tour Finals. It was an online event, but it was rapid time controls. He still got the job done. And this youngster, his best chess is still ahead of him, but his current chess is exceptional. He beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, drew Daniil Dubov. There's nothing stopping him from scoring upset after upset. So, Peter, we're just spoiled looking at all these players with their great accomplishments.
Yes, and I also love the face impression of Volodar. Yeah, he seems to be enjoying very much his situation playing against the big boys there. He's not intimidated, not worried at all.
Well, why should he be? When he's scoring these results, he shouldn't be intimidated. But we have Daniil Dubov was just on screen briefly. And now we're back to board 1, where neither player has seeded. And there's Magnus. He's about to pop down. Where's Vincent at, Peter? Do you know?
Still discussing me with the preparation. Yeah, no, I'm sitting here. Yeah, Vincent is appearing. Yeah, there he goes. There he comes. Yeah, it's a great game. I'm very excited. I will try to be as neutral as possible, but my heart will be beating for Vincent. It's clear.
Yeah, I got to meet Vincent and talk to him at the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz in India. Such a nice, genuine person. You know him super well. It was my introduction to him, at least in person. And he's so dedicated to the game of chess. He loves it. And he's already beaten Magnus Carlsen in a slow game, in a classical time control, played over many hours. So why not in Rapid? Maybe his score to this point hasn't been great, but as you just said, Peter, that great story of your own history against Magnus. You were beating him at first, having a good record, and then he fully bloomed, and then he became the Magnus that he is today, and that Magnus can be unstoppable. So why not Vincent? His rating is already so high. I think that he can take down anybody on any given moment of any given day.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, Magnus is kind of the most unpleasant opponent, because Magnus plays very similar chess to Vincent, but still on a slightly higher level. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Yeah, and yeah, Vincent has to keep on growing and try to level that gap.
And I think part of the issue for people who are facing Magnus Carlsen in this particular event, he hasn't been rattled yet. His games have been very high quality. His game against Vidit was a long endgame grind. Then he drew his games 2 in a row against Arjun, Erigaisi, and Yu Youngyi, but he hasn't been in so much trouble. So he doesn't feel uncomfortable. He doesn't feel like his back has been against the wall and he's had to escape. So he doesn't really probably feel like he needs to change what's been happening in these last few rounds.
Yeah, of course, everything goes quite naturally. So far for Magnus, absolutely no reason to change. And from this game, I'm expecting e4 because they had been having that incredible match in the World Cup and in Baku. And Magnus always played first move e4, and it was some e4, e5 clash. Very interested. The game is about to start. Yeah, the handshake is there.
And e4,
here we go.
Right. And
yeah,
let's see.
Should be a Spanish. Yeah, on the board.
You have helped Vincent prepare for Magnus before. You know what to expect. And knight c3. So defending this pawn on e4 with the knight. Typically a white pawn goes in that square, and we see different variations. But in this particular game, the knight jumps out, develops to protect the pawn in the center. Both sides playing principal chess, protecting their pieces, castling. Here the bishop was kicked back, and now the e5 pawn is defended. So when you see this opening, Peter, what do you make of it? What's your own history like?
Yeah, well, I never really faced this early knight c3 move. And black just played d6. Magnus goes for a3. Yeah, black was already, it's typical, that once black has already protected the e5 pawn with d6, black has this strategical threat of targeting the bishop with knight a5. So that's why white plays the move a3. But this also gives black some chances now. There is a special move order here. Eventually, the move bishop g4 is possible, trying to go for knight d4 ideas. It's on the board. Bishop g4 has been played.
h3
takes, knight d4. Okay, so forking the queen and the bishop. Queen d1 back.
Wow. What? So
did this already happen? Yeah, it's known to me, but did this already happen or not?
Vincent is on the clock. I think he has to take this bishop. So even if it hasn't happened yet, knight takes b3 is forced. Otherwise, the bishop escapes. And what was the point of all this? To hand white all the light squares. But this looks like it goes against many principles. White has double pawns captured away from the center. So what has white gained in return? Yeah,
that's a good kind of question. The point being that I think white wants to establish central control. One should also not underestimate these double pawns, because white might just push it to b4. White might also go d4, clearly aiming for some e takes d4, queen takes d4 space advantage. The knight on c3, that's the monster knight, controlling the d5 square. Typically, such ideas should be met by something like castles, knight d7, eventually going bishop f6. So it's also a question, is Magnus really pushing d4, or does he have some more positional ideas like just d3, followed by bishop e3, and then put that pawn to b4? Yeah, all this has happened. d4 on the board.
And I think this was important because Vidit could have stopped d4 by playing pawn to c5 himself, but then you would have lost control of the d5 square. And you see Vincent's move here, c6. He is fighting for control in the center. So just to quickly show that variation, that instead of castling, had Vincent played c5, then white goes for d3, and let's say you castle now, you could play bishop g5 and try to take this knight on f6, and just to really highlight, bishop g5, pawn h6, bishop takes knight, bishop takes back. The d5 square is so juicy. The knight hops in. The bishop can't kick it out of there. This would be a clear advantage in a closed position. Knights often outclass bishops.
Yes, exactly. This is something that black should never allow. So yes, black has played the move short castles. Magnus goes for d4. Honestly, intuitively, I'm not such a big fan of c6. I've somehow felt like e takes d4, queen takes d4, knight d7 to be slightly more natural. But, okay, Vincent needs to also play quickly Magnus. Look at Magnus's clock situation. Yeah, he has blitzed out all his moves. So the move c6 appeared. Did Magnus already respond to that?
He's about to grab a piece. Bishop e3 is what he just grabbed and played. So he developed his bishop there. Perfectly sensible move, defending the center. And well, what's the plan for black, Peter? Because white does have this central control, 2 pawns on the 4th rank. There's tension between d4 and e5 pawns. If you take this pawn on d4, well, we talked about how white gains even more space. potentially with the queen even capturing back, sliding a rook to d1 after it. So how would you play from the black side?
Yeah, a5. I think it's already kind of logical that if black has opted for c6, then try to go a5, also hinting at some b4, targeting the e4 pawn. But I feel that in long terms, the problem will be the c6 pawn. Yeah, so I don't know exactly if Magnus will play queen c2. I'm assuming something like this. The question, when he will capture on e5, will he determine the structure just to make sure that the pawn on c6 will be eternal weakness?
I think I would take on e5 first and then play queen c2 just to keep that status quo for sure on the queen side. And we see, yeah, the a5 move played by Vincent, just trying to gain space there on the queen side. But I would take on e5, play queen c2. You put the idea in my head. I like it. And then play against that c6 pawn for sure.
Yes, it's somehow very easy play. Yeah, rook c1, rook d1. Eventually that knight will be somewhere transposed. I don't know exactly. I'm just now highlighting some route. First of all, ideas like this. Then also the knight from g3 can suddenly switch back to f1, d2 if suddenly the c4 square gets available. It's this kind of position where I'm slightly worried for Vincent, because I know exactly that Magnus is the biggest maestro of them all here.
And you just look at Magnus, he looks like he's ready for a nap, but he's concentrated on this game. And he did take on e5, I think the queen did go to c2. So just like you suggested and I approved of, this looks very pleasant for white. And one other thing to note is that if white plays a4, or if black made the positional mistake of playing b4 himself, that would be a really, really big error, giving white the light squares, and in particular, this c4 square that you're highlighting. So it looks like he did play queen to d7. So you understand your student very well. I just saw him slide his queen. And e6 is a nice home for that queen. So
yes,
just tucks in the e6 square, hits b3, protects e5, covers c6, does a lot at the same time. I think the black is maybe slightly worse, but still solid.
Yes, no, of course, solid. Basically, white didn't do anything extraordinary. Why white should be actually better? It's even more amazing, yeah, that by almost doing nothing, white gets this position. Yeah, and this is like this typical Magnus touch, yeah, that he feels like people might have been, thinking, what is Magnus doing, allowing this knight takes b3, doubling his b pawn? But he has this vision for all these structures. He understands that there is much more to it. And all of a sudden, when we look at this position, we see that, wow, there is this incredible bishop on e3 with pawn on e4. There is a potential c6 weakness. White has all these maneuvering options. But yeah, clearly black wants to be solid. a4 played, or at least it appeared on my board. We haven't seen Magnus playing it yet.
No, I haven't seen it yet, but it makes so much sense because it actually poses a direct challenge to black. Your idea was queen e7 to e6. Now you can't very easily go to e6 because b5 is under attack. And at some point, this bishop g5 idea, it still comes to mind for white, because a takes b5, c takes b5, even if it doesn't win a pawn, it wins the d5 square. So getting rid of this knight on f6 could be extremely valuable to white, to then put your knight on d5 and claim a long-term advantage, and a very clear one. No one would argue against white's advantage.
Yes, one of the first reactions that I had in my mind after a4, that can I somehow bother that knight with bishop b4? But it might be a bit premature. So yes, maybe it's better just to keep the tension with some other moves. What happened? I'm just, excuse me that I don't know, do I reveal the move because I already see on my screen what happened, but I'm also trying to understand what's the live camera feed giving us.
I'll help you, Peter. I can see it. And no move has been played after a4. Vincent is thinking. He's spending his time wisely. There are some big choices to make here. What to do with the tension between those pawns. Is a5 a potential weakness? Should the bishop come to b4? As you mentioned, it protects a5, it attacks the knight on c3. Do you even want to take the knight on c3 is another question. And he slid his rook to c8. I think it's f rook. And then Magnus slid his rook to c1. So both players heading towards the c file. And there will be tactics along that line. For example, after rook AC1, if you want to double your own rooks at rook C7, that would already be a blunder that I think is just worth showing, that there are pins and tactics along the C file. So just be careful. Don't blunder a tactic like that if you're Vincent.
Yes, for sure. Okay, that's not a danger. That trick will not be missed. The bigger problem is like the position is such, and we look at the clock situation, we understand immediately that it's very irritating when you are playing with the black pieces. You seemingly more or less have a normal position, but your opponent keeps on asking questions. He plays instantly, he plays somehow easier, and you have the feeling like only your clock is ticking. Yeah, this is such a frustrating feeling. Then you don't know exactly that. Do you have the right to be spending time, or should you try to speed up? Yeah, look at this. Queen e6 played by Vincent. Magnus immediately, instantly replies with rook fd1.
Just much easier to play for white. And I see the great question from the featured chat. The computer apparently only gives 0.1. Are we overestimating white's position? And this is where the engine doesn't always tell the full story. Objectively, Peter and I know that too. The position is even. It's not like Vincent has made any mistakes. But the difference is white has plans. Black has certain moves, rook c8, queen e6, but what's the actual plan that you want to execute? These are not easy questions to answer, whereas white will have a series of moves that are quite natural. We already saw some of them. a4, with a queen on c2, a rook coming to c1, a rook maybe coming to d1, and queen e6 was just played from Vincent, and look at rook d1 as the immediate response. So just by how the players are making their moves, Vincent spending maybe 45 seconds, a minute, Magnus replying in 45 milliseconds with the rook fd1. It's a great question from the chat, so thank you for that. You look at the clock, you look at the way they're playing, the ideas, not just the moves, are much easier for Magnus.
Yes, I feel like, okay, now it's the time to play h6. The queen on e6 is nicely eyeing the b3 weakness. So white is unable to play a move like queen e2, reinforcing the pressure on the b5 pawn, or stepping out of the c file. I'm feeling like, Vincent is playing extremely well, but he's already 5 minutes behind on the clock. And this is Magnus's territory. Yes, that's why he loves this rapid time control. Let me just get a solid construction. I know exactly where to put my pieces. And he drives his opponents crazy. I hope that Vincent will handle the pressure, obviously. But I see the dangers.
It's real, and I don't think it's exaggerated. And I think that, if you showed this position to many of the top players, they would look at it and be like, oh, I wouldn't want this. I much prefer to have white. And we saw Vincent, he does play h6. I'm curious how quickly Magnus will reply now, because he's done okay, before I can finish my thought, he plays knight b1. So he is bringing his knight back. He has nearly as much time as he started with, 15 minutes. And that knight can reroute knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, things of this nature. Also, he's directly putting pressure on the c6 pawn, so that rook on c8 is stuck defending it. There may be some a takes b5 at some moment. I really think that Vincent's playing an excellent game, but the clock is a really telling factor right now. Magnus Carlsen is up 6 minutes plus on time.
Yeah, the big question will be that eventually, because Vincent has placed everything perfectly. If it's a classical game, one could argue that, yes, okay, couple of more precise moves and it shouldn't be a problem. Here, a couple of more precise moves are absolutely essential because he's done on the clock. I feel that I would somehow love to play rook b8, and if knight d2, then maybe now would be the right time to challenge that knight with bishop b4. Clearly the knight will continue the journey to f3 and putting some pressure on the e5 pawn. Then maybe I would go back with the bishop and try to eventually settle some b8, rook b4, hinting at the weakness on e4 and eventually going rook c8 against the b2 pawn. I understand that those are too many moves, but those are kind of the ideas that crosses a player's minds.
I get what you're saying. Opening up the b file, hurting your own pawn structure, but to gain some space for your pieces. So we'll see how this game continues. Magnus playing instantly, Vincent playing very accurately, but the task does not get much easier. Magnus Carlsen will continue the pressure. So let's zoom out. Let's head on over to the Women's World Rapid Championship, where we know that Humpy Koneru won a very important game, and she is in the tie for first place with Anastasia Bodnar and Zhu Jiner. So Humpy has the black pieces on board too. But Peter, there are many interesting games. I have to say, I just said her name because I remembered her win, but Humpy's game on the top right-hand side of her screen, it also looks like it's going to be a fun affair.
Yes, it's one of the more complex ones. Yeah, it's so difficult to evaluate exactly. Yeah, there is the board. This had to be some Italian. Yes, it was Italian. By the way, it's shocking that such a classical player like Hampi Koneru treats the Italian with the black pieces with the d6, h6, g5 setup. Wow. Okay, it also shows that she's very open-minded. And this is how we entered this crazy angle with h4, g4, knight h2, h5, knight g3, then bishop goes to g5. What do you make of this?
I feel like we have a clash of styles because Lei Tingji is such an energetic player, and Humpy Koneru has been the author of so many great games with a small pressure, turning that into something a little greater, and then just squeezing out victories. But I like Black's position. Why can't I just castle queenside? Where's the white king going? I see you have castle kingside f3 on your radar, but I would be nervous to do that. I guess I should be a little bit more nervous about castling queenside because white will throw pawns, a5, b4, pawns like that. But I think after castling queenside, I slide my rook on over to f8. She starts with queen f7. I think that's probably a good practical choice. So if your f3 move is played, opening the f file, maybe I'll take white. But if it's not played, then I'll take black. I know I'm choosing both sides, so it's not really fair.
No, it's absolutely understandable. That's why we love this position. It's so complex. Queen f7 signals to me that, yeah, Humpy actually is getting ready for that f3 break just in order to cover the h5 pawn. Eventually also the queen is heading towards the g6 square, having the option then to go knight h7, kick that bishop away, especially if we are talking about some short castle f3, then the dark squares in white's camp will be kind of weak. Very interesting. But I'm loving the choice because black is also staying flexible. Yeah, black has not yet committed the king's position. Maybe at some point, short castle will be even more preferable with the queen on g6. We don't know yet.
It's a good point that just because you push pawns in front of your king, that doesn't mean that you're not going to castle that way. And I like your point about knight h7 as well, because if you had castle queenside quickly, the knight would be pinned. But now in the event of the move f3, what black will do is probably respond with knight h7, giving up the g4 pawn to take this dark square bishop and use the dark squares to her advantage. Let's say f takes g4, knight takes g5, h takes g5, triple stack pawns on the g file. And I'm already looking at moves like queen f4, because taking advantage of your dark squares, I don't know if it's going to work out, but it does look like fun.
Yes, it's a completely crazy position. We don't know exactly what happens after queen f4. There is a move like knight takes h5. Then we can pick up the g5 pawn, or even some exchange sacrifices with rook takes h5 are possible. Those are clear speculations. We are just indicating that, yes, this is the reason why the players are taking their time, and it's so difficult to make up your mind. I feel like it's maybe in a practical game to play f3, it's just too difficult.
We'll see if Lei Tingji makes that move, and while she thinks, why don't we check on some other matchups, including the top board with Zhu Jiner. But f3, that's a critical decision for Lei Tingji, and there we see Anastasia Bodnar with the white pieces against Zhu Jiner. A very different type of position, Peter, where the center is closed. Maybe there will be some kingside pressure if white is able to strike with f4. But for now, there's not so much tension and not too much action either.
Well, but this is a very tense situation, because if we just look at it from strategically point of view, it looks like black has nothing to worry about. All the pieces are developed. The bishop on b6 is a great piece. Knight on e7, very nice. No targets on the king side. There is a backward pawn on c3. But as you highlighted, white eventually will have this Nimzo Indian type of play with f4. The big question is, however, that f4 probably for the moment can be answered by met by queen takes c3, hitting the bishop on e3. And if white needs to lose a tempo, for example, for bishop b1, black might be in time to break the center with d5.
And you definitely don't want to see d5 if you're queen on d1. Rooks win showdowns with queens, and d5 is a big threat. So white doesn't want to play d5 either, closing the center of the board, because I think that will play into black's hands. And the other moves that come to mind is moving my queen for white. Queen to e2 comes to mind. But Peter, is it completely out of the question for black to take this pawn on c3? Like, if you play queen e2, can black think about being greedy and grabbing that pawn?
Well, certainly we can think, but it looks very dangerous. Some bishop b3, tempo hitting the queen. There are no good squares. The queen has to be very awkward. And let's not forget, then somewhere some bishop g5 hitting that knight, and all of white's pieces are coming to life. There might be some mating attack there coming up.
So I bit off more than I can chew by stealing a pawn, and it's not recommended to do so. I figured it would be bad, but I didn't know how bad. And wow, queen h5, giving up the pawn and saying, please grab it. Now I'm going to go and try to checkmate your king. So I understand the move, queen h5. I would not be grabbing the pawn on c3 now. I don't really know what to do. Black feels a bit cramped. d5 no longer feels as attractive because the bishop on c2 would open up.
Yeah, so finally queen h5 is on the board, and exactly, yeah, that's the big question. Now that the queen is also eyeing the e5 pawn, indirectly eyeing on h7 as well, because black's idea was to break up the center with d5, then be careful, the e takes d5, there will be a mating set on h7. And if black simply nicely protects against that threat with knight g6, that might run into knight f5, and then already ideas like bishop h6 might appear at some point. For the moment, still the queen is protecting along the 7th rank. That does not seem to be a big issue, but a knight on f5 in all these Spanish-Italian structures normally are leading to a lot of trouble.
I agree. So there could be trouble brewing in front of the black king. And before we head back to the open section, I want to draw our attention to the game on board 3 with Bibisar Asabayeva. If that isn't, I believe that's the third board. Her position, look at this. White is up a pawn, but I think that black is better because of the king's safety. Black's king tucked at home. I caught this game on the corner of my eye. f5, just striking in this position. Just look at the activity of black's pieces, and white is just on her first 3 ranks.
Yeah, and also knowing that Bibisar is famous of being very aggressive herself. I could imagine her being here from the black side, but having to defend this position now from the white side, it looks very tough. The pawn on h4 is vulnerable. That means that white's knight from f3 is unable to move somewhere. Probably white wants to play the move g3. That's what I'm expecting. So it leads to some tactical skirmish, f5, g3, and who knows what's going to happen.
I certainly don't, but it looks like a lot of fun. I would rather have the black side of this position, unless g3 forces the queens off, in which case white should not be unhappy. But it looks like it's going to be a really interesting continuation to this game. Jaimo, she might have lost the game to Humpy Conera after beating Zhu Jiner. She's got a chance to win again and continue pacing towards the top. So let's head back to the open section, the World Rapid Championship. But I just wanted to call attention to that game. A lot of aggressive play. And as we return, I do see a draw has been agreed to. There's been a draw on the bottom left-hand side of our screen between Dubov and Idani.
Wow, okay, that's kind of quite an impressive result by Idani, stopping Dubov.
Yeah, it looks
with
like
the black, and also with the black pieces.
I was clicking on it, and it seems like pieces did get traded early. So we'll have to learn more about that game. But why don't we focus now? I'll stop focusing on finished games and look at ones that are ongoing. Magnus against Vincent. It looks like things have changed in that game. It is knight against bishop. The c6 pawn is targeted. The last one played by Magnus is trading off rooks on the d file. Peter, I have to say, as far as positions go, black's looks perfectly okay. As far as the clock situation goes, that's a little worrisome.
Yes, absolutely. And also this knight versus bishop, of course, it isn't so obvious because eventually, if that bishop reaches, for example, the a7, g1 diagonal, yeah, if that bishop somehow transfers to that diagonal, then it will be always great compensation, great counterplay. But yeah, for the moment, Magnus stays passive, slightly passive, but at the same time, don't be fooled. This construction has a lot of potential hitting the c6 pawn. Vincent is trying to hang on to it. At the same time, both of his pieces, which are defending the pawn, also eyeing the b3 pawn. And exactly, knight d2 a4, that was the question. Where does this lead us?
Okay, so if you take on a4, the rook takes on b2. That's a lot of activity to hand over to black. I don't really like the look of it. I would want an outside pass pawn if I'm Magnus, but I don't really want to give those rooks all the fun on the board. But otherwise, a takes b3 is mass liquidation, and that doesn't look too bad either.
Yeah, it was very important for Vincent to have this timely a5, a4 in, because if White was able to play knight c4 and Magnus anyway plays knight c4, so he's ready to trade off all the pieces on b3 and rely on his powerful knight queen combination. Yeah, we're gonna see this sequence of moves. Everything is traded, but this is unpleasant. Suddenly the combo of queen knight against the queen bishop, and black's bishop is stuck on f6. It's not on d4 when everything would be fine.
And for those of you out there who are looking at this position, looking at the engine, suggesting it's just down the middle, it should be a draw, go back a few rounds. Look at the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vidit Gujarati. That was even more level than this in many respects. The clock situation here is just completely one-sided. So, Peter, what's the ideal setup? Because, for example, bishop e7, queen b8 check, the e5 pawn is in danger already. So I'm just trying to figure out how black should organize his pieces.
Yes, this is the problem. Yeah, this queen b8 check, I don't know exactly, because White has some easy plan, yeah, of eventually targeting that c6 pawn, trying to provoke it to c5, and White gets access to the d5 square. Yeah, Vincent plays the move queen d7, trying to occupy the d file, most probably hinting at some queen d4 move. Queen b8 check. King h7.
Okay, so knight d6. I feel like that doesn't actually threaten anything, but I see where Magnus is aiming for. And oh, queen trade.
Wow,
what do you
queen
make of
d6?
What do you make of this, Peter?
Annoying. Yeah, annoying move, because after queen takes d6, knight takes d6, the knight is hitting at the pawn on f7, and eventually he's setting up that the knight beautifully controls black's king. White is trying to march with his king towards the queen side, hitting the pawn on c6. The big question is, takes, king g6, bishop e7, king f6, king e6. Is black in time, or will White be in time to somehow with the knight target that c6 pawn and provoke it to c5? Because if that pawn has to move to c5, it doesn't matter if black's king is on e6, it will be torture time.
I think we should just show it. So queen takes d6, knight, just to show what can happen. King to g8 to protect the pawn. You want to go, or king g6, whichever. Knight b7. And this is a problem because let's say you play bishop e7, knight a5. You have to play c5, and in comes the white king. So this is a pretty useless dark square bishop. And once that king gets all the way up to c4, c5 is a target, as you're indicating. Now, this is no fun, especially with not much time on your clock. So if I'm seeing this correctly, the queens have been traded.
Yes, but Vincent came up with this bishop d8 move with the idea that knight takes f7, bishop c7 traps the knight. He's trying to win tempo and also to cover the knight b7, knight a5 idea. But Magnus encores knight c8, brutal move, and the knight is coming to a7, again provoking that pawn.
Oh, this is just going to be an outpost for the knight. And maybe it is holdable with best play. The engine still towards the center, saying that black can make a draw, but will he is another question. So out comes the black king to g6, knight a7, of course, is the move to play. And c5, knight c6. It looks like you probably Should we play bishop c7 to leave room for the black king to run
But
on
then
over?
97 check. Be careful, we
Oh.
can't go here. Yes,
Oh
yes.
goodness! No, this
That's
is
a
already
curve.
in a territory where it feels not just difficult for black to survive; it feels unlikely for black to hold this.
Yes, very difficult. Oh, besides, bishop b6 also runs into same trouble with 97 check. Where is the bishop going? Because bishop f6 would box the king in. Is it time to go desperate and start sacrificing all the pawns? No, Vincent goes for bishop c7, 97 check, king g5. Okay. Okay, it was a clever decision.
Now I might throw in g3 and then also like a b3. Those are the moves I'm aiming for because I don't really want to allow c4 if the dark square bishop gets out. If the queenside pawns get traded, black's worries are lessened. So b3, just keeping that c5 pawn stuck in place, I feel like that continues to keep the pressure on Vincent. And all right, we're catching up. 97, king
Yes.
g5. This is all expected. Now is the critical moment, Peter. Which pawn would you push? What would you play as white?
Yeah, this is the question because g3 is very tempting. Also that I feel that black has decided of going eventually h5, h4, just fixing the king side, and then eventually going g6, f5. That's the ideal way of creating counterplay. That's why the move g3 is so desirable for white, that he can meet h5 with h4 check, and after king g4, king g2 will threaten absolute checkmate. Let me even get that on board just to understand what we are dealing with. That active counterplay might just lead to checkmate on the spot.
The bathtub formation for the checkmate. The black king would have to step back and, well, that's a step in the wrong direction. So it looks like, I think moves, it's Magnus on the clock. So Vincent, and he doesn't look happy, by the way. Vincent is kind of wiping his brow, but how could he be happy when he has no time to calculate his position?
Yeah, 142 against 1040. Yeah, that's a problem. I don't know. Did Magnus already made his move? Because I do see moves here.
It's
King
so
f1.
king
Yes.
f1.
Yeah, played.
All right, Vincent now down to 1 minute 25 seconds. Not fun territory against Magnus, and he brings his bishop to d6. So he attacks that knight on e7 now, given a question mark. And well, Magnus, he might be playing a little bit too quickly. Who am I to criticize or give advice to the number one player in the world? But he went knight d5. I was wondering if the knight could have gone the other direction to f5, specifically to prevent black from doing it.
Yes, but Magnus has also blitzed out the move king e2 like he has been expecting the move f5. It's all part of the plan. This is very unpleasant when you are down to 30 seconds and your opponent is signaling this, that, okay, no matter what you are doing, I already have my answer.
And it's a good answer, because if you take on e4, it's not just a free pawn. The white king slides forward and will win it back, and black has these isolated pawns on dark squares. The knight will just hop around. This is not good for Vincent Keymer, but he has no other choice, does he, besides taking on e4?
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice. And then I'm guessing that after fe4, king e3, king f5, if given a chance, just push c4, bishop c5, somehow to activate that bishop if possible.
So if pawn takes e4, king e3, king, maybe b3 to stop c4, just to at least make it a more difficult move to play, because you don't want to give up a pawn over there on the queen side.
Well, I might be even sacrifice it. If you play b3, maybe can I... The move king f5 was played. g4 check happened.
Whoa.
But hang on, g4 check, I have king g5, king h4. Did Magnus really play g4?
So it was just pawn takes it was pawn takes e4, I think, is the last move, and now king e3. So we will likely see this continuation. I mean, g4 check is the whole point, kicking the king out of there. But I think, as you were highlighting, king g5, king h4, and suddenly white's pawns are in some trouble.
And look at this. Yeah, Magnus goes for g4, but you shouldn't be doing this, especially when your opponent has little time on the clock. King g5 and you have counterplay.
I think Magnus, he's played this too quickly, and now he's pausing, but I bet you he wishes he paused several moves ago. He could have stopped all of Black's play, Peter. If he put his knight on f5 instead of d5, Black, oh, look at him. Magnus is distraught. He is furious. He's beside himself. What did he just do?
Of course, with 10 minutes on the clock, you shouldn't be doing this. It was time to calm down and try to cash in of all the hard work that you have done before. And Vincent is back in the game. And also the point is that now Black has a clear way of playing. So the 10 seconds increment will be very valuable.
And I saw Vincent glance at Magnus there. And Magnus has been very demonstrative. He's not hiding his emotions. He's like, what am I doing? I just allowed that king. I rolled the red carpet out for it to go after my pawns. And while Magnus is thinking, I typically don't want to leave the live action. But if we just quickly go to that position, Peter, when bishop d6 was played by Black, if he moved his knight in the other direction, knight f5, the bishop has to go back to f8 to defend the g7 pawn and save itself. And then you get none of this activity. You just sort of sit on the position as you were. Your king can go up to e2 and d3 and so on. So he just took a step in the wrong direction and allowed Vincent much needed counterplay.
Yes, and now basically he's clearly pausing in order to find a sequence of moves to continue the game, to put the pressure on Vincent not to realize him what has happened. Probably White is not risking anything anyway with this powerful knight and the light square blockade, but Black is having all the chances to survive this.
Yeah, I think. And we just saw king takes e4, king h4, Magnus looks away. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, because he is frustrated. You just protect your... So king... He has king f5, so king takes h3, king... Oh, sorry. Wrong move order. King f5, king takes h3 coming.
Yes, now I'm guessing that he has to transfer that knight to e4. Knight c3, knight e4. That gives perfect harmony for White. I would say that nothing can really happen, but okay, it's also not a big deal. Black should hold this.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a bishop on e. So knight e3 was played, it looks like, and then bishop e7. So that bishop
e3. Okay, it stops c4. Yeah, perfectly understandable. Otherwise, c4, bishop c5 would have been activated, and bishop e7 retreat.
Ooh, but a really nice retreating move, because the pawn on e5 is one that you would like to take, but bishop f6 check will hit the king, and behind it the b2 pawn. Then it's the f2 pawn that's the target. So this Magnus, who's the one who needs to be careful.
Yes, actually, good knight, whatever, but suddenly also Black's bishop is alive. There are targets in the position. Wow, I can't really believe what I'm seeing. Magnus rushing with 10 minutes on the clock should have not happened.
And he needs to figure out a way to bail out now. I don't know what's going pawn to f3 and king to e4 or something like that just to stabilize, but I don't actually think you do fully stabilize, because at some moment Black will spring free an outside pass pawn. Like if you bring the king back into the center for White, g6, h5 and so on, looks scary.
Yes. Yeah, this is exactly what also Vincent's last move with bishop e7 was very nice, because activating the bishop. Magnus, what did Magnus do? Maybe did he pick up the pawn? Because king takes... No, I cannot believe... king d5.
He hasn't moved yet, if I'm seeing this correctly.
He played b3. Or he played b3 or not?
No, I think he's still on the clock from what I'm seeing here. But b3 makes perfect sense, though, because the e5 pawn... you want to capture it, but you don't want to drop b2 at the end. So, yeah, he hasn't moved.
Okay, he hasn't moved. But b3 is very logical. Yeah, very tempting as well. On the board. Okay. Finally played. Vincent, 44 seconds.
He is on the clock, and he plays
bishop g5. Yes, activating the bishop, and knight c4, he can go e4.
Very clever.
C4, then e4, yeah.
The white king is a bit overloaded. So knight c4 is played, and it's Vincent on the clock, from what I can see. And now the big question. If Vincent plays e4, there's no trouble left for him. And not saying there's trouble for Magnus, it looks like it still should be a split point And there's e4. Great find. Great call by you.
Yes, e4. Okay, just open things up. Yeah, you shouldn't be. I was worried that white somehow establishes control of the e4 square with the knight, but he was not able because he also had to control c4. That's why Magnus used the knight e3, knight c4 route. But this gave Vincent the chance of activating all his pieces. Now he's completely out of the woods, but I think Magnus will also make a draw. Yeah, knight d6, going for it.
e3, we see some trades happening, and with so few pieces remaining, it's an extra pawn for black. That is true, but making progress when you have a bishop against a knight, the knight just controls the light squares, and the bishop can do pretty much nothing about it.
Yeah, there might be also this issue that it's the wrong corner. Yeah, the h1 square is the wrong corner. Magnus going king e4, I believe. He's hinting at this idea of already setting up some drawish construction.
And I see a result in the background. That's Muren. I'll check how that game finished. But Muren and Rajabov, they drew their game. So I thought I saw Muren back there.
Yeah, g6, knight f7. Exactly. These are the sequence of moves I was kind of expecting. And it should be a draw. Basically, the idea is that if black plays h5, white can simply take, give knight g5 check. After king h4, play knight e4. And with the king already heading towards the corner, you can always sacrifice the knight on c5 and make a draw.
I'm just proud of you, Peter, because I'm always the one when I commentate with people to point that out, the wrong color rook pawn. So, sorry, the wrong color bishop with the rook pawn. So thank you for saving everybody from having to hear from me again.
Good, but look at this. Vincent is feeling that, okay, when did I have such chance against Magnus? I want to try. And he goes back with the bishop to g7, not allowing all the pawn trades, but yeah, Magnus going knight d8, bishop f8, knight f7, just sticking with this. Okay, king h4. Can we just come back?
I think so. Why not? I guess after king h4, the white king also slides up a square, so he's probably going to keep that king boxed in.
Yes, because this is what I wanted to highlight. If somehow white plays knight e5 and then king g5 and slowly the king can go towards the center, then it's a completely different story. Then it's very scary for white. It's all based on the fact that black's king should not be let out. Yeah, on the board. King f4, bishop g7.
And the black king can't get out. But if you play h5 and you take with the king on h5, there's no more drawing mechanism with wrong color bishop with the rook pawn because there is no more rook pawn.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, still it's very drawish because white has this chance of going b4 at the right time, trading those pawns. But is it so easy to get that? Yeah, knight d6 played.
Will you get the light square blockade? That's the key. And that's the problem with having a bishop, is that if this knight goes to g4, there's really nothing you can do to kick the knight out of there. So we see the knight go back to e4, it looked like?
Yes, he's following your suggestion to set up the blockade. But how is the blockade? How do you reach g4? Because f6 and f2 squares are blocked by the bishop. Knight g3 check and then king g4. That's the way.
Now it's a pretty straightforward draw, right?
Is it? King f6, knight e4, king e5, knight takes c5, and you eliminate all the pawns.
That's what I'm going for.
Magnus, of course, shaking his head. He knows exactly that he had this in his bag. That's at least how he felt. But now Vincent is trying. He knows that, okay, I don't have to let Magnus escape immediately.
He's probably thinking, what would Magnus do to me if colors were reversed?
Yes, but okay, the body language signals that it might end pretty soon.
This was a well-defended game from Vincent for a long time. He did get a bad position at some point. Magnus outplayed him. But this is your gold medalist and silver medalist from a year ago. These two have been at the top of the rapid game, and they want to defend their respective medals. But Magnus clearly disappointed that he was unable to convert. He had such a great chance. There, a draw is agreed. That's a handshake, and that's a matchup we will likely see for years to come.
Well, and okay, I think Vincent is very relieved to have survived this scare against his nemesis Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, on the other hand, he's explaining probably that, okay, how I couldn't have made more out of this. Incredible.
Well, it's going to be disappointing for Magnus Carlsen as the pieces are reset. But somebody who is not disappointed in that result is Vladimir Fedoseev, who beat Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces. And now he's got the white pieces in an ending. So as we see Magnus drink some water, probably leave the playing hall shortly as he is done for the day. It's the final rapid game of day 2. We have Vidit Gujarati against Ivan Cheparinov as well. So Vidit, he is playing a long battle, and he in fact has a great position, great winning chances against Ivan Cheparinov. So Indian fans around the world, fans of Vidit, they will rejoice if he's able to convert this.
Yes, it looks actually quite promising for Vidit. Pawn up in opposite colored bishop endgame with rooks on the board. This is a completely different story. Always very good winning chances.
And we see what's going on here. So bishop's opposite color. They gave up his e4 pawn to get g3 and the f5 pawn, Peter. That's the problem.
Yes.
For white. Another pawn on the light square.
And also the h4 pawn is weak, so probably white will have to play rook d4 in order to try to defend the fourth rank. But there are also some ideas like bishop a2, bishop b1 check. How do you hang on to this f5 pawn?
You called it. Bishop a2 played. And the Vidit we've seen in recent months, he is an evolved player. Just the skill that is coming from him. He has had many good games, great games even. But then there was this notion that he couldn't break through in the clutch. He did it in the Isle of Man. He won the Gashima Memorial. He wants to win a World Rapid Championship. He already played Magnus. He lost to Magnus, but he's trying to take care of business against everybody else.
Yeah, it's looking very promising. And Ivan Cheparinov, I think he's already from the slightly older generation. And in this regard, I mean that he has his incredible class, but probably this quick play, this very quick play with very little time on the clock, with 10 seconds on the clock, it's not his main strengths. So, but he needs all his skills to survive this.
And you see that he is trying to cling on to the f5 pawn on a light square if he could push that pawn back. And by the way, somebody I mentioned before, Fedoseev, this is an eternal pin. I don't know if you can see it closely, everybody. There's a rook on the 8th rank. There's a knight on f6, and there's a black knight on e8 that's pinned to the king. So what Yang Yi is doing is he's keeping his own rook on the e file, and there the rook goes all the way back to e7. But that's all that black can do, is the rook going back and forth, back and forth. The question is, can you break through? And
well, f5. That's the problem. f5 and king f4, and finally the pawn endgame will be lost. But okay, still you have to navigate.
You do, but the king and pawn game should be winning for it if we even get that far. Doesn't black just have to go rook e7, rook e1, back and forth?
Okay, now he gives the check. Rook f1 check. Where do you hide?
King e5.
Okay, rook e1 check.
King to d5, and I'm just going to king c6, and at some point I can probably exchange, but you're going to keep checking me forever, aren't you?
Yes, exactly, because king c6, king d7 is a winning route. No, then I'm still checking. It's not over yet.
Oh,
king d4 played.
Wrong square. Why is that? So it looks like the players, it was just rook f1 check was the latest move, but he gave up, this. We will see this unfold. The apologies, everybody. You can see on screen the cameras and the moves. They're not in sync with one another. It's an issue coming from the live venue. But now the king is on e5. And when the rook has to check on e1, the king apparently is mistaken going into the center. And we see he just played king to d4. That allows
g takes f5, and suddenly there is this f pawn.
And that's what's happening. You see Yu Yangyi get a new lease on life in this position.
Yeah, wow. So we are king d4, g takes f5, and all of a sudden, all chances to survive. This guy, and look at this, Yu Yangyi immediately moving on his chair. He feels that there is all the chances here to survive this craziness, this forever pin.
And that f pawn is dangerous, so you can't just let it keep pushing f4, f3, and so on. And so we see as rook just, so the pawn is on f4. What is happening here? Okay, king back, rook e6, and now you could take on h5 if you want, but then f3 happens, and you're barely in time to stop that pawn.
Yes, okay, but at least now also black knows that thanks to this destruction of the f-pawn, he gets out of the pin, and then he will get all the chances to liquidate.
Well, actually, after f3, which was just played, if you go knight g3 and f2 happens, rook e1 becomes a threat, and now it's black's turn to try and play for a win. So for Fedoseev, if f2 is played, he likely has to bring his rook back to help in stopping the pawn. But you look nervous there.
Well, in a sense, nervous that he is very happy that he survived, and he also has some chances, yeah, with this f-pawn. Of course, he's nervous.
And well, the rook went to b4, the knight came to d6, and the rook came to f4. So that pawn is not just stopped; it might be won. And knight e4 check, clever move from Yu Yangyi. That is really lovely stuff.
Yes, and look at the disappointment of Fedoseev. He knows exactly that. What a chance he had.
He's going to join Magnus Carlsen, both of them being disappointed by promising, if not winning, positions. Here the pieces are all traded off. The handshake comes and the point is split, but Fedoseev, he is really unhappy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a winning endgame. He probably played a wonderful game by getting that far, and then with little time on the clock, with few seconds on the clock, he was unable to find, but we still have live action. Let me also get back to the Vidit game.
And Vidit Gujarati, he's had the advantage against Cheparinov. And what is that, a white king on d6? Somehow Cheparinov's king has just been able to gain a lot of ground. And now it's on the queen side on the c6 square. So he is keeping that bishop on c4. A bit hard for the audience to see, we know, but there is opposite colored bishops at play here, and it's Cheparinov who has become extremely active with his pieces.
Yeah, but this activity is only temporary. The rook on f4 is tied to the defense of the f5 pawn. Vidit is also now bringing his king out to f7. The rook can always be activated. It's just so unfortunate for Ivan that in long run, I cannot really imagine him being able to hold on to this.
It doesn't seem likely, and well, the camera is a little bit behind the live board, I think. We just saw king c6 was played by Ivan, so now this rook c8 move is likely to occur. Yeah, so we just saw a little bit of shuffling, and after rook c8 check, Ivan doesn't know where to bring his king. I mean, he hasn't moved it yet, but king b6 does make sense, and now it's played. Is rook c4 a good idea?
Yes, I was also tempted to go rook c4, but then we have to evaluate bishop e3, trade, bishop takes f5, king takes b5. I believe that should be holdable. That should be fine for white. And okay, let's just quickly show with arrows. So takes, bishop takes f5. White also picks up the b5 pawn. That's why the king moved to b6. So Vidit goes king f7.
And bishop c5
bishop
played?
c5, yes.
This rook on c8 needs to be on g2 and maybe even on g4, somewhere extremely active, but it's hard. Rook a8, rook a1, all this stuff, it's a bit slow, and this white rook is about to land on d4.
I think you were absolutely right that this might be crucial for white to have activated the king to b6, because any rook trade which is connected by winning the f5 pawn will mean that the b5 pawn will be lost, and that should be very good drawing chances always for white.
So rook e8 was played by Vidit, and now it looks like Cheparinov responded with king to c6, just inching closer towards the center. And how does black make progress? A rook trade, I think, is clear that white should be able to hold. And we see fans, they're rooting for Vidit here. But how does he try to maximize the pressure?
Yeah, rook e2. Yeah, he will be shuffling back and forth. But this is what I mentioned. Cheparinov will make all the efforts not to go down to 10 seconds. Yeah, these are the type of positions that you can hold as long as you control the clock. If you lose the control of the clock, you will lose the game as well.
Well, King e8 was played by Vidit. I don't think the white king's in any danger. Bishop d4 was played, and then Vidit. King d8 was the last one. Okay, got it. So now we are up to speed. Bishop c5. If the white rook landed on f8, that would be checkmate. Like, the black king doesn't have all that many squares.
Yes. The good news is that whenever the white rook leaves the f-file, then the f5 pawn falls, and black's king will be safe immediately.
Well, bishop c4 was played by Vidit here. And now Cheparinov, he goes rook f3. Putting your rook in a light square, a little bit dangerous, but there are no checks to pick up that rook.
Is he indicating that he's ready to go rook e3 check? Is that a threat?
Oh,
maybe.
Very good point. Very
maybe
good
so.
Point.
Black immediately goes king f7 and rook f4. He goes g5. Okay, so he wants to trade these pawns now. So white is happy that he got rid of this headache, the f5 pawn. But new problems appear. The problem is that it's not yet. Sorry. Pardon me.
No, you're all good. It's about what's about to happen. And g5 has been played, and I think it was the only try for Vidit. He doesn't want to give white this past b pawn, so by trading pawns on the king side, now f5 happens. This rook can go to g4, trying to offer a trade, but there should be a dark square blockade.
Yes, bishop d4, f5. But often this is also the case that the defensive side had been relied on a certain defense and he got used to it. And then when the situation changes, it might not be so easy to adjust to the new situation.
King c5 played. And one thing you have to be very careful about if you're Cheparinov, if like, let's say the black king were an e6 and the white king stays over there on the queen side, there could even be an exchange sacrifice to help free up the passed pawns. Be really careful here if you're Cheparinov. And here's rook g2. King to d6. Nice move there. Oh, wait.
Yes.
Yeah, he played it.
Yes. I know that he plays it. Yeah, that's
You
yes.
see the future. You're the real prophet.
Yes, exactly. I always see 2 moves ahead. Yeah, king d6. And now how does black try to go after the h4 pawn? For example, is there some idea? Rook h2, bishop e2, bishop g4, try to isolate that pawn, but white still has bishop f2 protecting. It's a kind of a lovely defensive construction by Cheparinov.
Bishop f2 was just played, and it's a great decision. It just shuts down that rook. And, well, Vidit, he's trying to figure out where to go next. He shook his head a little bit there, and he plays rook h2. Oh, this is a position that could go on forever, Peter.
It can go on forever. Definitely. And also, you know that the players know it's the last round, so Vidit knows that it's not about any stamina question, what will happen in the next game. He will have plenty of time to recover. But I also feel that white has set up kind of a fortress. Yeah, this rook f4, bishop d4, the king protects the b4 pawn, rook protects the h4 pawn. And unfortunately for black, the king on g6 cannot be transferred to e6 because the pawn on f5 is hanging.
And right now I'm seeing the last move play was rook to b3 from Vidit. So they're making so many moves from the organizers. The moves are being relayed in bunches out of our control, but it looks like rook d3, king c5, rook d3, king d6, something like this.
Yes, exactly. Now I stayed put and still the moves appeared on the board. Yeah, no matter if I'm holding my hand on the mouse or not, the moves are coming.
Well, rook d1, king c5. It seems like Cheparinov is confident in his fortress here. So how in bishop d3? I don't know where Vidit's going at this stage. Maybe he wants some kind of rook c1 check and a rook c4 at the right moment.
Well, and also he's king to e6. So I believe he will try king f7. and then try to set up some Zugzwang. Is it possible that it's some kind of a Zugzwangish position because nothing really moves, and if the only white king could move and then black could play king e6, and the game would just start again?
King d6 played, and king to f7 was the response.
Yes, and king d5. Yeah, this is the point, because king c5, king e6, and black gets what he wants, but luckily I think for white, white has king d5.
So king d5, bishop e4 check.
Then the question: do I dare to play king e5 or not? Yeah, it's it's the natural move.
I won't dare you to, but it is a big question in this position, because in endgames like this, and he went king to d5, so great shout. Like it's very easy to pick the wrong side because it looks like there's very little difference. But if you go to the c5 square, the black king gets to e6, as you're pointing out. So bishop e4 check was played, and so if king e5 is played, it's like almost Zugzwang, because
yes,
if the bishop moves from d4, rook d5 is checkmate, and it looks like king e5 deserves an exclamation point because you are living on the edge a bit, but the white rook can still move.
Yes, king e5.
What move is it? 98?
Yes, 98. But the point was that g5 happened on move 83, and I was speculating before that, do we get this craziness that eventually move 50 rule would apply for this game? But Vidit made sure with g5 that no, we have to start our count again.
And we see rook b1, bishop c5. A reminder to everybody that 10 seconds are added to the players' clocks with each move that they make, and that will allow Vidit to avoid losing on time and allow Cheparinov sufficient time to calculate. So rook a1, he wants to kind of rook a6, rook e6. Watch out for that white king. Rook f2 was played.
Rook f2. Also watch out black king. If white activates that rook, rook d2, rook d7 check, then black will have trouble. So that's why rook h1. I'm even wondering, is there a construction that we can give up the h4 pawn and try to go for activity? It could easily be. But okay, you don't want to find that out. Ivan is still thinking. Ivan is still thinking after rook h1.
Rook f4 is that move you play just to save that pawn, not give any hope to Vidit. Rook d2 is a move you might play in classical chess when you can calculate everything. But I understand the nerves for both of these players. It's a big moment for them. And Cheparinov, he defends the pawn on h4 with his rook. I think that's a good decision as both players are under a minute.
Yeah, with 20-30 seconds time, you cannot really finally understand where all those checks are leading to. Let's stick to the plan. Rook h3 happened.
Okay, and Cheparinov plays bishop d4. And now, how do you actually make progress? Like, I don't even see the way to trick white at this stage. King e7. Okay, that's a good try, though.
Yeah, king e7, king d7, king c6 first. Let's get that king out of there and try to play some psychological game. You never know. You already mentioned somewhere some exchange sacrifice. If suddenly black ever able to get that king to c4, then we might be thinking about ideas like sacrificing on b4 and then relying on all these pawns. Just mentioning some ideas.
And we just saw king f6 and rook g3 played, and Vidit takes a drink of his water, and suddenly, you start thinking about rook g4. Is that about to happen? King c6, king d5, king c4, as you pointed out. And the white king will be pushed back. So black's pieces are on ideal squares. King e5 was played just now from Cheparinov. I'm looking at king c6, rook g8, rook e8 check type of ideas. I do think that ground can continue to be gained by Vidit.
Yes. If suddenly you have a clear plan, it will be also very difficult for Cheparinov with 30 seconds on the clock adjust to new problems.
So king c6 was played, then rook f2, and then rook g4. Wait a second, that pawn on h4, suddenly a target. If you to play rook f4, then the rook slides back to g8, and rook f4 just played by Cheparinov. Rook g8 now makes perfect sense. You put white's pieces on passive squares, so instead of the rook being on f2 sliding to d2, no, the rook is on f4, and here comes the check.
Yes, the good news for Ivan is that after check, then white will have king f6, king g5 idea hitting the h5 pawn as a counterplay. So it won't be easy for Vidit. Rook F1.
Mm-hmm. I've had games just like this where you're playing for so long and then you think you've held and then you make a little mistake. The bishop d3 from Vidit, a move I wasn't expecting. It does hit that rook on f1. I thought the rook can just maybe slide on over to the a file, perhaps?
Yeah, this is one of the most brutal things that can happen to you in a rapid chess game. Yeah, with this 10 seconds increment, it goes on forever. You cannot force a draw. Your opponent has the chance of asking new questions. And finally, just all it takes one mistake to eventually lose the game from the defensive side. Very tough task.
We've seen rook g1 and now rook e8 check played, and the white king goes back to d4. So then the rook went to d8 with check. The king slid back to e3. But while the white king is very safe, the eval bar still suggests all is well. That king d5, king c4 idea, that's something that's kind of hanging in the air. White needs to watch out for it a little bit.
But good news for white is that he will have now direct target on h5. And with the king on e3 covering the f-pawn, this idea, this defensive resource will be maybe very important.
Bishop c4 played. I thought the bishop would go in the other direction, but bishop c4, rook g6 check. And will that king bravely step out to d5? He's hovering. There it is. King to d5 played. And moves they sometimes stream in here, but king d5, the latest move, and king f4 does make perfect sense. We'll see if Cheparinov goes forward with that. And he does. He grabs it, puts it on f4.
Yes, and now the question, how does black react? Wow, there is bishop e2, because king takes f5, runs into bishop d3 check, and then I'm protecting and finally getting king to c4.
Wait, but that's actually big progress. Bishop e2 played, rook g2 as a response. Really nicely done from Cheparinov here, because now with bishop g4, rook d2 check wins for white because there's skewer on the d file.
Yes, wow, what a resource. And now rook e8, now he can take on f5, and now it's going to be draw. This is very important. What a defense. Amazing defense by Ivan Cheparinov.
You see the relief? We've all been there. You're sweating it out for dozens and dozens of moves. And Vidit's like, could I have done something? Did I have an opportunity? The answer is when you're playing a defensive-minded Ivan Cheparinov, you're not going to be able to break through. But is that Anish Giri there? That's Anish.
Anish, of course.
Discuss
of
the endgame.
course, endgame. Anish loves it. He's revealing the ideas. And Ivan is highlighting, but come on. Vidit only had 10 seconds left, so it's too much to be so precise.
Yeah, he's like, my rook on that rank covers everything. And he's like, no, well, I can go back and forth here. Ivan's like, nah, it's okay. I think it was under control. And now you see Ivan's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea, maybe. And Vidit just sitting there, now talking to his buddy Anish. Yes, Anish, now go away. We're done with you.
No, but it's also, I think, interest with it very much that was there any chance? Because sometimes when you are standing outside, you are not having all your emotions and all these nerves involved. You see, you have some clarity, and maybe they are also discussing some position earlier than what we have seen because they have been playing this endgame forever.
And we see the dedicated Sagar Shah in the background filming this conversation. And yeah, Vidit, he's rubbing his eyes, but I think that it was a moment where you've done all you can. The game ends in a draw. I think that's a fair result. It was earned by Ivan Cheparinov. So, Peter, some of these games have gone the distance. Others have been short draws, but we have seen a ton of fighting chess.
Absolutely. And whenever we see these post-mortem discussions, I'm loving it. It just shows the dedication of the players and why they are superstars, why they are such strong players. It does not matter to them. They play 6-7 hours. It was a marathon game. They know exactly that the game has finished, so no next game comes right away. And they are so interested about all the finesses of every single position.
Chess is an objective quest for the truth. And so the players, they always want to figure out that truth on their own before getting help from the Silicon friend that gives you the answer. So it's great to see the players analyzing, discussing variations, but it's also great to see results. And so let's let everybody know, inform you of what has happened in this latest round, because in the Women's World Rapid Championship, Anastasia Bodnarik wins against Zhu Jiner. There's a draw on board 2, and then Jaimo wins on board 3 with black. So Anastasia Bodnarik in clear first place. So she has the lead to herself, taking down Zhu Jiner, who entered the day 4-4, was the only 5-0. But Bodnarik wins, Jaimo beats Asabayeva with black, and then you see on board 6, Alexandra Goryashkina, she wins, while the other games were drawn. So Peter, I was talking about Bibisar, she just lost. You've been mentioning Goryashkina, she's storming back.
Yes, I think this is always very important for the stars when they suddenly get this feeling, get the rhythm, and forget about all the tension, everything. They just play what they can. Then they are very dangerous, and there we have the standings.
So many players are still in contention, as tomorrow is the third and final day of Rapid. We see Anna Muzicik's name. She leads the group with 5.5 points. I see Jennifer Yu there, a two-time U.S. Women's Champion with 5 points, who had a very good day 1 and followed up with a good day 2. So many names, some familiar, some should be familiar, some will be familiar, but right now only one name is in first, Anastasia Bodnarik. So a great day for her to take the clear lead. And over in the open section, the World Rapid Championship, Magnus Carlsen kicking himself for what could have been, what maybe should have been with his lead on the clock. He drew against Vincent Keymer, and more of the same for Vladimir Fedoseev. He was also really upset because he could have won that game against Yu Yangyi if he just changed the direction of his king.
Yes, exactly. But it was some kind of a study-like endgame. It looked winning, but at the same time it wasn't obvious. We were speculating that all kinds of millions of checks are coming. Where do we hide the king? In any case, Yuanji saved that game, a vital save. Magnus Carlsen clearly kicking himself, but on the other hand, no direct rival has won, and that's good news for Magnus.
It is, and I see on the page 2 of the results, Anton Korba beats Richard Rapport, and I see on board 12, Arjun Erigaisi wins with black against Robert Hovhannes-Jan. So if I'm not mistaken, that means Arjun, who suffered what could have been a devastating defeat to Vladimir Fedoseev, he's right back in it. He already played Magnus Carlsen, he lost to Fedoseev, and there Arjun Erigaisi is. He is the top 6.5 scorer after 9 rounds. 3 players in the lead, Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Fedoseev, Yu Yangyi, but Arjun and Bharat Subramaniam is there too. I mean, this kid won't go away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. Yeah, he bounces back after his loss to Yuanji. Very impressive. But yeah, all eyes on Arjun. We know that he also has great tie breaks. So if suddenly, and you already mentioned, he has already faced Magnus Carlsen, he has faced Fedoseev, he faced Yuanji, he played against all the guys there on the top. He has all the chances. It's just anybody's tournament.
And for Arjun Erigaisi, he wins the World Rapid. He is now the circuit leader, the FIDE circuit leader, to make his way through to the candidates. So Arjun still in striking distance, as are many others. Vincent Keymer had his first draw of the entire event, but not one that he's going to be upset about. He drew Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. He's also a half point behind the leader. So Peter, 2 fantastic days of rapid chess thus far. What are some of your takeaways?
Well, takeaways that I can't wait for tomorrow, the last 4 rounds. It's just crazy that so many players have chances. I have suddenly noticed Artyemiev's name as well coming. Vladislav Artyemiev, a great player. Maxim Vasilyev right in there in the mix. So many names, at least 10-15 guys are still having real chances of winning this championship, and only 4 more games left tomorrow.
Only 4 more games in the World Rapid Championship, and only 3 remain in the Women's World Rapid Championship. So for Anastasia Bodnarik, only 3 games remain. Can't she keep that lead in the open section? Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Fedoseev, and the Chinese Super Grandmaster Yu Yingyi all tied for first with 7 points out of 9 games. So it's up for grabs, Peter. And do you think that some people who are maybe a half point behind, they'll go into tomorrow just swinging in every single game? Or will we see some players say, I like where I'm at. There's prize money up for grabs. Let me actually play a cautious approach and not fight for first, but secure themselves a payday.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That we know that, for example, for Magnus and for Arjun, first place is all that matters. For other players, knowing the incredible prize fund, yeah, it's possible that they might be, waiting the games. I got an unpleasant pairing. This is a very tough opponent. Maybe let's just make a draw and hope for a better pairing. Try to use a chance against a slightly weaker opponent. You never know exactly, but whatever strategy you do, you have to make good moves. And you cannot run away from fights. You cannot just draw your way to the top. That's why we love this event. There will be plenty of dramas, and I really want the fighters to succeed.
I love this event. I love the fighting chess. Those games that go down over 100 moves, grueling defensive resourcefulness, and also just the tenacity of these players. So I'm completely with you, Peter. We just have one more day of Rapid Chess. We'll have Blitz after that, but the World Rapid Championship concludes tomorrow. I couldn't be more excited. Thanks to everybody who has tuned in these first 2 days. You will not want to miss day 3 because that's when the medalists are figured out. We'll know who gets the gold through the bronze. And so thank you so much for watching. And Peter, thank you for joining me. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And please vote for Peter Leko, Commentator of the Year. Go to the chess.com awards. And we say goodbye. This is Samarkand, Uzbekistan. It's where the players are giving it their all. See you tomorrow, everybody.